Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, welcome to Vision IAS and welcome to the analysis of paper 3 of General Studies that was asked in the mains examination in 2022. And my name is Jatin. I'll be taking the discussion for the internal security section. This year, 4 questions were asked from the internal security, and I think that has become a general pattern as far as the mains examination is concerned. Every year, you will find that round about 50 marks questions are asked from internal security. Though one must keep it in mind that internal security is one topic if you pay attention to and if you are prepared properly, then you can not only get more marks in this particular section as compared to the other marks, because questions to a certain extent are predictable as far as internal security is there. And then the second is that you can save a considerable amount of time as well in writing answers to these questions, and you can use them in some of the other topics where questions are slightly unpredictable or where the nature of the question varies from year to year. So as far as this year's paper is concerned, I mean, there is absolutely no surprise as far as the internal security. 50 marks questions have been asked. Every year what they're doing is that they're asking 2 questions which are 15 markers, and they have decided the question number as well. 19th and 20th and 9th and 10th will be questions which will be related to internal security every year. You know, this has become a consistent pattern over last few years now. Now, before I proceed to discuss about the questions that were asked in this year's examination and what are the sources that you could refer to prepare for such topics, as well as what was supposed to be written in those questions, but we should know about the syllabus of the internal security for UPSC paper 3. So primarily, if you look at the syllabus for the internal security, these are the topics which have been provided by the UPSC. The first one is linkages between development and spread of extremism, and you need to understand how development relates to extremism, how both of them can have a causal relationship, cause and effect kind of a relationship with each other. And also under this topic, we need to prepare some of the topics such as Naxalism, Maoism essentially, and insurgency in the northeast as well as of course militancy in Kashmir. So these are 3 major themes which run through the entire syllabus of internal security anyway, and these are 3 major internal security threats that India faces, so we need to prepare them properly. So this year also there is one question that has been asked on left-wing extremism from this particular topic, that is linkages between development and spread of extremism. And every year you will find inevitably 1 or 2 questions are asked from this particular topic. This year it was a question on Naxalism, last year it was on insurgency in northeast, then a year before it was again a question on Naxalism. So you will find 1 or 2 questions every year related to these 2 topics, which are really, really important. And the best part is that these questions don't necessarily vary in terms of the content which is expected of you. It's just that they keep varying in terms of the approach which is required in writing the answer. The content largely remains to be the same, the sources largely remain to be the same, but just that the approach for writing the answers vary. The second topic which has been given in the syllabus is role of state and non-state actors. So as a part of this particular topic of the syllabus, you need to prepare about the insurgency movement, you need to prepare about Naxalism, you need to prepare about terrorism and international terrorism, you need to focus on smuggling, human trafficking, various other organized crimes that exist in the society. And communalism could also be one of the things to discuss here. It could also be about how some of the non-governmental organizations, some of the NGOs also are involved in causing threat to India's internal security. So those kind of topics are supposed to be covered as a part of this particular topic. Then challenges to internal security through communication networks, role of media and social media networking sites in internal security challenges, and basics of cyber security. All 3 of them are supposed to be studied together. And largely the source for preparation of this topic is the newspapers, apart from some basic text which I will tell you. But in this, what we need to cover is, what do you understand by cyber security? What are the various elements or components of cyber security? What are some of the threats that exist to India's cyber security? We should also be knowing what is the state of cyber security in India, what all steps have been taken by us in order to overcome cyber security challenges, what more needs to be done. Internationally, is there any convention which is there in place? So all those things have to be prepared as a part of this topic. Then we have the topic of money laundering and its prevention. Also, by the way, this topic has become really important in the exam, because considering the significance of cyber security and data protection, etc., every year you will find one question from this topic. एक question तो आना ही आना है cyber security से या social media से या media से, पक्का 101% एक question आता है. Then the topic of money laundering and its prevention as well. So what do you understand by money laundering? What are the various stages in the process of money laundering? What are the ways to overcome money laundering? What are some of the laws that have been enacted in India for overcoming money laundering? Then what are the ill effects of money laundering in the economy, on the society, on the politics of the country? Those are some of the things which we need to cover as a part of it. Then security challenges and their mandate in the border and the management in the border areas. So this is also one topic which has become really important for the last few years in the civil service examination. There either be a question on the land border security or land border management, our border issues with the other countries and their impact on the various internal security issues of India. They may ask you a question related to maritime security, as they have done it this year. In fact, for last few years we were expecting a question on maritime security, and that's what we had been discussing as well with the student, but this year they inevitably ended up asking a question on maritime security as well. Then on top of that, the topic of linkages of organized crime with terrorism. So what do you understand by organized crime? What are the types of organized crimes? What are the linkages that exist between organized criminal groups and terrorist groups? Why it is such a concern for the security agencies? What steps have been taken in order to overcome the linkages between organized criminal groups and terrorist groups? What are the reasons because of which organized criminal groups and terror groups are coming close to each other? So these are some of the other dimensions that we need to touch upon in this particular topic. And then various security agencies and their mandate. Now, even though interestingly UPSC has asked very few questions on this topic, I remember in 2019, they asked a question on the changes made to the NIA Act and the UAPA Act and how that has changed the functioning of the security agencies in the country. But this topic is something which is unexplored. They haven't asked questions on this topic. So potentially, if I were to tell you, there are a lot of questions that are waiting to be asked in the exam, because UPSC has still not touched several topics in the way it should be. So one learning that you can have from this year's examination is that maritime security, no question had been asked for almost 6-7 years as far as internal security is concerned, and suddenly this year they ask one question. So a lot of candidates were unprepared for the topic of maritime security. So the advice that I would give to you on the basis of this year's paper analysis is that you should not miss out on those topics which have not been asked in the exam previously, because the chances of questions getting asked from those topics has gone up many-fold this year. So what I want to say is, first and foremost, out of these topics, which were the topics which are covered this year? So topics which are covered this year was this was of course the basics of cyber security, organized crime with terrorism, and related to maritime security. But these other topics were not covered. So for next year, automatically, apart from the questions that have been asked previously by UPSC, these topics also become very important. So security agencies and their mandate, you don't need to necessarily study what exactly is the basis for the formation of BSF and CRPF and the CISF and the ITBP, etc. You don't need to go into the detailed history of these organizations. But more importantly, you should know the issues associated with the functioning of the Central Armed Police Forces. You should know issues associated with the functioning of the police agencies in India. You should understand what are the challenges associated with the modernization of the defense forces in the country. Right? Those are the kind of topics that you need to focus on. Don't focus on factual information. UPSC is not bothered about whether you know the facts or not. What they are more bothered about is whether you know the analysis of those facts, whether you know the analysis of the prevalent situation, whether you know what are the issues that are facing the security agencies in India and how do we overcome them. So the point I'm trying to make is that UPSC in general is more focused on issues, more focused on reforms, and not necessarily on the facts as such, right? So other topics are equally important, in fact more important in my opinion, for the coming years, because for example, money laundering, UPSC in its history of this present syllabus of last 10 years has asked only 2 questions related to money laundering. Related to organized crime, only 3 questions have been asked in the mains examination. Related to border management as well, there are only 3-4 questions that have been asked. So there are a lot of themes which have still not been explored by UPSC, which you need to pay attention to. Right? So that's the basic idea which I wanted to give you about the syllabus. Of course, see, it's not possible for me to cover in the allotted time discussion on the questions as well as a detailed analysis of the syllabus of the examination as well. That can be a point for discussion sometime later. But broadly, I want to just introduce you to this idea that a number of topics which were untouched by UPSC earlier have been touched upon this year. Organized crime और terrorism की linkages पे UPSC ने direct question आज तक नहीं पूछा था, और इस बार उन्होंने वो पूछ लिया. They ended up asking that question and believe me, it was a very expected question. You know, अगर आप basic तैयारी कर रहे हैं internal security की, you have to understand what are the linkages that exist between organized crime and terrorism. Similarly, they had not asked a question on maritime security as well, except one odd question which had been asked in 2015, and that was also a very difficult question. Other than that, they have not asked a single question on maritime security. This year they ended up asking that. So what we need to learn from that is that, one, pay attention to, of course, all those topics which have been asked previously in the exam, because themes are getting repeated in the exam, and I will show it to you. But not only that, but you also need to focus on those topics which have not been covered in the exam till now, because they are sitters, literally very simple questions which are being asked. मतलब जो organized crime और terrorism पे इन्होंने सवाल पूछा है, वो अगर किसी ने भी basic text cover किया हो, organized crime and linkages between terrorism, any person would be able to answer that question. Of course, what will make a difference in whether you get 6.5 out of 10 or whether you get 4 out of 10 will depend upon, one, how you have structured the answer, and secondly, how you have been able to draw some examples from the recent past to add to your answers. Okay, so that is the broad approach which we need to keep in mind. Now let's jump into exactly what were the questions that were asked this year. So first is the question that was asked, question number 20 this year, and that was with respect to the topic of Maoism and Naxalism. Now, as far as this particular topic is concerned, what are some of the sources that you can refer to? I mean, see, there are a lot of coaching institutes and their material, etc., and books and all of those things which are available in the market. But I would suggest that if you are genuinely wanting to prepare these particular topics on your own especially, then some of the sources would be second ARC report. Second ARC report has a specific part of it dedicated to, there is a report called as the report on conflict resolution. Okay, so the report on conflict resolution, conflict management of the second ARC is specifically focusing on insurgency in Northeast as well as on Naxalism in India or left-wing extremism in India. So of course this is not a detailed analysis which has been provided in the report, but second ARC has touched upon this topic. I think it can be a good starter for you to read and understand the topic of Naxalism as well as the topic of insurgency in the Northeast, the second ARC report on conflict resolution. Then Ministry of Home Affairs publishes its annual report every year, in which they discuss about various internal security challenges facing India. So you may refer that Ministry of Home Affairs report as well. Apart from that, there are some reports of the department related standing committees. Where is one which you will find, इंटरनेट पे आप सर्च करेंगे तो आपको मिल जाएगा, है ना. एक डिपार्टमेंट रिलेटेड स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की रिपोर्ट है जो कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर सिक्योरिटी सिचुएशन की बात कर रहा है, बहुत डिटेल में बात किया उसने. सो व्हाट आर द प्रॉब्लम्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी इश्यूज इन नॉर्थ ईस्ट, इंसर्जेंसी, वेरियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, व्हाट इज देयर डिमांड, व्हाट आर द रीजंस बिकॉज ऑफ व्हिच the insurgency is prevalent in Northeast India, etc. So you can refer that report. Apart from that, if you want to read more about Naxalism specifically, there was a report of the Planning Commission, and this Planning Commission report was called as the D.K. Bandopadhyay Committee report. Okay, Bandopadhyay Committee. So this Bandopadhyay Committee, this Bandopadhyay Committee had written a report, इसको the report of the expert group of planning commission भी कहते हैं, on the extremist challenges in the left-wing extremist affected areas. Developmental challenges, sorry, in the extremist affected areas was the title of the report, which was written by the expert group of Planning Commission. This report was published in the year 2007, but it is as relevant in order to understand the topic of Naxalism as it was that time, right? And then there are some select committee reports of the committees of the parliament as well on the internal security situation in Northeast, on the security situation in left-wing extremist affected areas, security situation in militancy in Kashmir. So you can read those reports, but of course the problem with these reports is that they are very bulky. So you should know how to get the selected material out of these particular reports, right? Anyway, so that's as far as the sources and the strategy for the topic of left-wing extremism, etc., and all those things are concerned. Let's look at the question this year. Now, it's a very, very standard question. There is no surprise in this particular question. Question was a 250 words question, which had to be written in that designated time. The question was that Naxalism is a social, economic and developmental issue. So it is a social, there is a social dimension involved with it, there is an economic dimension involved with it, and there is a developmental problem associated that is resulted in a violent internal security threat. So as we know that Naxalism is one of the most significant violent internal security threats affecting the country. As early as 2005, Dr. Manmohan Singh had stated that left-wing extremism is the biggest internal security threat that India faces today. A lot of people were focused on militancy in Kashmir or insurgency in Nagaland, but we had forgotten that biggest threat that existed to India was Naxalism. And he was absolutely correct, because by the year 2009, almost 1/3 districts of India, that is almost 1/3 of India, was affected by Naxal violence in some or the other way. And this entire belt, which was affected by Naxalism, was called as the Red Corridor. It's termed as the Red Corridor, where the Naxalite or the left-wing extremist revolutionaries have been involved in violence against not only the state, but also against the civilians as well, including various heinous crimes such as extortion, kidnapping, killings, abductions, etc., and so on and so forth. So the question is that Naxalism is a social, economic and developmental issue that has manifested or that has resulted into an internal security threat, right? And then it says that in this context, because what is the origin of this problem, it says that discuss what are some of the emerging issues with respect to Naxalism in India today. What are some of the newer problems that Naxalism is posing today, and then suggest a multi-layered strategy to tackle the menace of Naxalism. Now see, this is a very standard question. Problems, causes for the rise of Naxalism. What are some of the newer problems that are emerging with respect to Naxalism, and what is a strategy that you would suggest for approaching Naxalism? Before I go into what all should have been there in your answers in terms of the content, let me show you that in the past itself, UPSC has asked multiple questions related to this particular theme. And they have just kept changing the words and the context in which they want the answer from you, but the basic content remains to be the same. For example, they asked a question few years back that what are the determinants of left-wing extremism in eastern part of India? Same thing. What are the causes for the rise of left-wing extremism in eastern part of India? And what strategy should the government of India, civil administration and security forces adopt to counter the threat in affected areas? See, it is so similar to the question that has been asked this year, where they have simply asked you multi-layered approach बता दीजिए. Multi-layered को देखने के बहुत तरीके हैं, है ना? आप एक बोल सकते हैं that there should be some steps taken at national level. The next layer should be the state level. The third layer should be the district level. The fourth layer should be the local level or something like that. Multi-layered को देखने का एक और तरीका है that some steps should be taken at the national level, where all the states and the center come together on various policy issues, that what should be our overall policy to deal with Naxalism. Not just that, but even at the level of the security forces, what should be our approach. Then again, you may look at it that at the state level, how the states need to coordinate with each other, especially on the developmental front, in order to address the problems of Naxalism. So whichever way you look at it, ultimately UPSC is asking the same thing
बार बार घुमा घुमा के, ठीक है, और कुछ नहीं है. There is absolutely no difference in this particular topic. Similarly, if you look at some of the other questions also that have been asked in the past, you know, Indian government recently, no, not this one, sorry. Left-wing extremism is showing a downward trend, but still affects many parts of the country. Briefly explain the government of India's approach to counter the challenges posed by LWE. Again, the content primarily remains to be the same. Then there was another question. So this is, you know, related to insurgency and all. I don't have that question, but there was another question that was asked that with the problem of Naxalism has been largely caused due to the displacement issues, etc., with Naxalbari and some of the places such as Malkangiri as focus. So discuss the strategy that should be taken into account for dealing with Naxalism. 2013 they asked a question. Analyze the impact of non-implementation of the provisions of Article 244, which basically relates to scheduled areas and their administration. Analyze the impact of non-implementation of the provisions of Schedule 5 of the Indian Constitution on the rise of Naxalism in India. So they are discussing one specific cause and how that has led to rise of Naxalism in India. Question and the theme remains to be largely the same year after year after year as far as Naxalism is concerned. Now let's come back to this year's question. This year's question is that Naxalism is a social, economic and developmental issue manifesting as a violent internal security threat. In this context, you have to discuss about the emerging issues, etc. So see, first and foremost, in your introduction of the answer itself, you should try and, in your introduction of the answer itself, you should try and write about the causes of the rise of Naxalism. I'll tell you the reason for that. It's a 250 words answer. Already they are asking you two things. One, they are asking you emerging issues. Okay, so one thing which has been asked by UPSC in this year's examination is the emerging issues with respect to Naxalism. So even if you write about 3 or 4 emerging issues, it will take up almost 60 to 70 words. है ना? अगर आप emerging issues के बारे में भी लिख दोगे, so it will take up almost 60 to 70 words. I'm just trying to tell you that how you would plan the answer in your mind, because in internal security, it's not so much about the content. Content सबको आता है. But the thing is about how you write the answer and how you plan it. The second part is that it is talking about a multi-layered approach as well. A multi-layered strategy to deal with Naxalism. So that itself should also roundabout, in my opinion, take at least 70 to 100 words. Now, if that is what is going to be your coverage of these two specific issues, that means that you are just left with 70-80 words now with your introduction and conclusion. Even if you are writing like a 30-word conclusion, which basically means that you are just left with now 30 to 40 words in your introduction. So first you explain what is Naxalism, history of, see, that's what a lot of people will do. They will start with what is Naxalism. They will start with history of Naxalism as if the question is asking what do you understand by Naxalism. That is not the question. They will start with telling about the entire history of CPI Maoists. They will start with Naxalbari. That is not the question. You know, you have to understand that. हमें वो नहीं लिखना है जो हमें आता है. हमें वो लिखना है जो examiner ने पूछा है. Therefore, in your introduction itself, your introduction should cover the social, economic and the developmental causes for the rise of Naxalism. And you should also talk about how this has led into a violent movement. Now see, if you have to write all of this, ये अपने अंदर ही एक क्वेश्चन है. ये लिखने में ही आपको कम से कम नहीं तो 150 वर्ड चाहिए अगर ये पूरी चीज लिखनी है तो, ढंग से एक्सप्लेन करनी है तो. Then what is the effective way to write this? In my opinion, you could have started by just talking about that how Naxalism, due to a number of causes, has become a violent movement that started from one district and today covers almost 90 districts, but at one point of time it covered almost 200 districts of India. So you could basically give a brief history of Naxalism and its evolution in India in the introduction instead of writing all of this. And where and how will you write the social, economic and developmental causes? You can make a diagram. See, that's the way you need to use the diagram. Some people force fit diagrams into their answer. That is not the objective of drawing diagrams. Objective of drawing diagrams is to help you write an answer within the word limit and still be able to write a comprehensive answer. That is what is the objective of drawing the diagram. So what you could have done in the introduction to this question is, you could have talked about evolution of Naxalism in India in terms of its extent, and how from Naxalbari this particular movement has spread to, let us say, 200 odd districts by the year 2009. And the reason, so you could have written that the evolution of Naxalism started from Naxalbari as an agrarian movement, but today it has become a significant law and order problem, due to which thousands of lives of civilians and security forces have been lost across the country, and today the problem covers almost 200 districts of the country. By 2009 this problem was almost covering 200 districts of the country in an area called as the Red Corridor. There are various reasons of, or various causes for rise of Naxalism, which have been listed below, and then, or which have been shown in the diagram given below. And then you could have just drawn a diagram. You could have drawn a diagram, causes for Naxalism, and then you could have taken up 3 dimensions, and you could have mentioned some of the causes in short in the diagram. For example, here you could have mentioned about social dimension, you could have mentioned about lack of access to social justice. You could have talked about caste-based discrimination that has been the cause for rise of Naxalism, let's say in Bihar. For example, Bihar. Right? You could have talked about exploitation of farmers by landlords. For example, बंगाल. देखिए यही तरीका है, अगर आपको शॉर्ट के अंदर ये चीजें कवर भी करनी है और आपको उस पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक के अंदर, इस आंसर के अंदर वर्ड लिमिट भी एक्सीड नहीं करनी है. सिमिलरली, with respect to the economic causes for the rise of Naxalism, you could have mentioned about how the Naxal affected districts are most backward districts of India. And you could have mentioned, for example, as, or source could have been mentioned as the Niti Aayog aspirational districts program. Aspirational districts program में जो 90% districts हैं वो वही हैं जो कि नक्सल affected districts हैं. ठीक है. Similarly, you could have mentioned about that these indices, these districts are also having poor physical infrastructure. So you could have mentioned, for example, in several parts of Bastar, no road connectivity. ठीक है, इतना भी लिख दिया तो बहुत है. देखिए सारी चीजें एक्सप्लेन करने, अब इसमें लिखने को तो हम 50 चीजें डिस्कस करते हैं, है ना. दैट the causes for rise of Naxalism, economic are because these areas do not have any educational facilities. There are no employment opportunities which are available in these areas. These areas have been completely cut off from rest of the country. So as a result of that, for the Naxalites to establish their presence in these areas has become much easier. Because of absence of any government machinery in these areas, Naxalites have become de facto government of these areas, etc. and so on and so forth. So वो सब चीजें आप लिख सकते हैं. Developmental causes में भी आप वही सब उस तरीके से उसको express कर सकते हैं. That these areas have not been developed physically, कोई infrastructure नहीं है, right? You could give example of let's say Kalahandi, where people were forced to eat rats, literally rodents, because they don't have access to any food. Excessively corrupt machinery, government machinery, which has not delivered the goods to the citizens. So as a result of that, there is a disgruntlement against the state. So you could mention this in form of a diagram is what I can think of the best. इसके अलावा देखिए आप अगर कुछ भी और करने जाएंगे तो एक तो वर्ड लिमिट एक्सीड होगी और दूसरा टाइम लिमिट भी एक्सीड होगी. और तीसरा अगर आप नहीं लिखेंगे इसको देन ऑल्सो एग्जामिनर में थिंक कि यार कॉजेज नहीं बताए इसने, राइट? सो देयरफॉर the best way in my opinion to write the introduction to this answer could have been something like this. Once you have mentioned that, then it is saying, if you come back to the question, that in this context discuss the emerging issues and suggest multi-layered strategy to tackle this problem. So first and foremost we should also know about what are the emerging issues with respect to Naxalism. I have noted, अच्छा देखिए एक चीज और कर सकते हैं कुछ लोग, अगर और वैल्यू ऐड करनी है आंसर में, एक इंडिया का मैप बना दीजिएगा रफली and you could just show which is that area of the country which is affected by Naxalism and you could label it as red corridor. See देखिए innovation का पूरा scope है एग्जाम के अंदर, depends upon how well you are prepared, है ना? अगर आपको मैप बनाने में ही 5 मिनट लग जा रहे हैं, आप 5 बार उसको मिटा के फिर से बना रहे हैं, तो उससे अच्छा तो मत बनाइएगा मैप. बट यू हैव टू प्रैक्टिस ऑल दीज थिंग्स बिफोर, है ना? ये एग्जाम के अंदर जाके जो है आप तिगड़मबाजी नहीं दिखा सकते कि वहां पे एग्जाम के अंदर मैं जो है डायग्राम बनाना शुरू कर दूं. दैट कैन नॉट हैपन देयर. नाउ सिमिलरली, now what are the emerging issues with respect to Naxalism in India? See, first and foremost, many Naxalite groups today are involved in organized crimes. So there is a comprehensive linkage which has developed between organized crimes and Naxal groups today. Many of their funds are coming through organized crime, cannabis cultivation, or whether it is the smuggling of the artifacts, or whether it is extortion, and also the smuggling of the minor forest produce such as tendu patta, bamboo leaves, etc., which are being done by the Naxalites. Second is that today they are using advanced technology and advanced explosives. Security forces के पास जो guns नहीं है उससे ज्यादा advanced guns हैं और उससे ज्यादा advanced explosives और ammunition है आज Naxalites के पास. They have access to drones, they have access to various infrared cameras, etc., which they have either captured from the security forces, they have जब लूट किया उन्होंने security forces के ऊपर, or when they have been able to get it through various sources of funding, etc., from outside which are supporting the Naxals, right? Then on top of that, today they are involved in guerrilla warfare, and that's what their modus operandi has been forever. But now they have become even far more advanced in their guerrilla warfare. They are hiding amongst the various citizens, etc. Then you could also talk about, again, technological advancement, recruitment of children, recruitment of civilians. They deliberately try to recruit children, women, old people in their cadre so that they can use them as human shields in front of the security forces and save themselves, right? So these are some of the dimensions which you could touch upon as far as the emerging issues of Naxalism is concerned. Again, see, as I told you कि 70-80 वर्ड ही हैं लिखने को, तो ज्यादा मतलब 70-80 भी नहीं है, 40-50 वर्ड में ही लिखना है ये. So it's not that कि आप जितना explanation मैंने यहाँ पे दिया है, you don't need to necessarily go into that detailed explanation, right? Then on top of that, what is the multi-layered strategy? अब देखिए जैसे मैंने आपको बताया multi-layered strategy लिखने के multiple तरीके हैं. One, you could start by talking about what are the initiatives that should be taken at the national level, what should be the initiatives that should be taken at the state level, and what should be the initiatives that should be taken at the local level. This could be one of the ways of writing the multi-layered strategy. The other way of writing the multi-layered strategy could be that we need to take steps at the level of the civilian administration and at the level of the security forces, and probably take the help of the civil society organizations as well. That could be another multi-layered approach. It's up to you how you write it. It's your choice. UPSC is giving very open-ended question on this particular matter. But all the initiatives should be known to you. वो पता होना चाहिए आपको कि भाई हमने national level के ऊपर एक समाधान doctrine बनाई 2017 में. At national level, there is a scheme called as Modernization of Police Forces and Security Related Expenditure scheme, which is run by the government of India, where they reimburse expenses to the states which they have spent on the challenges of combating with Naxalism. Similarly, you could talk about creation of special forces at the level of the state. ठीक है, ये state level में लिख सकते हैं आप, जैसे कि Greyhounds बनाया, which has been created by Andhra Pradesh, which was very successful. You could talk about Black Panther of the Chhattisgarh police, right? You could, at national level, you could talk about Cobra Battalion of CRPF, right? Then similarly, Operation Green Hunt, actually this is a name which is given by civil society organization, but again, strengthening of the Central Armed Police Forces, CRPF, taking help of CRPF to augment the capacity of the state police forces to deal with Naxalites, because they can't do it on their own, right? So those kind of examples can be given by you in terms of national level, state level, local level, security related issues, security related steps. Similarly, at developmental measures, again, you can mention a number of things. At national level, aspirational districts program. You could talk about the MG Narega program, again, as a part of the developmental steps that have been taken at the national level. In case of state level initiatives, you could talk about schemes initiated by Andhra Pradesh government for land reforms. You could talk about the PDS scheme, the Indira Amma Yojana that was introduced by the Andhra Pradesh government in order to deal with Naxalism in Andhra Pradesh, and they were very successful. You could talk about some of the skill development schemes introduced by Chhattisgarh government, Chulo Asman, Nai Pehal, etc. Roshni scheme. These could be some examples that can be given at the state level. So there are numerous examples. आप कोई भी basic material, किसी भी टेक्स्ट बुक को किसी भी कहीं से भी आप पढ़ेंगे, नक्सलिज्म पे बहुत मिल जाएगा. द पॉइंट इज दैट हाउ यू राइट इट. ओके, अगर आप एग्जाम में सीधा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर और डेवलपमेंटल अप्रोच लिख के आ जाएंगे, इट मे नॉट फेच यू मार्क्स. सो यू हैव टू बी अवेयर व्हेन इट इज सेइंग मल्टी लेयर्ड अप्रोच व्हाट नीड्स टू बी डन. एंड कंक्लूजन में क्या लिख सकते हैं? कंक्लूजन में यू मे टॉक अबाउट दैट व्हाट आर सम ऑफ द challenges that we are facing today as far as combating Naxalism is concerned. There is lack of interstate and center and state coordination. There is lack of civilian administration and police administration's coordination. The capacity of the state police forces is not enough to deal with Naxalism on their own, right? So ऐसे दो तीन challenges आप लिख के बात कर सकते हो कि, but at the same time there are a number of challenges that exist to deal with Naxalism and they need to be dealt with urgently, और ऐसा कुछ लिख सकते हो. या फिर आप कुछ और forward looking step और कुछ बता सकते हो that in future we need to introduce some steps to improve the coordination between center and states, to improve the coordination between civilian administration and the police administration to deal with Naxalism. So depending upon how you want to write the answer, but broadly this is what we need to understand. देखिए मल्टी लेयर्ड अप्रोच में आप बहुत सारे तरीके से और भी लिख सकते हो. आप ये भी लिख सकते हो, what are the steps that we need to take on law and order front? What are the steps that we need to take on developmental front? What are the steps that we need to take on the communication strategy front? How to overcome the propaganda of the Naxalites? What are the steps that we need to take in order to curb the funding of the Naxalites? So that could be the fourth layer. Depends on how you look at it. आप किस तरीके से इसको आंसर करना चाहते हैं, वो आपको ओपन एंडेड दे रहा है ये क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, so this is the way you should have written the answer to this particular question. No fixed way as such, but broadly these aspects should have been covered in every answer, which is expecting, let us say 7.5, 8 out of 15. If you want to secure, then you have to write an answer like this. You may even end up securing 10 also, by the way, let me tell you. You know, if you write a really good answer which is covering all the dimensions properly, UPSC may end up giving you 10 marks as well out of 15. So you never know. Okay, so this is the first question. Now let's quickly move on to the second question. Now the second question was from the topic of cyber security. Again, in my opinion, you know, largely a very simple question. What are the topics from where you can prepare cyber security? One is newspapers, most important source, and second is, if you want to read some basic source, then there is an IDSA report on cyber security. There is an ORF report also on cyber security. You just need to go and search on the internet and you will find these reports. So you can read these things from there. Plus National Cyber Security of Policy 2013 is also a very good document to understand the issues associated with cyber security in India. Now, what was the question? The question was, what are the different elements of cyber security? And then it says, keeping in view the challenges in cyber security, examine the extent to which India has successfully developed a national comprehensive cyber security strategy. So point is, it is saying that first and foremost, what are elements of cyber security? Second, considering the fact that what are challenges with respect to cyber security, how far does India's strategy to deal with cyber security measures addresses those challenges? Are you understanding? First, you have to talk about elements of cyber security. What are the basic components of cyber security which we need to focus on? And secondly, you need to be talking about challenges of cyber security and how India's strategy to deal with cyber security addresses those challenges, or how it fails short of addressing those challenges. That is what is the question is expecting from you. Now, first let's talk about the different elements of the cyber security strategy in India. Okay. So what are the elements of, what are the elements of cyber security in the first place? First and foremost, in the introduction, you may begin by discussing what is the definition of cyber security. Okay, so इससे पहले आप definition of cyber security से begin कर सकते हैं for giving the introduction. Now, what is the definition of cyber security? Definition of cyber security is that the protection of data, network, and computer devices. So there are three elements as such of cyber security if as a definition, if you look at it. Protection of three things: protection of data, protection of devices, and protection of networks. All these three things from what? From unauthorized access. Use, disclosure, disruption, destruction, modification, etc. And let me tell you, this definition of cyber security which I am stating is not my own. This is a definition which you can find in the Information Technology Act of 2000. IT Act of 2000 में ये exact definition दी हुई है cyber security की. So first you may begin by stating this. What is the definition of cyber security broadly? Then you may talk about elements of cyber security. Elements क्या हैं? देखिए, one element of cyber security is laws. You need to have laws in place to deal with cyber security. For example, you could give an example here. The IT Act of 2000 is a law. There are certain provisions in the IT Act. You could maybe talk about, say for example, section 66F of the IT Act that talks about cyber terrorism. You could talk about section 66D of the IT Act, section 66E of the IT Act. IT Act के थोड़े basic provisions आपको पता होने जरूरी हैं cyber security का topic prepare कर रहे हैं तो. Then you could talk about data protection bill. That is also an element of cyber security. देखिए, सबसे पहले तो एक law होनी जरूरी है ना, data protection law. So you could mention about data protection bill. You could mention about GDPR of European Union. Then apart from laws, you need to have institutions in place, which is another element of cyber security. So India में हमने क्या बनाया हुआ है, जैसे NCIIPC is there for protection of critical infrastructure. We have CERT-in, which is a body that is supposed to provide response in case of the cyber security or cyber security threats, right? You could perhaps be mentioning about Cyber Swachhta Kendra, right? You could be talking about the IC4, the Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. So these are some of the institutions that you could be talking about. Then the third and the very important element of cyber security is manpower, right? Manpower. So that is that you train individuals, cyber security professionals. So for example, we have introduced various courses in India to deal with the cyber security and data protection issues in various law universities. Some of the IITs, etc. courses have been introduced to train people in cyber forensics, to train people in cyber laws, to train people in various methods of trying to overcome the hackers, etc. and all of that. So you could give examples of elements of cyber security. क्या है? Law है, institutions होने चाहिए और manpower होनी चाहिए. ये तीन major components हैं cyber security के, है ना? Upgradation of capacity, capability of the manpower, and then creation of institutions to provide a response in case of any cyber security breaches, and laws that should be there in place in order to overcome this, right? So this is what we need to understand by the various elements of cyber security. Then the next part of the question, if you look at it, is saying that examine the extent to which India has successfully developed comprehensive national cyber security strategy, keeping in mind the cyber security challenges that India faces today. So we should first highlight what are the cyber security challenges that India faces today. Once you have discussed about the elements of the cyber security strategy, what are the challenges? First and foremost is lack of awareness amongst the citizens, government officials with respect to cyber security. आप देख रहे हैं आजकल कितना ऐड कर रहा है गवर्नमेंट, गूगल के साथ, व्हाट्सएप के साथ, 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन के बारे में बता रहा है, जो कोई ऐसे सस्पिशियस लिंक्स हैं उन पे मत क्लिक कीजिए, कॉल्स आ रही हैं, एड्स आ रहे हैं, बिलबोर्ड्स लगे हुए हैं. ऑल ऑफ दिस इज द प्रोसेस ऑफ क्रिएटिंग अवेयरनेस इन इंडिया. सेकेंडली, lack of adequately trained workforce. We do not have enough number of cyber security professionals in this country. Cyber security forensic professionals are very few in this country today. Very few people understand cyber laws in India. Then another challenge is that we have not invested enough in terms of our research and developmental capacity to improve our capacity to deal with cyber security threats. See, China has created a complete army of cyber security professionals, which they call as the cyber warriors. What are we doing? We are creating trolls on the internet, right? So point I'm trying to make is that there are certain challenges. If we have to compete with countries such as China, US, Russia, look at how the Russians sabotaged the various websites of Ukraine during this entire war, and then how some of the other hackers sabotaged the websites of Russia as well. So today war is no longer being fought on ground between countries, you know, because to get into a war is a very expensive proposition. Let me tell you, cyber security threats can be one of the best ways to cause the maximum damage to your adversary country with minimum possible investment, right? Then lack of coordination between different agencies. There are too many agencies in India. State police के बीच में coordination, cyber crime हो जाए तो it becomes a major search करने का, है ना? आपको Google search use करना आना चाहिए as a UPSC civil service aspirant. अगर आप जाके ये search करें ना, cyber security, suppose कीजिए मेरे को cyber security challenges पता करने हैं इंडिया के, you may just search cyber security challenges space site thehindu.com. ठीक है, hindu.com पे जितने भी आपके आर्टिकल्स होंगे ना साइबर सिक्योरिटी चैलेंजेस, जहां पे भी ये कीवर्ड्स हैं, वो सारे आपकी गूगल स्क्रीन पे आ जाएंगे. बेसिक सर्च करना आना चाहिए आपको इंटरनेट पे. indianexpress.com यू विल फाइंड ऑल, बट आना चाहिए, ये करना है ना. अब ये आपको मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. नो वन एल्स इज गोइंग टू डू इट फॉर यू. नाउ लेट्स क्विकली मूव ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. दिस वन वाज विद रिस्पेक्ट टू द सिक्योरिटी management in the border areas, and this time UPSC asked a question on maritime border security. For this again the source could be ORF की website पे maritime challenges और border security को लेकर एक report पड़ी है, you can refer that. IDSA की एक report है बहुत अच्छी खासी on the issue of border management in India and border security in India. Plus there is a report of Ministry of Home Affairs as well on border management. So you can search all these links on the internet and you will be able to get access to these things, and of course newspapers. So this year a question has been asked with respect to maritime security. I can tell you that I was expecting this question for some years now. Surprisingly, UPSC had not asked a question on this topic earlier, but now that the question has been asked, so let's discuss that. So question is, what are the maritime security challenges in India? Discuss the organizational, procedural and technical initiatives taken to improve the maritime security. अब देखिए, इस क्वेश्चन के अंदर 150 वर्ड में लिखना है आंसर आपको. You don't have a lot of scope to beat around the bush, because even if you end up writing the maritime security challenges, मैं बोलता हूं 5 भी लिखे और एक एक के ऊपर आपने 10 से 12 वर्ड भी लिखा तो 60-70 वर्ड्स आर गॉन देयर. 50-60 तो मिनिमम गया। अगर आपने इनिशिएटिव्स लिख दिए, ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल 2 लिख दिए, टेक्निकल 2 लिख दिए, प्रोसीजरल 2 लिख दिए, 6 ये हो गए। 6 into 10 again 60, 120 gone. What are you left with? 30 words to write the introduction and the conclusion. So there is no scope of beating around the bush unnecessarily in this question, let me tell you that. So you should first simply talk about considering, मेरा introduction अगर मैं लिखता इस आंसर का, तो मैं लिखता considering the length of India's maritime borders and its importance in India's economy, it is important to pay attention to maritime security challenges which are as follows. और फिर मैं उसके बाद maritime security challenges सीधा नीचे लिख देता, right? और ज्यादा होता तो मैं एक डायग्राम बना देता छोटा सा कोस्टल इंडिया का, and I could have shown what are the kinds of threat that exist on the maritime borders of India. I could have shown, for example, piracy on the east coast of India, closer to the Gulf of Aden, right? Then I could have shown the issues associated with the increasing presence of the Chinese in the South Indian Ocean, in the Indian Ocean region, right? In Bay of Bengal, in through partnership with Bangladesh and Burma and Thailand, etc. I could have mentioned, I could have probably drawn, about the issue of terrorism, 26/11 attacks. I could have shown Bombay and I could have shown 26/11 attacks. So it's your innovation. But the point is, within that limited time, how do you impress the examiner by telling him कि मेरे को आता सब कुछ है, पर आपने मेरे को समय इतना कम दिया है सर कि मुझे कम समय में तो ऐसे ही लिखना आता है, right? वो आपको सीखना जरूरी है. So what are the maritime security challenges? Without wasting any more time. So what are the challenges? See, first and foremost, there are certain traditional challenges and non-traditional challenges. Traditional challenges are, for example, sudden political, economic and military events. है ना? 1971 war, 1999 Kargil. How with the help of our military with the help of our navy prowess, we were able to block the Karachi port and therefore create significant pressure on Pakistan in 1999. 71. The American ships had moved very close to the Indian coast to create pressure on India to withdraw. Right? So that is one threat which we face. Second is the increasing presence of the Chinese in the Indian Ocean region, which is our area, of influence, and the Chinese are establishing Hamban Tota, है ना? बिल्कुल relevant example है एकदम current affairs का, वो लिखना जरूरी है. श्रीलंका, right? How the Chinese have established themselves through a military port today in Hamban. पहले उन्होंने बोला जी इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट पोर्ट डेवलप कर रहे हैं, फिर धीरे धीरे करते करते अपनी नेवी लेकर आए, अब पूरा उसको मिलिटराइज कर दिया उन्होंने. इट इज अ मेजर कंसर्न टू इंडिया बिकॉज 75% of our trade with the rest of the world doesn't take place through air, sir, or doesn't take place through road transport. It takes place through sea, and therefore if our trade gets affected, our economy will get affected. Our economy gets affected, our security will get affected. So therefore, to maintain sea lanes of communication open, it's very important that we focus on the maritime issue. So again, rise in regional tensions, instability in area of maritime interest, right? You could mention about all of those things. Then what are non-traditional threats that have emerged as far as, non-traditional threats as far as maritime security is concerned. First is maritime terrorism. Today, you could give example of 26/11 attacks, that how the various non-state and state actors are trying to cause a threat to India's internal security through the sea route. Then you could give example of piracy and armed robbery at the sea. This is something which is known to all of us, especially of the Gulf of the coast of Somalia, etc. And वहां से हमारा major oil आ रहा है. Most of our oil is coming from the Persian Gulf, right? Gulf से आ रहा है, and that is exactly where the pirates are sitting. So again, creating a threat to India's maritime security. Then you could talk about trafficking, smuggling on the maritime borders of India, which is causing significant economic damage to the country, which is causing a lot of damage in terms of the other internal security aspects as well. Then you could mention about illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing as well, which is taking place in the Indian Ocean region by the poachers, which is a major threat not only to the ecology but also to the economic well-being of our own fishermen. राइट? सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द चैलेंजेस विच यू कुड मेंशन. एग्जांपल्स दीजिएगा. जैसे आप इलीगल फिशिंग के बारे में बात करें तो श्रीलंका वाला एग्जांपल दीजिए, है ना. देन यू कुड टॉक अबाउट पायरेसी के बारे में बात करें तो सोमालिया का एग्जांपल दीजिए, एंड ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स. देन द नेक्स्ट इज दैट व्हाट आर द स्टेप्स दैट शुड बी टेकन, राइट? सो दैट्स वेरी सिंपल. अब वो देखिए 3 तरीके के स्टेप्स बोल रहा है आपको. प्रोसीजरल, देन इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल एंड टेक्निकल. पहले हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल स्टेप्स की बात कर लेते हैं. We have created a 3-tier coastal architecture for the security of our coastal areas, which includes the Navy, the State Marine Police Force, and the Indian Coast Guard. Right? You could talk about coastal security scheme also here. Then we have appointed a National Maritime Security Coordinator, right? Who is supposed to be the coordinating agencies between all these 3 forces which are guarding our coastal borders. You could mention about setting up a multi-agency maritime security group as well. Organizational steps. As far as technical steps are concerned, we have improved surveillance on the border, on the maritime borders, by installation of the various automated identification system. We have made most of the boats which are used by the fishermen either enabled by an RFID tag, so that we can easily identify which ship belongs to us, which fishing vessel belongs to us and to the other country. And also entry and exit from the various minor and major ports in India have been made dependent on the basis of a license. हर जो एक बोट होती है उसको लाइसेंस नंबर दिया जाता है, रजिस्ट्रेशन जरूरी है, otherwise you cannot venture into the sea for your fishing purposes. Then other technical steps, setting up of the National Command and Control Communication Intelligence Network, etc. and all of that. And then you could talk about procedural steps as well. Procedural mein you could perhaps be mentioning about that we have improved we have enhanced the surveillance in the coastal areas by providing ID to all the fishermen, uniform licensing of fishing boats, GPS tracking. We are trying to regulate more and more the activities that are taking place in the coastal areas, and then maritime exercises with other countries, Milan exercises and so many other exercises, Simpex, and all of these exercises that you keep reading about in the newspapers can be mentioned as examples on procedural steps. और जब आपने ये mention कर दिया तो आप end में आप ये mention कर सकते हैं, despite these there are some challenges. Again, state center coordination problems. Capability of state marine police forces is not enough to deal with the problems of the maritime security challenges. इस तरीके के कुछ challenges आप mention करते हुए you can conclude the answer, or you may give some forward looking recommendations as well. Okay, so again, very simple question, and in fact there were number of newspaper articles on maritime security in the last 1.5 years, so you could have used those in order to enrich your content. Okay, now let's look at the last question. And see, again आप देखोगे ना क्वेश्चन जो कि इस टॉपिक पे पूछे जाते हैं, बहुत सारे क्वेश्चंस पूछे गए हैं, बट आज तक मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी पे केवल एक क्वेश्चन आया था, और वो भी बहुत एब्सर्ड क्वेश्चन आया था, वो भी 2015 में. Since last 7 years there was no question that was asked on maritime security, and this year they ended up asking one question on that. Now anyway, so let's move on to the last topic. The topic was linkages of organized crime with terrorism, and this question, what are the topics, what are the sources that you can refer for the preparation of this particular topic? One is, you should refer to, there is one research paper by a gentleman called as Madan Lal. You can search it on the Google and you will find he has written one of the best research papers on this. PDF के फॉर्म में मिल जाएगा आपको Google के ऊपर, where he has talked about what is organized crime, examples of organized crime, this, that, and so many other things. And then of course newspapers. Now, what was the question? Discuss the types of organized crimes. बहुत ही simple question. पहले आपको organized crime define करना है और types of organized crime के examples देने हैं, and then describe the linkages between terrorist and organized crime that exist in national and international level. That is it. और कुछ नहीं है इस question में. Now, first and foremost, what is organized crime? When you pursue crime as an business activity, as a commercial activity, that is what is called as organized crime. So, when your intention of performing a crime is not greed as such, or is not hatred, or is not to take revenge from someone, but rather your objective of committing a crime is purely to earn money, then it is called as organized crime. But organized crime is not performed by an individual alone, usually. It is performed in an organized manner by a group of individuals, those who are acting like an organization, जिसको कहते हैं गिरोह या गैंग है उन लोगों का, right? So and within the organization different people would have different expertise. Okay, so that's what we need to understand by definition of organized crime. अगर आप देखें तो as per Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, this is the definition of the term organized crime. It is any continuing unlawful activity by an individual singly or jointly, either as a member of an organized crime or on behalf of such a group by use of violence or threat of violence or intimidation or coercion, etc., with the objective of gaining monetary benefits or gaining undue economic or undue advantage for himself or for any other person. You may not remember this definition, but what you can mention is organized crime refers to those criminal activities which are performed by a well-trained group of individuals acting like an entity or an organization, जैसे company काम करती है, and they perform these crimes purely for economic purposes. Now, let us go into types of organized crimes. You know, there are so many of them. Counterfeiting of currencies, drug trafficking, human trafficking, trafficking of the artifacts, trafficking in the your endangered animals, frauds, internet frauds, cyber frauds that are taking place today are done by organized criminal groups. Drug production, trafficking, distribution, right? Trafficking of firearms, sports corruption, all of these. If you look at some of the figures, organized crime is a huge industry, globally huge, right? For example, counterfeiting of currency notes is almost 1.13 trillion in terms of the size of the counterfeiting that is taking place and the money which is coming in because of this. Then drug trafficking, look at the numbers, you know, 652 billion. Some of the countries in the world do not have such GDP as is being generated by some of the organized criminal groups. You could have given one or two examples or names of organized criminal groups as well. You know, this is, for example, one structure of the Dawood Company, D Company, which is an organized criminal group, homegrown organized criminal group based out of South Asia, right? Dawood Ibrahim's group. And this is how an organized criminal group is organized, where each and every individual is supposed to perform a specific function. Leader है, team, मतलब जैसे IT कंपनी होती है ना, team leader है, फिर उसके नीचे project manager है, फिर है ना, एवरीथिंग इज देयर इन दीज कंपनी. ये कंपनी की तरह ही काम कर रहे हैं एकदम, है ना. आपने अगर वो मिर्जापुर देखा हो तो उसमें दी सन गोज टू द फादर एंड ही सेज कि भाई आई एम वर्किंग फॉर कालीन भैया. सो द फादर सेज अच्छा गुंडे के लिए काम करते हो, तो इसे गुंडा मत बोलना, उन्हें डॉन है वो, है ना. सो देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन डॉन एंड देयर इज अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन अ गुंडा, है ना. ही सेज भाई मेरा जो बॉस है डॉन है वो यहाँ का, है ना. सो डॉन इज समवन हु इज कंट्रोलिंग द एंटायर इकोनॉमी ऑफ द रीजन. वो केवल एक छोटा मोटा क्राइम नहीं करता, सब तरीके के क्राइम करते हैं हम, है ना. हर किसी का अलग अलग काम है. किसी का काम केवल शूटर का काम है, एक का आदमी केवल एक्सटॉर्शनिस्ट है, एक आदमी केवल किडनैपर है, एक आदमी का काम केवल जो है ड्रग ट्रैफिकिंग करना है. ये हर किसी का काम डिवाइडेड है, हर किसी के ऊपर टीम लीडर बैठा है. बहुत ऑर्गेनाइज तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम हो रहा है, कंपनीज की तरह ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं वो, राइट. सो एनीवे, सो नाउ द थिंग इज, what once you explain the types of organized crimes and some examples etc and all of that, then the next thing is what is the reason because of which organized criminal groups and the terrorist groups are coming closer to each other. Maybe you can make a mention of that, but I doubt that that scope is there in this particular question. But you should at least know why organized criminal groups and terror groups are coming close to each other today. War on terror that was launched by America after 9/11 attacks made it impossible for terrorist organizations to be funded by the money from the various parts of the world. So they had to look for alternate sources of money. What was the best source of money? To get involved in organized crime themselves. Look at Taliban. Taliban says that our objective is to impose Sharia law in Afghanistan and to extend this to the other parts of the world as well. What are they doing? They are involved in illegal drug trafficking in the entire region. Is that their main objective? No. But today Taliban has gone on to acquire characteristics of an organized criminal group. ISIS, they say that our objective is to establish and restore the caliphate rule across the world. You ask them, what are you doing? Why are you selling oil in the international black market then? Is that what you are supposed to do? ये तो economic activity कर रहे हो. Why? Because ISIS funding has been frozen especially Al-Qaeda's funding has been frozen after especially 9/11 attacks, where USA imposed heavy economic sanctions on those countries, on those banks, on those entities that had anything to do with these terror organizations. So naturally their resources dried up, they started looking for other sources. दूसरा एक तरीका क्या है? Organized criminal groups को training provide करो, उनको arms दो, उनको क्रॉस बॉर्डर इन्फिल्ट्रेशन मूवमेंट के अंदर हेल्प करो, वो आपको पैसा देंगे, आप उनको सर्विसेज दो, वो आपको पैसा देंगे, right? So today organized criminal groups and terror groups have come very close to each other, and there are examples of that. जब तक आप वो नहीं लिखेंगे, your answer will not be complete. So first and foremost, what are the types of linkages that exist between organized criminal groups and terror groups? एक होता है सर coexistence. Organized criminal group and terror group coexisting but not really relating or doing anything with each other. ठीक है, लड़का और लड़की क्लास में आए, दोनों को एक दूसरे पसंद हैं, दोनों को पता है कि हम एक जैसे ही हैं, पर वो फिर भी दूर बैठे हुए हैं, वो एक दूसरे से बातचीत नहीं कर रहे. दूसरा है कोऑपरेशन, कोऑर्डिनेशन. लड़का और लड़की क्लास में आए, उन्होंने बोला भाई तू मेरे नोट्स ले, मैं तेरे नोट्स दूं. दैट इज कोऑर्डिनेशन, कोऑपरेशन, symbiotic relationship between organized criminal groups and terror groups. Terror groups are saying तुम्हें प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए, यू आर क्रिमिनल्स, डोंट वरी, हमारे पास पूरी टेरिटरी है, यहां पे कोई नहीं आता, वी विल प्रोवाइड यू प्रोटेक्शन, तुम हमें आर्म्स दे दो इन रिटर्न. तुम्हें प्रोटेक्शन चाहिए, ठीक है, यू गिव अस एमिनेशन टू कैरी आउट द टेरर अटैक्स. यू वांट प्रोटेक्शन, नो डाउट, यू गिव अस लॉजिस्टिक्स, हमें गाड़ी दे देना टेरर अटैक करने के लिए, राइट? टेरर ग्रुप्स ऑन द अदर हैंड आर टेलिंग द ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्रिमिनल ग्रुप्स दैट सी बॉस, यू हैव मनी, वी वांट मनी. What will you want in return? You want to move across the border? हम तो रोज ही करते हैं, हमारा तो रोज का काम है. You want to do trafficking? We will help you do that. Right? So there is a symbiotic relationship which has been established between organized criminal groups and terror groups. Naxalites का हमने देखा. See, Naxalites are in close association with the illegal mining mafia in these Naxal affected areas. Why? They provide protection to this illegal mining mafia. Illegal mining mafia sells the product in the market and gives them share. So both the organizations are happy. Northeast, same is happening. Insurgent groups will get into some kind of an arrangement with the contractors. Government contractors will siphon off money from the government schemes, give it to the mining mafia, given to the insurgents. Let's say you are an honest officer, you will tell the contractor, मैं तेरा contract खत्म कर रहा हूं अभी, मेरे को पता चला है तूने ऐसा किया, siphoning off of money किया है. They will say अच्छा. Next day there will be some insurgent which will be at your home and he will threaten you that don't do this to this particular contractor, otherwise you will lose your life and life of your entire family. So what will you do? You will succumb to pressure. So this is the kind of linkage that has got established between organized crime and terror groups today, and this is very sinister. We were not able to deal with one. Now they have become one by joining hands with each other. Multiplier effect कहते हैं इसको, where it has become impossible to deal with these organizations today because one is providing protection to the other and one is helping the other with the sources and resources. Several examples, है ना? 1993 Bombay blast happened as a result of coordination between LET and D Company, Dawood Ibrahim. 2004 attacks took place in Madrid. 2004 में मैड्रिड में टेरर अटैक्स हुए, वहां पे जो लोकल ट्रेन चलती है. लेटर ऑन इट वाज फाउंड कि ये एक्सप्लोजिव आए कहां से. अल-कायदा ने बोला हमने किया है टेरर अटैक. आए कहां से? They came to know that the linkage was found with the Eastern European organized criminal groups. They had provided them explosives to Al-Qaeda, right? So there are I've like given this diagram how organized criminal groups and terror groups are associated with each other. You could probably draw something like this in the exam, right? There are number of other things. एक तो ये है cooperation, है ना? Third is confluence. दो जिसमें एक जान. लड़का लड़की क्लास में आए, नोट्स चेंज किए, थोड़े दिन बाद बोला कि आओ हम थोड़ा और अपना रिलेशनशिप जो है उसको और गहरा करें, है ना? दिस इज कॉन्फ्लुएंस. दो जिसमें एक जान. ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्रिमिनल ग्रुप बिकमिंग अ टेरर ग्रुप एंड टेरर ग्रुप बिकमिंग एन ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्रिमिनल ग्रुप. आइसिस perfect example. Taliban perfect example. Naxalites perfect example. Objective was political, but today in order to sustain themselves they are now dependent on the various economic activities which are performed by organized criminal groups. So you mention all those things as a part of the linkages, and I have mentioned here Madrid terror bombings consisted of a series of coordinated attacks, and later on it was found that the Al-Qaeda had been able to carry out attacks with the help of the explosives that were sold to these people by some of the hashish trafficking groups in Eastern European countries, right? So that is what you can mention. अब यहाँ पे मैंने कुछ इंडिया स्पेसिफिक एग्जांपल्स भी दिए हुए हैं, नक्सल अफेक्टेड एरियाज एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, सिमिलरली नॉर्थ ईस्ट इंडिया एंड ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स यू कुड मेंशन. And then finally, in your conclusion, you could just mention about some of the steps that have been taken by India to overcome organized crime. By enacting various laws, by creating special crime cells in various state police departments, Makoka, Kakoka, Gujarat Control of Terrorism, Organized Crime Act, UP has introduced a bill in the Legislative Assembly, right? Special crime cells have been set up in different police departments. We have signed extradition treaties with various countries. क्योंकि इसने आपको केवल नेशनल नहीं बोला है ऑर्गेनाइज क्राइम और टेररिज्म के बीच में लिंकेज, तो आप नक्सलिज्म और इंसर्जेंसी का एग्जांपल देंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट का, बट यू विल हैव टू गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ ट्रांसनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, अल कायदा, तालिबान, एक्सेट्रा एंड ऑल ऑफ दोस थिंग्स एज वेल, एंड सम ऑफ द स्टेप्स टेकन. यू कैन रैप अप द आंसर. Okay, lot of content is there, lot of content, but and let me tell you, as I said, there was not a single question which had been asked by UPSC directly on this topic earlier, but now that has been done, right? So the point is that a lot of topics which have not been covered in the past by UPSC may become important this year, considering the fact that no question has been asked on these particular topics earlier, right? So that's what we need to understand as far as the topic of organized crime and the linkages with terrorism is concerned, right? So now few things, important things in my opinion, which you should keep in mind for internal security. It's a topic which can be done easily within a week's time. अगर आप ढंग से तैयारी करें 5 से 6 दिन के अंदर आप इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी पूरा खत्म कर सकते हैं और 50 नंबर आपकी जेब में है. इसलिए कह रहा हूं, जो मैंने इनिशियली 2 चीजें बताई थी, क्वेश्चंस बहुत प्रिडिक्टेबल लाइंस पे आते हैं, लार्जली स्टैटिक है ये टॉपिक, बट इसमें करंट अफेयर्स एग्जांपल्स इंक्लूड करने हैं, एंड सेकेंडली क्वेश्चंस आर known, so in a way you can save time in those questions and utilize it somewhere else. The only challenge is that there is no specific source that is available in the market. देखिए किताबें वगैरह बहुत सारी available हैं, but I don't recommend any of those books because they are absolutely rubbish in my opinion. That's my personal opinion. They have been written in a very shabby manner. जो भी सारी किताबें लिखी हैं कॉपी पेस्ट करके लोगों ने लिख दिया इधर उधर से. अगर आपको पढ़ना है तो there are lot of material. If you look at our material also, there also, and otherwise और भी बहुत सारा material है, so you can refer that. One is that, and secondly newspapers अच्छे से पढ़िएगा. अगर genuine sources से पढ़ना है तो I have already told you that there are several reports which are available on the internet. You can refer those. Okay, so this is all about the internal security discussion as far as this year's paper is concerned. Any questions or any doubts that you people have? Yes. Of course, I mean, it is expected if you are quoting some data, then you should tell about the source of the data as well, unless it is a very well-known data point. See, of course, it may happen that you may not necessarily remember the exact data as well, and you may just quote it, but in that there is a danger, okay? If the examiner feels that, you have tried to fudge it, then it may set a wrong impression. Otherwise, it is possible that you can just write it without quoting the source as well. I mean, it's completely your choice. Okay, what else? Not necessarily. I mean, organized crime and terrorism. So, are the questions inspired only from current affairs? No, sir. Organized crime and terrorism is a topic of the syllabus. It is exact topic is linkages between organized crime and terrorism. तो उसने वैसे ही पूछ लिया, है ना? तो ऐसा नहीं है करंट. इनफैक्ट इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी में सबसे कम इंस्पिरेशन है करंट अफेयर्स का, बिकॉज लार्जली ये स्टैटिक प्रॉब्लम्स हैं. देखिए नक्सलिज्म का प्रॉब्लम 10 साल पहले भी वही था, आज भी वही है, बट उसमें क्या हो रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत चेंजेस हो रहे हैं हमारी अप्रोच में, इन सिचुएशन एक्सेट्रा, तो उससे वो कभी कभी क्वेश्चन को चेंज हो जाता है और आपका कंटेंट चेंज हो जाता है उसके अकॉर्डिंग. अदरवाइज एज आई सेड, लार्जली द टॉपिक ऑफ इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी इज वेरी स्टैटिक इन नेचर. जो मैं आज से 4 साल पहले पढ़ा रहा था इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए, वही लार्जली मैं आज भी पढ़ा रहा हूं, बट उसमें थोड़े बहुत चेंजेस, 10-15% चेंजेस हैव टेकन प्लेस. ठीक है, एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस? Okay, thank you so much and wishing you all the very best for your examination. The other faculty will come in and take the other portions. Okay, thank you.
All right. A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Aditya, and I'll be taking up this discussion of the economic section of GS paper 3 this time. I'm sure that you would have at least gone through the questions. I've heard that most of you have not written mains this year. Some of you have, but yes, even if you have not written mains, I'm sure you would have gone through the questions this year. If we look at the trend of questions in economics in GS3, we see on an average around 9 questions are asked every year. So sometimes 8, sometimes 10. So we have got years in 10. पिछले कुछ सालों तक 8 सवाल ही पूछे जा रहे थे. This time they have asked 9 questions. So yes, on an average around 9 questions are there. And these 9 questions consist of areas mostly related to, if you see, around 1/3 questions are from agriculture section. So agriculture becomes the most important part. So 3 out of 9 are from agriculture. Agriculture that includes food processing, food distribution, food security, agriculture marketing, all these things. These are combined in our agriculture section. So सबसे ज़्यादा सवाल इसी portion के हैं. Apart from that, we see this is the general trend, not trend of this particular year. ये general trend है. Again, around 1/4 of questions would be from our quote-unquote macroeconomics part that includes growth and development. तो इस section के अंदर सवाल आ जाते हैं regarding investment, regarding investment, savings, GDP, all these questions pertaining to this particular part, growth and development. Oh, sorry. Industry and trade portion. This is surprisingly, people think that this portion might not be that important, but surprisingly, around 1 question of 15 marks or 2 questions of 10 marks हर साल इस सवाल इस पोर्शन से भी पूछे जाते हैं. So this is again an important topic, industry and trade. In this particular topic, ये जो industry and trade का इसमें से क्या पूछा जाता है, इसमें they ask about India's external sector trade. They ask about certain specific industry, for example, इन्वेस्टमेंट इन अ पर्टिकुलर काइंड ऑफ इंडस्ट्री. जैसे अब की बार सवाल पूछा गया रेलवे के ऊपर, तो वो इन्वेस्टमेंट का भी सवाल है प्लस रेलवे के ऊपर भी सवाल है. सो दे आस्क क्वेश्चन विद रिस्पेक्ट टू दिस थिंग, इंडस्ट्री एंड ट्रेड इन दिस. Normally 1 question they ask from budgeting. This time they have not asked, and some any other topic. Again, it is not possible to classify all the questions into a certain topic group, some miscellaneous questions. But हाँ, budgeting से normally एक सवाल जरूर होता है. इस बार नहीं है, इस बार budgeting से नहीं है. Okay, let's have a look at this year questions and discuss what is the reasonably good approach to answer those questions. Okay. First, what is public-private partnership? Why is PPP required in infrastructural projects? Examine the role of PPP model in redevelopment of railway stations in India. This is something that you would find in investment models section of our syllabus. Investment models में there are few things that we study. One is we study historical investment models, जहाँ पे हम पढ़ते हैं, for example, I'm sure most of you would have heard Harrod-Domer and वगैरह, first plan, second plan, all these things. So one is historical aspect of investment models in the country, and second is the modern aspect of investment. Rather than focusing on that historical part, if you look at previous year questions, they have always asked question from this modern part of investment, that is सरकार के पास जो रिसोर्सेज हैं उन रिसोर्सेज को किस तरीके से स्पेंड किया जाए सच दैट देयर इज मैक्सिमाइजेशन ऑफ रिटर्न्स फ्रॉम दोज रिसोर्सेज. क्वेश्चन विल नॉट बी आस्क्ड, इज नॉट यूजुअली आस्क्ड. अब पूछा जाएगा तो मेरे को फिर ब्लेम नहीं करना कि पूछ लिया आपने मना किया था, बट क्वेश्चन इज नॉर्मली नॉट आस्क्ड विद रिगार्ड्स टू कि एक्सप्लेन व्हाट इज हैरोड-डोमर मॉडल. They may ask this question, explain the importance of investment in the economy, but they are not going to test your economics knowledge ki do you know a particular investment model or not. They are going to test a general knowledge with respect to a civil service aspirant, that do you know that what kind of problems the government faces in using its limited resources. अब सरकार को लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज के अंदर सब्सिडीज भी देनी है, सैलरीज पेंशन भी देनी है, सरकार को उसी लिमिटेड रिसोर्स के अंदर कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर भी करना है. हाउ डज गवर्नमेंट मैक्सिमाइज द रिटर्न फ्रॉम दोज इन्वेस्टमेंट्स? तो वो मॉडर्न मतलब प्रेजेंट की प्रॉब्लम है. So they will ask question with respect to this present problem. PPP is where this present problem, PPP is kind of a solution that we have tried to find out with respect to limited government resources. तो वो है इन्वेस्टमेंट किसके पास है? गवर्नमेंट के पास है, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पास नहीं है। लेकिन प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पास रिसोर्सेज हैं उसको एक्वायर करने के, टू गो एंड टेक परमिशन फ्रॉम वेरियस डिपार्टमेंट। इसका एक्सपर्टीज प्राइवेट सेक्टर के पास नहीं है, इसका एक्सपर्टीज गवर्नमेंट के पास है। सिंस देयर आर मल्टीपल पॉइंट्स ऑफ फेलियर, it is best that those points of failure be addressed by the entity which is more competent to deal with them. Government is competent to deal with, for example, if there is some problem regarding land acquisition. Government is competent to deal with if there is some problem regarding some permission that was required from some other department or some other government. So therefore, these multiple points of failure must be dealt with that entity which has competence to deal with them. Private sector has competence to deal with, let's say, some structural issue in the infrastructure project. Private sector has competence to deal with to get money at less cost from various sources. So ये private sector की competence है और government की अपनी अलग competence है. Management private sector की competence है. Building in a time bound manner ये private sector की competence है. So since there are multiple points of failure which require them to be addressed by that entity which has competence in dealing with them, it requires that there be a partnership between public sector and private sector. Therefore, infrastructure projects are best implemented in a PPP manner, especially when because there is large investment involved, there is long gestation period, that is long term in nature, and because there are multiple points of failure which would require competence to deal with these things. समझ में आई बात क्या है? This is first part of your answer, that why is PPP required for infra project. So यहाँ पे हमने क्या लिखा है first part में? Unique characteristics of infra which make it an ideal candidate for PPP investment. Second part क्या है? Second part के अंदर जो हमने first में लिखा है उसको हमने apply करना है. अब ये जो second part है, this question has been asked multiple times if you pick up last 10 years papers. This time they have asked about development of railway stations. They have asked in past about development of airports. They have asked about maritime industry. They have asked about development of generally roads, ports, etc. तो ये सवाल उन्होंने पहला सवाल पूछते हैं पीपीपी के ऊपर क्या है, दूसरा पूछते हैं कि जो है इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के ऊपर सवाल पूछा है, that how can electricity distribution be made more effective using this public private partnership model. तो they have asked previously questions about these things. ये सेकेंड पार्ट बहुत आसान है आंसर करना. अगर आपने फर्स्ट पार्ट आंसर कर लिया है, देन यू सिंपली नीड टू अप्लाई दीज एस्पेक्ट्स इन दिस पार्ट. रेलवे स्टेशंस डेवलप करने हैं. रेलवे स्टेशन के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आपको लिखना है कि लार्ज इन्वेस्टमेंट रिक्वायर्ड है, लॉन्ग टर्म है, एंड देयर आर मल्टीपल पॉइंट्स ऑफ फेलियर. आपको अब रेलवे स्टेशन पर्टिकुलर प्रॉब्लम्स यहां पे आपने लिखी जनरल प्रॉब्लम विद रिस्पेक्ट टू इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स व्हिच रिक्वायर देम टू बी डेल्ट इन अ पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप मोड. In second part, write down about specific issues faced by railway stations which are required to be dealt. यही जो problems हैं specific to railway stations which are required to be dealt in a PPP mode. ये हमको second part में लिखना है. देखते हैं क्या है. Examine the role of PPP model in redevelopment of railway stations in India. Redevelopment. There are multiple railway stations in the country which are lying in a dilapidated state. That means we need to modernize these railway stations in order to cater to the changing demands of the economy. तो पहले हमने introductory part में ये लिखा है. So second part का introduction हमारा ये हुआ that we need large amount of investment in redevelopment of railway stations. Then role of PPP, सब heading देंगे अपने आंसर में, वहां पे लिखेंगे what is the role of PPP in redevelopment of railway stations. वहां पे क्या हम लिखेंगे? Through PPP, one, we can identify those railway stations where private sector interest can be attracted. प्राइवेट सेक्टर अगर कहीं पे अट्रैक्टेड है तो उस रेलवे स्टेशन को हम पीवीपी मोड में डेवलप कर सकते हैं. हाउ कैन इट बी आइडेंटिफाइड दैट प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंटरेस्ट कैन बी अट्रैक्टेड? दोज रेलवे स्टेशंस वेयर देयर इज हायर प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ चार्जिंग सम यूजर फी. पीपीपी में हमने क्या बात करी है? यूजर फी चार्ज करोगे तभी तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर इंटरेस्टेड होगा ना इन्वेस्टमेंट के अंदर. सो इन पीपीपी प्राइवेट सेक्टर विल बी इंटरेस्टेड इफ यू आर एबल टू चार्ज समथिंग फ्रॉम द यूजर्स एंड देन गिव दैट मनी टू द प्राइवेट सेक्टर. रेलवे स्टेशन के अंदर स्पेसिफिकली लिखो रेलवे स्टेशंस, इफ यू आर एबल टू चार्ज यूजर फी फ्रॉम द पीपल यूटिलाइजिंग दोज रेलवे स्टेशंस, देन प्राइवेट सेक्टर वुड बी इंटरेस्टेड. फॉर एग्जांपल, अर्बन एरियाज कैन बी आइडेंटिफाइड. You develop New Delhi railway station. On New Delhi railway station, most of the people who would be going to NDLS, those people would be charge some fee in their ticket, which would be, let's say, railway station development fee. तो अगर आप न्यू दिल्ली से पकड़ते हो, अगर आप सराय काले खां से पकड़ते हो, अगर आप ओल्ड दिल्ली से पकड़ते हो, so there would be some kind of railway station development fee which will be part of your ticket. That means user can be charged. If user can be charged, therefore private sector will be incentivized to develop that particular thing. इसमें example दो, like airport terminals. In case of airport terminals, we have seen multiple experiences where airport terminals have been developed in a PPP mode. जैसे हमारा terminal 3 है, Delhi airport का terminal 3 है, that has been developed in PPP, terminal 2 developed in PPP mode. When you travel via these terminals, then there is a airport usage fee that is part of your ticket cost. Everybody is paying that ticket cost. That means the private sector developer has been able to recover the fee, recover the money that they had invested. So therefore, customers get better service, better infrastructure develops in the country, and the private sector gets adequately compensated for the investment that they have done. So learning from our experience of development of various airport terminals, we can identify certain railway stations where user fee can be levied and charged from the customers, from the travelers, and hence private sector can be incentivized to develop, that is invest in those particular railway stations. तो फर्स्ट पार्ट में जनरल लिखना है, सेकंड पार्ट में हमको रेलवे स्टेशन के पर्टिकुलर इन प्रॉब्लम्स को आइडेंटिफाई करके उसके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में लिखना है. बात क्लियर है? इज इट क्लियर? हाउ डू वी हैव टू एड्रेस दिस क्वेश्चन? द क्वेश्चन इज, I would say the question is of the nature that it has been asked several times. ये एक standard template है UPSC की इस particular topic को लेके, जो PPP वाला topic है. कई बार similar template के ऊपर सवाल पूछा गया है. Same सवाल नहीं, but template is similar. They ask about PPP, they will ask about EPC project. PPP के अलग अलग मॉडल्स होते हैं, अब वो तो क्लास में इस समय बताना पॉसिबल नहीं है. There is BOT model, I'm sure you would have heard BOT model, EPC model, HAM model, all these different models of PPP are there. So they ask question कि बताओ PPP के अंदर क्या क्या मॉडल्स हैं, किसमें क्या कमी है, दूसरा मॉडल उसको किस तरीके से पूरा करता है. They ask such questions. This time they have asked a general question about importance of PPP in infrastructure and application of that in development of railway stations in the country. I think the question is of a standard template, can be easily answered. If anybody has any question, I'll answer, then otherwise we'll move on to the next one. Any question? No? Has anybody written mains? इस बार किसी ने लिखा है? नहीं? कोई बात. You people were in advanced match, right? Huh? Okay. Okay, second question. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? State the significance of financial inclusion in achieving economic growth in India. This question, this is from our that growth and development वाला part जो था, जो हमने पाई चार्ट बनाया था उसके अंदर, this is from that growth and development वाला part. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? तो पहले first part देखेंगे, फिर second part की significance, second part देखेंगे क्या चीज है. Again, this question, pick up previous 10 years paper, you will find a similar question in every year. This question is asked here, it could well have been asked in paper 1 also. Society वाले portion के अंदर they ask about inequality, they ask about poverty, so this similar question would have been asked even there as well. Generally this question is asked in paper 3 because यहाँ पे economy के बारे में पूछा गया है, लेकिन जो inclusive growth वाला part है या फिर inequality वाला part है वो paper 1 में कई बार पूछ चुके हैं इस चीज को. So let's see how do we answer this question. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? इसमें हमको क्या क्या लिखना है? Is inclusive growth possible? Under market economy. Let's see how do we answer this question. First part, structure of the answer. सबसे पहले हम लिखेंगे first part में introduction कैसे करते हैं, कैसे लिखते हैं. अब तो आज तो थर्ड पेपर का डिस्कशन है, अब तो पता होगा. What is it that you write in introduction? Definition. देखो normally what we do is we write definitions in our introduction part, but that is not a very good way to start an answer. No. Huh? Why? Examiner is looking for, examiner is not looking for definitions in your answer. Examiner knows them already. Examiner आपसे definition आपकी check कर रहा है ना, वो ढूंढ रहा है. Examiner is looking for that whether you are a mature person who has understood the question or not. Examiner के लिए सवाल बहुत आसान है. Examiner सिविल सर्विसेज एस्पिरेंट से शायद ये एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा है. इफ इट इज, unless it is explicitly asked in the question, examiner is not expecting that do you know the definitions or not. That is the least that examiner will assume. Examiner is expecting that do you know the significance of this particular question or not. Significance कैसे बताओगे आप examiner को? Significance बताओगे when you start your answer, the first line of your answer should be such that you are able to address exactly what has been asked. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? Why do you think this question has been asked? सवाल क्या है कि इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ क्या मार्केट इकोनॉमी में पॉसिबल है, ये सवाल है. अभी इसके ऊपर हाई या नहीं है ये चर्चा नहीं कर रहे हैं. सवाल, क्वेश्चन इज इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ पॉसिबल अंडर मार्केट इकोनॉमी? व्हाई डू यू थिंक समबडी विल आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम यू? बताओ. Inequality. Okay. Same thing. Yeah. Anybody else? Yes. Jobless growth. Jobless growth का एक दूसरा सवाल है नीचे, प्रोडक्टिविटी वाला है. बट हाँ, yes, fine. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? The reason that this question is asked is because there are some observations from our economy that we take, and sometimes we are not able to reconcile some wrong things happening in the economy which we think are wrong and the kind of economic model that we are approaching, which we are pursuing. Therefore probably this question has been asked. Is inclusive growth possible under market economy? हम start कैसे करेंगे? Start अपना आंसर हम इस तरीके से करेंगे that in recent years it is seen that India has adopted an economic model of market economy wherein there is freedom to enter and exit in the market and the government's role has reduced. With the reduction of government's role in the economy, in the market economy, it seems that inequalities may be rising. As such, it is possible that India's economic growth may not be inclusive anymore. Or you can write that it has been alleged, or it has been alleged by various economists that India's economic growth is no longer inclusive and the growth is favoring only a few and not most of the people. तो स्टार्टिंग में आपको इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ की डेफिनेशन नहीं लिखनी है, मेरा पॉइंट ये है. स्टार्टिंग में आपको एग्जामिनर को बताना है दैट व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस क्वेश्चन हैज बीन आस्क्ड. इज इट क्लियर? सो फर्स्ट पार्ट यू राइट डाउन why or the inspiration behind the question. In the next part, in your body part, now you will write down about what is inclusive growth, what is market economy, and then is it possible or not. ये आप second part में लिखो. This is your introduction. This is your introduction. Then in your body part, what is it that you are going to write? अब यहाँ पे लिखो that what is it that you understand by the term inclusive growth. Inclusive growth refers to a broad-based growth. Inclusive growth is a system of growth or a model of growth in which those at the bottom are made active contributors to the growth process rather than being passive beneficiaries. Inclusive growth लिखो broad-based. It is a broad-based growth. Broad-based growth. Broad-based का मतलब क्या हुआ? Broad-based का मतलब है those at the bottom are not merely passive recipients of fruits of growth. Passive, those at the bottom are not merely passive recipients of fruits of growth, rather are active contributors. अब देखो, it would not be possible for me to explain all these things, but I'm sure just with your understanding of language, you should be able to get broadly what is written here. People at the bottom, they are not active contributors, rather they are passive beneficiaries. Passive beneficiary का मतलब क्या हुआ? That they are dependent upon the government for, let's say, benefits that they are receiving. they are not contributing to the growth process, rather they are receiving benefits from some system. Inclusive growth में इसका opposite है. Inclusive growth is where people are not merely passive recipients, rather they are active contributors. How do you make people at the bottom active contributors? There are two pillars to this. One is the pillar of capability and second is the pillar of opportunity. Build capability and develop and build capability and provide opportunity to those at the bottom. These are the two pillars of inclusive growth. First हमने आंसर में लिखा है that why do you think question has been asked. Next part में हम लिख रहे हैं that what exactly is inclusive growth. क्योंकि जब हम ये लिखेंगे only then we will be able to understand that whether this is possible in market economy or not. So this is first. Second, now you write down about market economy. Market economy's ability to achieve inclusive growth. What do you write in this part? Market economy's ability. Well, market economy's ability to achieve inclusive growth would depend upon what exactly is market economy. आपकी market economy के साथ understanding क्या है? अगर आपने आंसर में लिखा है मार्केट इकोनॉमी मींस इकोनॉमी इन विच द मोटिव इज प्रॉफिट मैक्सिमाइजेशन, तो देन योर आंसर वुड बी कि भाई इसके अंदर इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ अचीव नहीं हो सकती है. मार्केट इकोनॉमी वैसे होती क्या है? मार्केट इकोनॉमी इज व्हेन देयर इज फ्रीडम टू एंटर और एग्जिट फ्रॉम द मार्केट. व्हेन एनी पर्टिकुलर पर्सन हैज फ्रीडम टू एंटर और एग्जिट, an individual has freedom to decide whether I want to provide some goods and services to the economy or not. An individual has freedom to decide whether I should be consuming, what price should I be paying, what price should I be charging from anybody else. There is freedom to enter and freedom to exit the market. When there is this freedom, we say that there is market economy. When there is this freedom, that means individual is at liberty to decide whether individual will enter the market as a producer, consumer, what individual decide करता है. Market economy is based on individual's liberty, freedom to enter or exit, individual's liberty. देखो स्टेप बाय स्टेप अराइव करना पड़ेगा हमको. सवाल में बहुत क्लियरली पूछा गया है, इज मार्केट इकोनॉमी एबल टू अचीव, इज इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ पॉसिबल अंडर मार्केट इकोनॉमी. Inclusive growth is possible under market economy. First you decide, first you write down what is inclusive, then you write what is market economy. यहाँ पे हमने लिखा where there is freedom to enter or exit. This is an economy which is based on individual's liberty. Now, when there is individual liberty to decide what is good for themselves, such a system leads to creation of inequalities due to natural reasons. Creation of inequalities due to natural reasons. An individual's capability to act as a producer. If I have to provide something, if I am the producer in the economy, then my capability to act as a producer depends upon how much wealth do I have. Entrepreneur कौन बन सकता है? The person who has ability to take risk. Who has ability to take risk? The person who has got some resources ए प्रायरी, मतलब बिफोर हैंड. किसी के पास अगर रिसोर्स है वही पर्सन एंटरप्रेन्योर बन सकता है. अ जनरल पर्सन्स एबिलिटी टू बी अ प्रोड्यूसर इन द इकोनॉमी, टेक रिस्क एंड अर्न प्रॉफिट इज क्वाइट लिमिटेड. whereas a person who has, let's say, wealth backing that person has greater ability to take risks and be a producer in the economy. So in market economy, which is based on individuals' liberty to take economic decisions, such an economy favors those who are more naturally endowed. Natural resources, natural endowment. The person who has more natural resources का मतलब ये है natural inequalities. मैं यहाँ पे केवल लैंड और रिसोर्स की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं यहाँ पे बात कर रहा हूँ वेल्थ की भी बात कर रहा हूँ. अगर आप एक अच्छे घर में पैदा हुए हो जिसके पास अच्छी वेल्थ है, तो मैं उन सब नेचुरल रीजंस की बात कर रहा हूँ. A person who is born with some natural advantages would be advantaged to excel, to earn more wealth in a free market economy. ये बात क्लियर हुई है? A person who is born with certain natural advantages, born in a certain household, born in a certain region, born with certain resources at disposal such as wealth or land, that person would be naturally advantaged in a market economy. And therefore, such a system produces inequalities because of natural reasons. ये बात clear हो गई है? Since such a system favors one set of people more than others, therefore it seems that there would be some haves and some have-nots. Have or have not क्या होता है? There would be some people who would be favored and some who would not be favored. Haves and have not. In such a system, there are normally haves and have-nots. ये बात clear हुई है? However, the opposite of this system is an authoritarian system. There is on the one hand, you have a free market system, that is system based on individual liberty. On the other hand, because this individual liberty wala system hai, this produces inequality because of natural reasons. On the other hand, you have a system in which there is authority, and authority decides what kind of economic decision would be taken. When an authority decides what kind of economic decisions are taken, this leads to creation of monopolies, creation of state facilitated monopolies. It is my restriction that I have to constrain things which I teach in 3 or 4 classes to hardly 10-20 minutes. So therefore, I am trying to first explain the basics and then I'll talk about how to write this answer. I'm sure all of you can understand this constraint that I have. So on one hand, we have got a libertarian or a free market economy. On the other hand, we have got an authoritarian system. Authoritarian system मतलब क्या हुआ? जहाँ पे somebody else, यहाँ पे an individual was deciding, यहाँ पे somebody else is deciding. Who is this somebody else? This somebody else is normally the state. State मतलब they, government. Huh? No, not communist regime. Jatin sir will hold me with my throat. I am including democratic government also here. Democratic government is also included here. Why I am including them? Authority. I am saying that any kind of authority. Authoritarian here doesn't mean dictator. Authoritarian का मतलब मेरा यहाँ पे dictator बिल्कुल नहीं है. वो polity का classification है. Authoritarian regime क्या है? यहाँ पे मैं economic classification कर रहा हूँ. On one extreme we have got individual who decides. On other extreme we have got apart from individual anybody else who decides. Now anybody else means government. Government can be a democratic elected government. Government can be a communist government. Government can be a person who is a dictator. कोई भी government हो सकती है. The point is, on the other hand, you have got anything apart from individual, and here you have the individual that decides. तो ये हमारे 2 extremes हो गए. जब हम इस एक्सट्रीम की बात करते हैं, इन दिस एक्सट्रीम दिस लीड्स टू क्रिएशन ऑफ मोनोपोलीज. द स्टेट क्रिएट मोनोपोलीज. स्टेट क्रिएट्स मोनोपोलीज. ये बात समझो क्या है. वन इज गवर्नमेंट कंट्रोल्स ऑल द रिसोर्सेज हियर. सेकंड, गवर्नमेंट, देयर वुड बी सम डिमांड ऑफ सर्टेन गुड्स और सर्विस इन द मार्केट, इन द इकोनॉमी. Government may not be able to fulfill that demand. Since government is not able to fulfill that demand, what this may lead to? This may lead to government choosing some particular person, some private person to provide those goods and services in the market. दोबारा से सुनो, एग्जाम्पल के साथ बताता हूं. मान लो इंडिया एक सोशलिस्ट स्टेट है, एक अथॉरिटेरियन स्टेट, मतलब जहां पे सरकार डिसीजन लेती है. 1950-60s की बात कर लेते हैं. And there is some individual in the society who wants to fly by air, who wants to take air, who wants to travel by air. Now government says that we do not have resources, we do not have capability, and most importantly we do not have any will to start an airline service. There is a good or service that is demanded in the society. Who is controlling the resources? Government is controlling the resources. Therefore, from whom are you demanding those goods and services? From the government. But government says हमारे पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, हमारे पास कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है, हमारे पास विल भी नहीं है इन गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज को प्रोवाइड करने के लिए. तो सरकार क्या करेगी? गवर्नमेंट विल चूज समबडी फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट सेक्टर एंड से दैट ओके यू प्रोवाइड एयरलाइन सर्विसेज. Government has chosen someone. That person has not entered this airline space out of competition, but government has chosen somebody कि you go and provide these services to the people. Since the person is chosen, therefore there is a monopoly. अगर किसी को चूज किया है, इसका मतलब किसी और को रिजेक्ट भी किया है. केवल गवर्नमेंट ही चूज करेगी. अगर गवर्नमेंट चूज करती है तो यहां पे क्या हो जाता है, यहां पे स्टेट फैसिलिटेटेड मोनोपोलीज बन जाती हैं. ये बात क्लियर है? When state facilitated monopolies become, this also creates inequalities. There is just one person who is providing goods and services. The person has been chosen by state. Whereas here, anybody could have provided those goods and services because there was freedom to enter or exit from the market. Here, nobody has that freedom. Only that person who is chosen by the state is allowed to provide a certain goods and services to the public. Therefore, यहां पे अगर इनइक्वालिटी बनती है, यहां पे अगर मोनोपोली बनती है, तो यहां पे जो इनइक्वालिटीज हैं, these inequalities persist. Inequalities persist here. Whereas here, if inequalities are there, inequalities do not persist. Why? Because somebody else may provide those goods and services better in a more innovative, cost-effective manner. Inequalities दोनों जगह है. ये बात समझना हमको जरूरी था ये सवाल आंसर करने के लिए, क्योंकि सवाल एक इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल है. डू यू थिंक मार्केट इकोनॉमी इज एबल टू अचीव इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ? If you are saying that, if question is that if market economy is able to achieve inclusive growth, that means you have to compare it with the other model. कि जो other model है, क्या वहां पे inclusive growth possible है? बात समझ में आ गई है? अब दोबारा से सवाल डिस्कस करते हैं. Question is, do you think market economy is able to achieve inclusive growth? सबसे पहले हमने क्या लिखा? We wrote down the introduction. In that we wrote down that why this particular question has been asked. That it may seem that market economy favors those who are market economy doesn't favor inclusive growth because there are increasing inequalities in the society. Those who are at the bottom may be left out of the growth process. तो ये तो हमारा introductory part हुआ. Then first we write down in the answer that what is it that we mean by the term inclusive growth. Inclusive growth में हमने लिखा that inclusive growth is a broad based growth where people at the bottom, they are not just passive recipients of the benefits of growth, rather they are active contributors to the growth process. तो ये हमने लिखा inclusive growth क्या है. Then main हमारा आंसर स्टार्ट होता है that whether market economy is able to achieve inclusive growth or not. ये तो मैंने आपको सब एक्सप्लेन किया है. आंसर में हमको क्या लिखना है? आंसर में हमको ये मालूम होना चाहिए तभी हम आंसर में लिखेंगे. आंसर में हमको क्या लिखना है? Whether market economy is able to achieve inclusive growth. इसमें हम लिखेंगे first, market economy is based on individuals' freedom to take economic decisions. Individuals' capability to take decisions depend on many factors, most importantly certain natural advantages that they may have. That is not because of their skill or talent or hard work, but because of some prior endowed natural advantages. Individuals' capability to take decision depends upon some prior endowed advantages, जिनको हम natural advantages भी बोलते हैं. Advantages because of accidents of birth, advantages because of accidents of location. So individuals' capability to take decisions depends upon certain advantages that they may have because of where they are born, in which household they are born. Therefore, such a system creates inequalities due to pre-existing factors that determine capability. Pre-existing factors that determine capability. ये बात क्लियर है? Market economy is based on individual freedom to take economic decisions. Individuals' capability to take decisions depends upon the prior endowed advantages that they have, and therefore the system may create inequalities due to pre-existing factors that determine capability of an individual. Clear हुई? However, यहाँ पे हमको लिखना है. However, even though inequalities may be created because of differences in capabilities, not purely because of skill or talent, but because of some natural advantages that a person may have. Inequalities may be created. However, in such a system, since there is freedom, therefore it is expected that inequalities will not persist. Since there is freedom, therefore it is expected that inequalities will not persist, even though they may be created, even though they are created. Inequalities will not persist even though they are, persist word समझ रहे हो ना क्या है? Inequalities will not persist even though they are created in such a system. Why? Because in such a system there is individual freedom. Since there is freedom, everybody can enter or exit the market as a producer. Eventually some people will be driven out, some new people would come and take their place. So inequalities would not persist, as opposed to an authoritarian or a command and control system, authoritarian or a command and control system, where inequalities are not just created but they also persist because of state facilitated monopolies. ये हमको लिखना पड़ेगा आंसर में. बात समझ में आ गई है? वो एक्सप्लेनेशन था, आंसर हमारा ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं होगा. दैट वाज, इट वुड बी अज्यूम, एग्जामिनर वुड, आप ये मत समझो कि एग्जामिनर को आपको एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा. समथिंग इज अ jargon only till the time you don't know the meaning of it. Examiner knows meaning of all these terms which are written here. ठीक है? These are something that examiner would be tackling or debating or talking about these things on a daily basis. Examiner knows all these terms here. As opposed to an authoritarian or a command and control system where inequalities persist due to state facilitated monopoly, This is second part of our answer. First part में just introductory one line, third part of our second part में characteristics of inclusive growth, third part में market economy, fourth part में हम इसको लिखेंगे अब. Therefore, the objective in a market economy should be to reduce differences that arise because of differences in natural endowments. In a market economy, our focus should be to reduce, क्या लिखा है हमने ऊपर देखो, आंसर लिंक होगा तभी एग्जाम को पढ़ने में मजा आएगा. Such a system creates inequalities due to pre-existing factors that determine capability. तो जो pre-existing factors capability determine कर रहे हैं, इनका रोल कम करने के लिए हमको स्टेप लेना है. Therefore, objective in a market economy should be to reduce the role played by the pre-existing factor, that is natural endowments, which determine a person's capability. The state's role to achieve inclusive growth in a market economy is important. The state's role is to ensure that pre-existing capabilities which would be there, they do not play a major role in determining the capability and opportunities that a person has. Capability and opportunity हमने लिखा था ऊपर दो pillars inclusive growth के. Last part में हम क्या लिख रहे हैं? Objective in a market economy should be to ensure that, objective in a market economy for the state should be to ensure that those pre-existing differences, to reduce those pre-existing differences in determining the capabilities and opportunities to the people. Is this clear? समझ में आया है? Have you been able to link all these things? First part, we write down about why this question. Second part, we write down about what is inclusive growth. Inclusive growth is premised on two pillars of capability and opportunity of the people. It is a broad-based growth, with the people at the bottom are not just passive recipients, rather they are active contributors to the growth process. Third, what is market economy? You write down that in a market economy, there is individual has a freedom to enter or exit from the economy. Because individual's capability depends upon certain pre-existing factors, therefore there would be inequalities in such a system. However, the opposite system, which is a command and control or an authoritarian system, in that system inequalities would be there. Not just they would be created, but also they would persist. Hence, market economy can achieve inclusive growth better as compared to the other system. What can you do in this case in market economy? You can reduce the role of those pre-existing factors by ensuring that everybody has capabilities and opportunities to contribute economically. This can be achieved, फिर last में हमको लिखना है, this can be achieved through the following. Government taking responsibility of reducing vulnerabilities of people. For example, identifying the poor, providing them with healthcare benefits, good quality education, skill development, etc. ये parts हमको वहाँ पे लिखने हैं last में. One of the important pillars of achieving inclusive growth would be financial inclusion. How does financial inclusion help in achieving inclusive growth? Financial inclusion. The scope of this question is so big that you could write an essay on this particular question. ये सवाल 10 नंबर का इस बार पूछ लिया गया है, पिछली बार 15 नंबर का सवाल बिल्कुल सिमिलर पूछा गया था, एंड दे हैव आस्क्ड एग्जैक्टली सेम थिंग. इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ के ऊपर सीधा लिख देते हैं ऐसे, इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ के ऊपर ऐसे लिखो. अब तो ऐसे कुछ पिछले 2-3 साल से अजीब अजीब से आ रहे हैं, बट हाँ, they have asked this question, inclusive growth in a market economy, in essay. They have asked this in as a 15 marker question. This time they have asked as a 10 marker question. Last part would be financial inclusion as an important pillar of achieving inclusive growth. Financial inclusion for inclusive growth. I'm sure this part is easiest part. Financial inclusion कैसे inclusive growth facilitate कर सकता है? Inclusive growth में हमने क्या लिखा है? What steps government has to take? For example, we have written about healthcare, we have written about education, skill development, malnutrition or nutrition assessment, nutrition, providing nourished food, malnourishment. तो हमने क्या चीज लिखी है? Steps that government can take to reduce the effect of pre-existing factors that determine capability and opportunities of the people to contribute economically. तो इस तरीके से हम inclusive growth अचीव कर सकते हैं. यहां पे अब हमको लिखना है कि कैसे फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन हमको ये सब चीजें इनकॉर्पोरेट करने में मदद करेगा. गवर्नमेंट हैज लिमिटेड रिसोर्सेज and those limited resources should be utilized in a manner that they are efficient. If the population is financially included, meaning that if people have bank accounts, government can transfer money to them efficiently without any leakages. Therefore, with lesser resources, government can achieve more. Government can cut down the leakages, government can cut down the middlemen inefficiencies in transferring resources. Therefore, with less resources, government can achieve better targeting of the population. Hence, financial inclusion can lead to inclusive growth, can facilitate inclusive growth. ये हमको last part में लिखना है. ठीक है? Clear है बात? सवाल clear हो गया है? We have taken a lot of time for this question, but the question was of such nature that it required that lot of time. Again, because earlier they have asked this in essay, this time they have asked this 10 marker, earlier they have asked it as 15 marker. लिख सकते हो 10 नंबर के सवाल का, 10 नंबर के में इसको लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. हाँ बोलो. In this question you don't have 2 parts, you have got 5 parts. There is nobody who knows what is the distribution of marks in this, in such a case. It is examiner's discretion, how much weightage does he choose to give to each particular part. Okay? Nobody knows what is the breakup here. You will be given marks out of 10, not out of 5 and 5. Rest assured, if you do not attempt one part or you give less weightage to one part, then examiner may like to deduct marks on the basis of 5 and 5 marks. है ना? अगर आपने पहले के ऊपर ज्यादा लिख दिया है, दूसरे के ऊपर कम लिखा है, तो फिर एग्जामिनर हो सकता है आपको इवैल्यूएट करे कि आपने दूसरे को इंपॉर्टेंस नहीं दी है, इवन दो इट इज यूजिंग द सेम स्पेस इन द क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, चलो. All right, let's move to the next question now. What are the major challenges in public distribution system in India? How can it be made effective and transparent? Major challenges of PDS. Major challenges of PDS system in India. How can it be made effective and transparent? All right. ये तो बहुत ही स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है. मेजर चैलेंजेस ऑफ पीडीएस लिखेंगे. In this straightforward question, there is simply you hit the bullseye from the first line. इसमें कुछ इंट्रोडक्शन वगैरह अलग से देखने की जरूरत नहीं होती है. ये बिल्कुल स्ट्रेट है, सीधा पूछा मेजर चैलेंजेस पीडीएस के क्या हैं और उसको कैसे एड्रेस किया जा सकता है, क्या स्टेप लिया जा सकते हैं. तो इसमें कुछ हमको इधर उधर की बात करने का मौका ही नहीं है. सिंपली सबसे पहली हेडिंग दो, मेजर चैलेंजेस ऑफ पीडीएस. मेजर चैलेंजेस. डोंट एक्सप्लेन व्हाट पीडीएस इज. डोंट एक्सप्लेन व्हाट पीडीएस इज. सिंपली राइट मेजर चैलेंजेस ऑफ पीडीएस. क्या है चैलेंजेस पीडीएस के, पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के? करप्शन से क्यों स्टार्ट कर रहे हो यार? पहले अच्छे रीजन से स्टार्ट कर लो. हाँ, वास्ट बेनिफिशरीज, कॉस्ट बेनिफिट, घोस्ट, ओके, घोस्ट, ओके, यस, आई एम श्योर वॉट एवर रीजन यू नो आर ऑल राइट रीजन्स. लेट्स स्टार्ट फ्रॉम द बेसिक्स. मेजर चैलेंजेस ऑफ पीडीएस. वन इज चैलेंजेस देयर इन प्रोक्योरमेंट. प्रोक्योरमेंट में लिखो चैलेंजेस विद रिस्पेक्ट टू कॉस्ट. देखो बहुत स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड आंसर है, एक्सप्लेन नहीं करना. एग्जाम यू राइट दीज वर्ड्स, एग्जामिनर विल अंडरस्टैंड दैट व्हाट चैलेंजेस आर देयर. प्रोक्योरमेंट में लिखो कॉस्ट, कॉस्ट के बाद लिखो क्वालिटी ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट. स्टोरेज ऑफ गुड्स, स्टोरेज ऑफ ग्रेन्स. स्टार्ट करते हैं ना. सरकार को पीडीएस के लिए क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा? फर्स्ट इट हैज टू प्रोक्योर, देन इट हैज टू आइडेंटिफाई बेनिफिशरीज एंड देन इट हैज टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट दोस आइटम्स. So let's start from it. So let's write in a more chronological, more logical order that the examiner understands. So first write about challenges with respect to procurement. इसको explain करने की कुछ जरूरत नहीं है. Simple लिखो major challenge of PDS. One at the procurement stage. लिखो cost of procurement high because of middlemen. Quality of procurement, goods procured or grains procured might not be assessed adequately because the quantity procured is too much. Storage concerns, storage of grains. Since there is lack of storage infrastructure, therefore lot of produce that is procured gets rotten away outside, increasing the cost for the government and also reducing its quality. First part procurement likho. Second part likho identification of beneficiaries. Identification of beneficiaries. Responsibility किसकी होती है beneficiary identify करना? State government की. It is the responsibility of states. Responsibility of state governments. Responsibility of state government. Since state governments are responsible to identify beneficiaries, it may happen that different states have different mechanisms to identify or different infrastructure to identify beneficiaries. Even though criteria might be same, क्राइटेरिया तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट ने ले डाउन कर रखा है, लेकिन हर एक स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की अपनी अपनी मशीनरी है जो बेनिफिशियरी को आइडेंटिफाई कर रही है. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट what may happen is responsibility of the state government. What may happen is this may lead to lot of exclusion and inclusion errors. Exclusion and inclusion errors. Exclusion error means that those who are eligible beneficiaries, deserving beneficiaries, they get excluded. Those who are, inclusion का मतलब क्या है? Those who are undeserving, ghost. Those who are undeserving beneficiaries, they get included. Again, explain करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Just in one line write these things. बहुत सारे challenges आ जाएंगे, बहुत सारे steps to taken आ जाएंगे. Distribution. Distribution में क्या challenges हैं in PDS? Well, number one, quantity and quality of food grains distributed. Focus only on food grains, that is on cereals, even though there are other things such as protein enhancing items. There are other cereals, there are coarse cereals, there are millets, there are दाल को क्या बोलते हैं? Pulses. There are pulses. So there are other entities which are part of what has to be distribution under PDS, but the focus is mostly on cereals, that is rice and wheat. That means other nourishment aspects they get ignored. Why? Because आपने procurement भी उन्हीं चीज का किया है, storage भी उन्हीं चीज का किया है, therefore distribute भी आप वही चीज कर रहे हो. So quantity and quality of food grains, focus is only on cereals. Costs of distribution are high. Costs of distribution are high because procurement takes place mostly from a few states, whereas distribution has to be done in the entire country. Even though we have a system of, अब ये मैं explain नहीं करूंगा, we have a system of decentralized procurement. Decentralized क्या होता है कि अगर असम में फूड ग्रेन डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होनी है तो पहले असम से ही फूड ग्रेन प्रोक्योर किए जाएंगे, उसके बाद आस पड़ोसी के राज्यों के वाले फूड ग्रेन्स आएंगे, उसके बाद लेट्स से पंजाब या हरियाणा से आएंगे. बट द सिस्टम इज सच दैट वी आर प्रोक्योरिंग फूड ग्रेन्स मोस्टली फ्रॉम 2 or 3 states, and therefore these food grains reach the entire country. So there is a problem in distribution. Why? Because cost is very high, because food grains have to be transported to large area. So write down about these problems. इस तरीके से ऑर्गेनाइज करके लिखो. यहाँ पे आपके सारे घोष बेनिफिशियरी वगैरह हर चीज यहाँ पे आ जाएगी. So these are the problems of PDS. What steps have been taken, or how can it be made more effective and transparent? Write down about use of technology. ठीक है, एक चैलेंज अगर हम यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी लिखेंगे हमने सॉल्यूशन के अंदर, तो हमको फिर पीडीएस के अंदर वो चैलेंज भी लिखना पड़ेगा, टेक्नोलॉजी का जो चैलेंज है. हम ऐसा नहीं करेंगे कि पहले हमने नॉर्मल चैलेंजेस आइडेंटिफाई कर लिए, उसके बाद बोला कि टेक्नोलॉजी से उसको सॉल्व कर देंगे और फिर हमने अपना आंसर खत्म कर दिया. टेक्नोलॉजी के भी चैलेंजेस हैं, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में टेक्नोलॉजी के चैलेंज आएंगे. दैट व्हाट मे हैपन इज बेनिफिशियरीज मे नॉट बी आइडेंटिफाइड. बेनिफिशियरीज may not be identified. For example, failure of technology. Failure to get enrolled in new system. If a beneficiary has to identify himself or herself, beneficiary को अपने आप जाके अपने आप को एनरोल करना पड़ेगा. आधार आपका राशन कार्ड कौन बनवाएगा? अपने आप जाके आप बनवाओगे ना. To get your ration card made or to get your biometrics added to your ration card, that means there would be some opportunity cost, there would be some loss of, एक दिन का आपका लॉस होगा, आपको पूरे दिन जाके ऑफिस में बैठना पड़ेगा, so that you are getting your biometrics enrolled in your ration card so that you can get food grains from that. So therefore beneficiaries may not be identified because of failure of technologies. Beneficiaries may not get enrolled because there might be a opportunity cost of re-enrollment under the new scheme. So ये भी हम challenges के part के अंदर ही लिखेंगे. ठीक है, पहले challenges लिख दिए, उसके बाद अपने solutions लिखो रात में, उसके बाद लिखो how can it be made more efficient and transparent. PDS more efficient and transparent. अगेन ऊपर से स्टार्ट हो जाओ, जो हमने प्रॉब्लम्स आइडेंटिफाई करी हैं उन्हीं को एड्रेस करने के लिए कैसे इनको एफिशिएंट और ट्रांसपेरेंट बनाना है. प्रोक्योरमेंट में हाउ कैन यू मेक इट मोर एफिशिएंट एंड ट्रांसपेरेंट. फोकस ऑन डिसेंट्रलाइज प्रोक्योरमेंट. फोकस ऑन प्रोक्योरमेंट थ्रू मेंटेनेंस ऑफ रियल टाइम डेटाबेसेस which assess the requirement of distribution with expectation of production. टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके ये सब लिखना, केवल ये मत लिख देना टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करना है. टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज किस तरीके से करना है ये भी लिखना है हमको आंसर में. क्या करना है टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करके, किस तरीके से करना है. हाउ मच इज द रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ग्रेन्स आर टू बी प्रोक्योर्ड. देयर मस्ट बी सम रियल टाइम डेटाबेस ट्रैकिंग दीज थिंग्स. How much has been produced in what state, in what tehsil, so that you can make your procurement more efficient. Cost reduce करो, procurement को efficient बनाओ. Development of storage facilities at those places which have high potential for procurement, जहाँ से आप procure कर सकते हो वहाँ पे storage facilities बनाओ. So address these points one by one. अगर आप इस तरीके से लिखोगे तो आपको ये वाला पार्ट बहुत आसान हो जाएगा. जो आपने challenges लिखे हैं, challenges की ही order के अंदर इस पार्ट को, सेकेंड पार्ट को यहाँ पे लिखना है. ठीक है. Identification of beneficiaries. How do you reduce inclusion and exclusion errors? We have, इसमें लिखो, we have been trying to reduce these things through usage of Aadhaar card, mobile phone and Jan Dhan accounts. there has been a drastic fall in inclusion and exclusion errors, but still there are leakages, and therefore we need to make the system foolproof so that further it is declined. Government should, इसमें आप आंसर कैसे हमको efficient transparent बनाना है, आंसर में आपने लिखो इस चीज को, सजेशन दो, give a suggestion that government should carry out certain campaigns on a war footing to identify people and weed out ghost beneficiaries. If government carries out these campaigns, then हम inclusion और exclusion दोनों को कम कर सकते हैं. An alternate can be that government provides food subsidy or PDS benefits to the entire population, but that would greatly increase the cost for the government, and hence that is something that is not advisable, at least if there is no other step involved. ठीक है, clear है? Write down in this, add other nutrition enhancing grains or products, food items in the PDS basket, so that not just energy requirement is fulfilled, but also fat and protein requirement according to ICMR recommendations, वो चीज fulfill होती है. वो चीज लिखो अपने आंसर में. हाँ, वो तो हमने लिख लिया है, DBT जो भी बात करी हमने, आधार कार्ड, जनधन मोबाइल फोन, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, ऑब्वियसली यस. क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, फिर अगर ये 15 नंबर का आंसर होता तब लिखते हैं क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन वाला पार्ट. अभी तो हम ये वाले पॉइंट्स भी एक्सप्लेन नहीं करें, केवल पॉइंट्स में लिखेंगे, हमारा पूरे 2 पेज भर जाएंगे, क्योंकि इसके अंदर पॉइंट्स ही इतने सारे हैं. पिछले वाला क्वेश्चन था, उसके अंदर पॉइंट्स हमारे पास काफी लिखने का बहुत सारा था, बट we have to limit ourselves. Even in this questions, यहाँ तो पॉइंट ही इतने सारे हो जाएंगे कि अगर आप केवल चैलेंजेस ऑफ प्रोक्योरमेंट पे ही लिखने लगो, तब भी आप पूरा एक 15 नंबर का आंसर लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, if you know, definitely, why not? गवर्नमेंट, तो जैसे हमने बोला जनधन आधार, गवर्नमेंट्स फोकस ऑन डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड प्रोक्योरमेंट, वो भी लिखो अपने आंसर के अंदर. गवर्नमेंट्स अटेम्प्ट टू अमेंड फार्म लॉज, that also would have had an effect on PDS system. ठीक है, तो write these things. Oh yes, I'm really sorry, I forgot to talk about. Yes, that is really sorry. Yes, very important policy change, policy of the government. One nation, one ration card. बिल्कुल ये सवाल के अंदर हमको, जैसे मैंने बोला था, पहली लाइन में ही बुलजाई हिट करनी है. कुछ इसके अंदर इधर उधर कुछ नहीं लिखना है. सवाल स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन है that what are the challenges of PDS and how can it be made more transparent and efficient. तो स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड हमको लिखना है. हाँ, 1 लाइन, डेटा एंड फैक्ट्स. अगर आप यहां पे लिख रहे हो जैसे प्रोक्योरमेंट की कॉस्ट कितनी है, तो फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू वांट टू राइट दैट MSP is 21 rupees per kg and economic cost procurement incidentals are around 4 rupees per kg, which increase the procurement cost, total economic cost, to around 25 rupees per kg, which is, मतलब फैक्ट लिखने का तरीका बता रहा हूं आपको, फैक्ट के साथ एग्जांपल लेके बता रहा हूं. तो अगर आप कॉस्ट की बात कर रहे हो तो यू कैन राइट हाई कॉस्ट, राइट डाउन MSP is this much, procurement incidentals are this much, which brings economic cost to this much, whereas government distributes it for around 1 rupees per kg. That means government is bearing a subsidy of around 24 rupees per kg. As opposed to this, the cost of cultivation of wheat is around 11 rupees per kg. So high MSP, high procurement incidentals, therefore high subsidy burden or high cost burden, whereas market price of wheat is around 11 rupees per kg. तो इस तरीके से आप फैक्ट्स लिख सकते हो. ठीक है, बिल्कुल लिखो, कोई इसमें दिक्कत की बात नहीं है. ओके, नेक्स्ट सवाल पे आते हैं. Elaborate the scope and significance of food processing industry in India. Again, a straightforward question. Give subheading scope of food processing industry, second subheading significance of food processing industry. कुछ इसमें दोनों की बात नहीं करनी है. Scope and significance दो फटाफट जो है इसके अंदर हम सबहेडिंग देंगे. Scope Scope का मतलब क्या होता है? What is it that you understand by the word scope? Scope means that there is some sector. Let's forget about the name FPI, food processing industry. There is some sector, there is some industry what is it that you see with respect to future of this industry in the country? स्कोप में हमको लिखना होता है बेसिकली फ्यूचर क्या है इस इंडस्ट्री का, फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस इंडस्ट्री. सिग्निफिकेंस में हमको लिखनी है इंपॉर्टेंस, ये थोड़ी अलग अलग चीजें हैं. Why do you think food processing industry has a bright future in India? ठीक है. Why do you think or what do you think is the importance of food processing industry in India? दो अलग अलग चीजें हैं. स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड है, बल्कि इसमें तो डिस्कस करने का भी कुछ नहीं, बट स्टिल फॉर द फॉर्मेलिटी सेक आई विल डिस्कस व्हाट इज द स्कोप. इन स्कोप पार्ट राइट डाउन अबाउट India being one of the largest agricultural producers in the world, and at present level we are not adding much value to our agricultural produce. Largest producer of many agricultural goods, and lack of value addition. Increasing incomes of population, therefore demand for value added goods. Value added agricultural goods, demand for goods. एग्जाम्पल के साथ लिखना आंसर में. Demand for goods such as milk powder, demand for goods such as various flavored sauce, demand for goods such as jams, etc. There are cheese, multiple different types of cheese. Demand of various value added goods is going to increase with an increase in incomes of the population. At present we are only the largest producer of raw goods, but we do not add any value to those things. Therefore there is a lot of scope for food processing industry. इसके अंदर लिखना geographical scope, various agroclimatic regions in the country, therefore different types of agricultural goods, a large variety of agricultural goods are produced, and therefore there is lot of scope of adding value for export purposes also. Hence there is a big scope for this industry, big scope of growth for this industry in future in India. Demand for various regions of the world can be met by India's food processing industry because of existence of multiple agroclimatic regions. Demand for value added food, processed food, can be met by India's FPI. We have got a large coastline, therefore we can process and can and process fish and send it to the rest of the world. We have got various agroclimatic regions in which different types of goods are produced, demanded in various parts of the world. Hence FPI has a lot of scope in the country. इसी स्कोप वाले पार्ट में हम लिखना, स्कोप वाले पार्ट में गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स. स्कोप वाले पार्ट में लिखना है. देखो स्कोप में, अगेन स्कोप में हम क्या लिख रहे हैं, फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस इंडस्ट्री इन द कंट्री. तो गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स यहीं पे लिखो कि गवर्नमेंट इज ऑल्सो गिविंग सब्सिडी, गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग टैक्स ब्रेक्स, गवर्नमेंट इज बिल्डिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ एफपीआई. देयरफॉर इट इज बेस्ट टाइम और बेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर समबडी टू कम एंड सेट अप एफपीआई इन द कंट्री. इस टाइप से हमको आंसर लिखना है. राइट डाउन अबाउट वेरियस स्कीम्स ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, मिशन फॉर इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ हॉर्टिकल्चर. राइट डाउन अबाउट पीएम संपदा योजना, मेगा फूड पार्क्स स्कीम. तो वो सब चीजें यहां पे लिखो. गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स विद रिस्पेक्ट टू फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री, गवर्नमेंट गिविंग सपोर्ट टू एफपीआई इन फॉर्म ऑफ डेवलपमेंट ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, प्रोवाइडिंग सर्टेन बेनिफिट्स, building supply chain efficiencies so that food can be procured, stored and processed in minimum time. तो ये चीज हम यहां पे लिखेंगे. ठीक है. स्कोप, स्कोप समझ में आया सबको क्या है? स्कोप में हमको क्या लिखना है? स्कोप में लिखना है हमको फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस इंडस्ट्री. फ्यूचर में हमको क्या लिखना है? दैट इंडिया, कोई भी इंडस्ट्री का आप स्कोप कैसे असेस करोगे? इंडस्ट्री के लिए रॉ मटेरियल अवेलेबल है कि नहीं है, प्लस इंडस्ट्री की डिमांड है, इंडस्ट्री कैन सेल इट्स गुड्स और नॉट. So FPI, is raw material available? Yes, it is available. Why? Because we are the largest producer of agricultural goods. Is demand there? Yes, because rising incomes, and therefore people are going to move up this, people are going to demand more value added goods. Geographical diversity, therefore lot of different types of raw materials are available which can cater to demands of rest of the world also. On top of that, there are government initiatives, various government schemes which favor setting up of FPI. Hence the scope is quite bright. ठीक है, दिस इज फर्स्ट पार्ट. सेकेंड इज सिग्निफिकेंस. सिग्निफिकेंस में क्या लिखना है? बेसिकली मैंने बोला इंपॉर्टेंस. इंपॉर्टेंस क्या है? इंपॉर्टेंस में हम लिखेंगे, हियर वील राइट डाउन अबाउट इनकम्स ऑफ फार्मर्स. यहां से स्टार्ट हो जाओ. इनकम्स ऑफ फार्मर्स, रिडक्शन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट. इनकम ऑफ फार्मर के अंदर ये भी लिखना स्टेबलाइजेशन. अगेन इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर मी टू एक्सप्लेन ऑल दीज थिंग्स इन लिमिटेड टाइम, बट आई एम श्योर यू आर एबल टू गेट दीज थिंग्स. इनकम्स ऑफ फार्मर, enhancing, that is increasing incomes, plus stabilization, stable incomes. Farmer industry linkage. So FPI का significance क्या है? Increasing incomes of farmers and stable income through farmer industry linkage. Reduction of agricultural waste, therefore more availability of produce to the consumer. Reduction of cost, इसकी वजह से reduction of cost. Employment intensive, especially for already saturated agriculture sector, especially for moving people employed in agriculture, to more productive activity. Significance में we have written three important things. एक fourth export वाला part है, वो भी हम लिख लेंगे. ये भी लिख लेता हूं, exports. So significance of FPI में we'll write one, increase in incomes of farmers, increase in incomes along with stabilization of incomes, that is they would be less volatile as compared to what they are now. Reduction of agricultural waste. Right now around 20% of our agriculture produce goes waste. So with development of FPI, through development of linkages between farm and industry, we expect to develop a storage infra, we expect to reduce waste. Third, employment intensive. FPI is employment intensive and it becomes increasingly important for employing those people who are in agriculture. जो एग्रीकल्चरल लेबर है उसको हम क्या बोलते हैं? एग्रीकल्चरल लेबर इज अनस्किल्ड लेबर, हम बोल देते हैं. अनस्किल्ड कोई व्यक्ति नहीं होता है. अनस्किल्ड इज दैट व्हाटएवर स्किल्स अ पर्सन हैज, देयर डजंट एग्जिस्ट एन अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ दोस स्किल्स. एग्रीकल्चरल लेबर may be unskilled in present context, but they do have skills which can be utilized in food processing industry. With minimum skilling or even no skilling, they can be more productively employed here. Therefore, employment के perspective से very important significance of food processing industry. And then finally, you can also write down about exports. Definitely, there would be augmentation of India's export revenue because जो हमने ऊपर लिखा है, स्कोप है काफी ज्यादा. We can produce more goods, we can cater to the demand of many countries in the world, and therefore there is export वाला स्कोप. एक और अगर ये, क्योंकि 10 नंबर का सवाल है, तो अब ऑलरेडी हमारे 2 पेज से ज्यादा भर चुके हैं ये लिखने, जबकि हम स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड तरीके से लिख रहे हैं तब भी हमारा इतना कुछ भर चुका है. बट हाँ, सिग्निफिकेंस में यू ऑल्सो राइट डाउन अबाउट एनवायरमेंट. ये वाला पॉइंट भी लिख लेना अपने आंसर के अंदर, एनवायरमेंटल सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री. राइट नाउ India exports raw agricultural produce to rest of the world. We are exporting rice to rest of the world. India largest exporter of rice है. Rice is a water guzzling crop. तो एक तरीके से rest of the world ने environmental problems अपनी हमको outsource कर दी हैं. हम चाइना को राइस एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. China is exporting its, if we are exporting rice to China, that means we are using more water to grow that rice. That means we can say कि चाइना ने अपनी जो एनवायरमेंटल प्रॉब्लम है, वाटर स्कार्सिटी की प्रॉब्लम है, हमको आउटसोर्स कर दी है. जब चाइना हमसे राइस खरीद रहा है तो हम चाइना को अपना पानी भी बेच रहे हैं साथ साथ. ये बात क्लियर है? सो व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट एफपीआई, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री, एफपीआई हैज एनवायरमेंटल सिग्निफिकेंस ऑल्सो. व्हाई? बिकॉज इफ वी डेवलप एफपीआई, देन we will be able to export more value added goods rather than raw goods. Hence, we will be expecting to earn more revenue, which would be less environmentally damaging for us. Clear hai? This is also significance of FPI. वैसे तो आई एम श्योर आपको समझ में नहीं आ रहा होगा, लेकिन थोड़ा बहुत आ रहा है, मतलब जो मैंने लिखा है, मेरी राइटिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ, राइटिंग क्लियर कर दूँ, कैन आई क्लियर दिस? ओके, वी कुड नॉट मेंशन इश्यूज. अब देखो, elaborate the scope and significance of FPI industry in India, केवल यही लिखने में हमारे 2 पेज चले गए हैं. Issues in FPI, issues as in challenges for setting up of FPI in the country, challenges. देखो, एक आंसर में स्कोप नहीं है लिखने का. अगर आप इन चीजों को कम वर्ड्स में, कम स्पेस में लिख सकते हो तो डेफिनेटली गो अहेड एंड राइट. Definitely go ahead and write if you can, but that should be your second priority. First priority is to address what is asked in the question. ठीक है, क्योंकि ये स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड सवाल है, इसके अंदर आप जितने पॉइंट्स लिखते हो जो इंपॉर्टेंट है वो ज्यादा रेलिवेंट है, rather than writing about things that have not been asked. Challenges लिखना अच्छी बात है, challenges with respect to FPI, but थोड़ा सा वो स्कोप ऑफ क्वेश्चन से बाहर चला जाएगा. लिख सकते हो तो बिल्कुल लिखना, कोई इसमें कोई गलत बात नहीं, लिख सकते हो तो. ठीक है, ओके. Next, the increasing life expectancy in the country has led to newer health challenges in the community. What are those challenges and what steps need to be taken to meet them? Increase in life expectancy in the country. Again, not such a difficult question. I'm sure you can write about this, write the answer to this question. Increase in life expectancy has led to newer health challenges in the country. Community, what are those challenges? पहले हमको लिखना है challenges due to increasing life expectancy, due to increasing life expectancy. What steps need to be taken to meet them? Steps to meet them. यहां पे हम introduction लिख सकते हैं. In this question we can write an introductory part that why is this question have been asked. So here you can write that with an advancement in medicine, advancement in healthcare facilities available, life expectancy is rising at a rapid pace. India's life expectancy, which was around 48 years in 1970s, 1970s में जो हमारी life expectancy around 48 years थी, this has now increased to around 70 years. 2020 में 70 साल के आसपास हो गई हमारी लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी, 69.9 ईयर्स, तो अराउंड 70 ईयर्स हमारी लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इतनी इंक्रीज हो गई है. सो यस, देयर हैज बीन अ रैपिड राइज इन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी एट बर्थ इन इंडिया, एंड दिस इज लीडिंग टू मोर एंड मोर population becoming dependent, that is in the senior citizen age group, in the higher age group. The proportion of senior citizen population, which is around 8% right now, senior citizen population, which is around 8% right now, is expected to rise to around 20% in next 20 years, in next 20 to 30 years. अगले 20 से 30 साल के अंदर ये 8% पॉपुलेशन बढ़ के 20% हो जाएगी. So the first part, write down about this particular thing. 1, increasing life expectancy due to advent in medicine, due to improvement of health facilities, availability of health facilities to most of the people. So yes, democratization of health, availability of health to large number of people, this has increased life expectancy. From this to this, the consequence is that our dependent population is growing, that is senior dependent population is growing, which is right now around 8% of our total population, is expected to go to around 20% in next 20 to 30 years. That means India, like other countries, is aging and is aging fast. बात clear है? Aging fast. What challenges does this present? Challenges are presented in form of economic as well as social challenges. Economic challenges क्या हैं यहाँ पे? Economic challenge, again लिख सकते हैं हम अपने आप. Economic challenges क्या हैं? Economic challenges is that we have increasing dependent population that is less working age population, If your working age population is less and dependent is more, that means you need to find more number of people who are working amongst the working age population. हमारा LFPR स्टैटिस्टिकल आंसर है, स्टैटिस्टिकल सवाल है ये. हमारा लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन रेट हैज बीन राइजिंग एट अ स्टेडी रेट. Our LFPR is around 40%. मतलब जितनी हमारी वर्किंग एज है उस वर्किंग एज में से केवल 40% लोग काम करते हैं. And if it is expected that our senior citizen population will rise from 8% to 20%, that means from our working age population we need to find more number of people who are working. Why? Because our dependents are going to increase. क्योंकि डिपेंडेंट्स बढ़ रहे हैं, इसीलिए वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन में से जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, मतलब जो लेबर फोर्स में हैं, वो भी बढ़ने चाहिए. एलएफ आउट ऑफ वर्किंग एज पॉपुलेशन शुड इंक्रीज. सो दिस बिकम्स एन इंपॉर्टेंट चैलेंज बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज इन लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी. सेकेंड इकोनॉमिक चैलेंज वुड बी इनकम्स. Led to increase in life expectancies, country has led to newer health challenges in the community. ठीक है, health challenges भी लिखेंगे. Okay, all right, we'll write health challenges also. But yes, economic हम लिख सकते हैं. I don't think so that we can ignore economic challenges here. But हाँ, health challenges तो हमको लिखना ही, जब सवाल में पूछा तो वो लिखना पड़ेगा. All right. So yes, economic में फिर you write about incomes. Economic में you write down about lack of. देखो health को हम उसके साथ relate करेंगे economic challenges के साथ. Economic में you write down, economic and health में you write down that if we look at our present workforce around 85% of our present workforce is in unorganized sector. 85% of workforce is in unorganized sector, therefore they do not have access to facilities like health insurance, pensions, etc. That is social security benefits. We have got around 85% population which is employed in unorganized sector. Therefore, they do not have access to pensions, health insurance and other social security benefits. As a result, their ability to face challenges once they are out of the working age is very less. वर्किंग एज के बाद जो उनके पास हेल्थ चैलेंजेस आएंगे, हेल्थ चैलेंज में लिखो मेंटल इश्यूज, हेल्थ में लिखो इंक्रीजिंग अर्बन डिजीजेस सच एज इंसिडेंस ऑफ डायबिटीज एंड अदर लाइफस्टाइल रिलेटेड डिसीजेस. These diseases require continuous care. They prolong your life, but the quality of life that is prolonged is not so good. You are continuously dependent. ये हेल्थ चैलेंज के अंदर लिख सकते हो, मेंटल इश्यूज प्लस लाइफस्टाइल डिजीजेस लिख सकते हैं ना इस चीज को. मेंटल इश्यूज एंड लाइफस्टाइल डिजीजेस ये लिखो अपने हेल्थ चैलेंजेस के अंदर और उनको लिंक करो इस चीज से that if population doesn't have access to health insurance, doesn't have access to pension benefits because most of them are employed in unorganized sector, therefore their ability, they may get, their life may increase but the quality of increase in life might not be that good. ठीक है, बोलो क्या बोल रहे थे. मतलब उसमें कुछ भी गलत नहीं है, ऑब्वियस है. My way of dividing the answer would be that I would divide it into economic, social and health challenges. I would write economic and social and then I would link them with health challenges. Your way, if you want to divide health into primary, secondary, tertiary health care, तो आप उस तरीके से कर सकते हो. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद जो मेरा तरीका है वो थोड़ा सा ज्यादा लॉजिकल होगा. उसके अंदर लॉजिकल तो खैर आपका भी लॉजिकल है, ऐसी बात नहीं है. मेरा जो तरीका उसके अंदर आपके पास लिखने के लिए ज्यादा कंटेंट होगा, मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. If you write down challenges with respect to, जैसे हमने इकोनॉमिक चैलेंजेस देखे हैं, जैसे हमने सोशल चैलेंजेस हम देख सकते हैं, that nuclearization of families, therefore less number of, because of migration of working people to other areas, old age parents might be left to certain areas where health facilities might not be available and immediate care might not be available. वो हो गया social challenges. So once you write down about these economic and social challenges, then you write down about health challenges, linking them to these two things. कि an old age person faces issues even though the life is being prolonged, but the issues faced are with respect to, let's say, mental health. Issues faced are respect to continuous health care that is required. issues faced are with respect to lifestyle related diseases. तो वो वाली चीजें हैं, वो हम हेल्थ प्रॉब्लम्स को लिंक कर सकते हैं इकोनॉमिक एस्पेक्ट से और सोशल एस्पेक्ट्स के साथ. ठीक है, इस तरीके से डिवाइड कर सकते हो अपने चैलेंजेस को. What steps need to be taken to meet them? यहां पे आप लिखो that focusing on healthcare infrastructure, जैसे primary healthcare infrastructure should be developed. Lifestyle diseases, जो ओल्ड एज में डिजीजेस आते हैं ज्यादातर, दो जैसे डायबिटीज है, ब्लड प्रेशर है, मेंटल इश्यूज हैं, दीज डिजीजेस आर नॉट लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग. ये लिखना पड़ेगा हमको आंसर में. दीज डिजीज आर नॉट लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग एज इन एन इमीडिएट टर्म. योर लाइफ इज लॉन्ग बट द क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ इज लेस. These diseases can be addressed, the quality of life can be improved simply through development of primary care infrastructure. You do not require tertiary care infrastructure for old age people here. Life expectancy बढ़ रही है, उसके लिए आपको tertiary care super specialty hospital की आवश्यकता नहीं है. मतलब obviously है, लेकिन वो कम है. What you need is, you need distribution of medicines. यहां पे आपको आंसर लिखना, आंसर में लिखना, एग्जाम्पल लिखना, जैसे PM जन औषधि योजना. Through PM Jan Aushadhi Yojana, many of the general medicines such as diabetes medicines, blood pressure medicines, joint pain medicine, energy medicines, these medicines do not require repeated prescription of some expert doctor. Once an old age person has been given these medicines, then the person can continue to take them and maintain a decent quality of life for a longer period. यहां पे अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ मेडिसिन इशू है रादर देन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ अ डॉक्टर. डॉक्टर अवेलेबल, आपको एक बार जाना, डॉक्टर आपको मेडिसिन लिख के देगा, उसके बाद यू कैन कंटिन्यू टू टेक दोज मेडिसिन, इंप्रूव द क्वालिटी ऑफ योर लाइफ एंड प्रोलोंग योर लाइफ. ठीक है, ठीक है, आपका सवाल हो गया आंसर. ऑलराइट, 15 नंबर के सवालों पे चलते हैं अब. Okay. Economic growth in recent past has been led by increase in labor activity. ये लगता है कॉपी पेस्ट करने में गलत हो गया है. प्रोडक्टिविटी है, दिस इज नॉट एक्टिविटी, दिस इज प्रोडक्टिविटी. सॉरी, दिस इज प्रोडक्टिविटी. Economic growth in recent past has been led by increase in labor productivity. Explain this statement, suggest the growth pattern that will lead to creation of more jobs without compromising on labor productivity. If you look at this question also has been asked several times in previous years. They have asked question about jobless growth का सवाल है, और ये सवाल कई बार पूछा चुका है अलग अलग फॉर्म में. इस बार इन्होंने इस फॉर्म में पूछ लिया फॉर्म. Economic growth in recent past has been led by increase in labor productivity. Explain this statement. अब जब explain, if the word here is explain, that means अब आपके पास स्कोप है टू गिव डेफिनेशन वाला पार्ट. एक्सप्लेन पूछा तो वो डेफिनेशन एक्सप्लेन बेसिक आपको एक्सप्लेन करना है. इंट्रोडक्शन, फर्स्ट लाइन, राइट ऑन दैट. It has been said that India's economic growth has been can be characterized as being jobless in nature. Why? Because the number of jobs created per unit of economic growth has been declining. तो फर्स्ट पार्ट में हम ये लिख लेंगे, जॉबलेस ग्रोथ का इंट्रोडक्शन दो, that yes, India's economic growth has been characterized as being jobless. Then next part, next paragraph में हमको क्या लिखना है? अब हम लिखेंगे economic growth has been because of labor productivity. Write down in your answer that economic growth majorly is driven by two things. One is increase in quantity of factors of production, and second is increase in quality of factors of production. Example दोनों में लिखना labor. Increase in quantity of FOP, that is increase in number of people, employment, increase in employment. Increase in quality of factors of production, that is increase in productivity of labor. Economic growth in recent past has been led by increase in labor productivity. economic growth consists of two parts. One, economic growth happens because of increase in factors of production, quantity, and second, economic growth happens because of increase in quality of factors of production. You are producing 100 chairs. 10 लोग 100 चेयर प्रोड्यूस कर रहे थे 2020 में, 2021 में 12 लोग 140 चेयर प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. That means your output has grown, economy has grown from 100 to 140. Per person's productivity has grown from 10 chairs per person, अब 12 लोग हैं 144 chairs मान लेते हैं, to 12 chairs per person. And number of people employed have grown from 10 to 12. 100 chairs produced by 10 people, 144 chairs produced by 12 people. तो ये था 2020 में और ये मान लो 2021 में. तो 2020 से 21 के बीच में ग्रोथ हुई है 44% की. यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग 44% मोर. If you look at this 44% growth, it comprises of one, increase in number of people की plus 2 people, 2 लोग एक्स्ट्रा काम कर रहे हैं, and second, increase in productivity of every person. Earlier it was 10 chairs per person, 10 लोग 100 चेयर, 12 लोग 144 चेयर. That means increase of plus 2 units of output per person. This is number of people increasing, this is productivity of people increasing. So growth consists of two things basically. Growth consists of increase in productivity plus increase in number of people who are working. We have seen that in recent past, mostly it is because of productivity. That means ये वाला जो portion है, ये ज़्यादा contribute कर रहा है, ये कम कर रहा है. This is something that is studied through the concept of employment elasticity. Employment elasticity. Employment elasticity क्या होता है? Formula of elasticity मतलब क्या? एक rubber band है, elastic है. You apply some force, the length of the rubber band changes. इलास्टिक. 2 रबर बैंड है आपके पास, दोनों पे आपने 1 यूनिट ऑफ फोर्स अप्लाई करी है. 1 रबर बैंड इंक्रीजेस इट्स लेंथ बाय 4 सेंटीमीटर, सेकेंड वन इंक्रीजेस इट्स लेंथ बाय 10 सेंटीमीटर. तो क्या बोलोगे? सेकेंड रबर बैंड इज मोर इलास्टिक, फर्स्ट इज इन इलास्टिक. सो यू अप्लाई फोर्स, you apply some force and the rubber band changes length. So change in length per unit of change in force, that is called as elasticity. ठीक है. Employment elasticity क्या होता है? Employment elasticity is your economy is growing, by how much is your employment growing? Change in employment upon change in economy, that is economic growth. तो formula of employment elasticity is, employment elasticity का formula है change in employment percentage upon change in GDP percentage. GDP grows by 5%. Economy grows by 5%. By how much does employment grow by? Employment has grown by 2%. So 2 upon 5 बन गई हमारी employment elasticity. तो हम ऐसा बोल सकते हैं that if economy is growing by 5 and employment is growing by 2, that means this remaining 3%, जो बची हुई 3% है, ये कहां से आ रही है? This is coming from increase in productivity. Out of your total growth, 5% आपकी ग्रोथ है, उसमें से 2% आ रही है because of increase in employment, और let's say 2 out of 5, that is 40% of growth is coming from increase in employment and 60% of growth is coming from increase in productivity. ये बात क्लियर है? This is what we understand from the concept of employment elasticity. ये employment elasticity का formula है, change in employment upon change in GDP. Employment elasticity tells us, gives us an idea about how much growth can be attributed to increase in employment, how much can be attributed to increase in productivity. ये बात clear हो गई सबको? Okay. India's employment elasticity has fallen. In 1970s, it was around 0.4. 0.5. From 0.5 in 1970s, it has fallen to around 0.2. Since 1990s, अगर हम 90 से लेके आज तक की बात करें, 90 से लेके 2020 तक की, employment elasticity has fallen to around 0.2. That means earlier, when we look at our growth, 0.5, half of the growth could be attributed to increase in employment and other half to increase in productivity. But now, only 20% of the growth is attributable to increase in employment, 80% is attributable to increase in productivity. So from this falling employment elasticity, we find out that India's economic growth is largely attributable now to increase in productivity. तो हमने first part explain कर दिया सवाल का first part क्या है? Explain that India's economic growth is largely attributed to productivity now. So we have discussed. इसमें हमको आंसर में कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ एम्प्लॉयमेंट इलास्टिसिटी लिखना है, बिकॉज दिस इज फ्रॉम वेयर वी फाइंड आउट दैट कितनी ग्रोथ एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू एम्प्लॉयमेंट है, कितनी एट्रीब्यूटेबल टू प्रोडक्टिविटी है. ठीक है. Suggest growth pattern that will lead to creation of more jobs without compromising labor productivity. Pattern of growth that will contribute to more jobs without compromising labor productivity. Labor productivity में increase desirable है या नहीं है? क्यों? Obviously desirable है. It is definitely desirable that the labor becomes productive. Most of our labor is in, let's say, agriculture, which is a less productive area. So we need to move our labor to more productive avenue. तो इसमें तो कोई डाउट नहीं है कि productivity improvement desirable है. Definitely yes, it is desirable. However, productivity improvement के साथ साथ job creation भी desirable है. Obviously desirable है. We need more number of jobs. So when we talk about employment features, employment characteristics in the country, we look at that what proportion is coming from employment, what is coming from productivity. We say ये कम होना अनडिजायरेबल, ये कम होना डिजायरेबल नहीं है, ये भी ज्यादा होना चाहिए, प्लस साथ साथ ये भी ज्यादा होना चाहिए. Both employment should grow as well as productivity should grow. Both things should happen simultaneously. You do not need to compromise on productivity to increase, to increase employment in the country. Both are desirable. None should be compromised. What we see is that largely growth is attributable to productivity. What we want is growth should be attributable to both increase in productivity as well as employment. तो दोनों चीजें बढ़नी चाहिए. What can be done? ये सवाल है कि क्या करना चाहिए हमको so that the pattern of growth that we desire, that is increase in labor, that is employment, as well as productivity, both take place. For that we say, अगर हम एग्रीकल्चर देखें, if we look at three sectors, agriculture, industry and services. Agriculture consists of around 50% of employment and GDP में contribution. लगभग 50% एम्प्लॉयमेंट में कंट्रीब्यूशन है और जीडीपी में लगभग 17% कंट्रीब्यूशन है. सर्विसेज जीडीपी में लगभग 55% कंट्रीब्यूशन है और एम्प्लॉयमेंट में लगभग 20% कंट्रीब्यूशन है. इंडस्ट्री एम्प्लॉयमेंट में अराउंड 30% कंट्रीब्यूशन है और जीडीपी में अराउंड कितना बचा है? 28% कंट्रीब्यूशन है. इफ यू लुक एट एग्रीकल्चर, इंडस्ट्री एंड सर्विसेज, दिस इज एम्प्लॉयमेंट में कंट्रीब्यूशन, दिस इज जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन. मतलब हम यहां से पर पर्सन प्रोडक्टिविटी निकाल सकते हैं. पर पर्सन प्रोडक्टिविटी, ₹50 लोग 17 रुपए की जीडीपी बना रहे हैं. अगर जीडीपी 100 रुपए की है और टोटल 100 लोग एम्प्लॉयड हैं कंट्री के अंदर, तो 17 रुपए की जीडीपी, 17 रुपीज ऑफ आउटपुट इज बीइंग प्रोड्यूस्ड बाय 50 पीपल. दैट मींस 17 अपॉन 50, 51 कर लूं तो 1/3 हो जाएगा ना. इसको मैं रफली 51 कर लेता हूं. सो 51, सो 1/3 रुपीज इज द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ 1 पर्सन एम्प्लॉयड इन एग्रीकल्चर. Whereas if you look at services, 55 rupees of output produced by 20% of population. That means around, ये कितना हुआ है? 2.5 से 2.5 होता तो 50 होता, तो अराउंड दिस इज 2.75 रुपीज. Per person's output in agriculture is this much, in services this much, per person's output in agriculture is this much. That means services में एक पर्सन का आउटपुट 3 गुना है एग्रीकल्चर के, 3 times agriculture's output. Hence, what we see in our economy is, our economy has grown mostly because of services sector. Services sector is less employment intensive. It is more productivity intensive. Highly productive sector है. हमारी ग्रोथ ज्यादातर सर्विसेज से आई है, हमारी ग्रोथ एग्रीकल्चर से नहीं आई है, इंडस्ट्री से नहीं आई है. ज्यादातर ग्रोथ, मोस्ट ऑफ द ग्रोथ इज कमिंग फ्रॉम एग्रीकल्चर, विच इज अ प्रोडक्टिविटी इंटेंसिव सेक्टर. What we would want is that our growth comes from this sector. यहां पे पर पर्सन प्रोडक्टिविटी भी ठीक ठाक है, एज इन इट इज ये मैं 3 टाइम्स नहीं 9 टाइम्स लिखा है, 9 टाइम्स 1/3 और 3 9 टाइम्स. Per person productivity in industry is approximately 1. 28 is GDP, 30 is employment, so 28/30 around 1. Per person productivity is 1. That means increase in productivity तो यहाँ पे भी है. If you want to move people out of agriculture to industry, there would definitely be an increase in productivity. Plus, this is also employment intensive. So to achieve a pattern of growth in which both productivity improvement takes place as well as job creation takes place, we need creation of industrial jobs, or we need creation of those jobs which are in which of those sectors in services which are employment intensive. We need employment and productivity intensive sectors. Employment and productivity intensive sectors. एग्जाम जो आंसर में आप एग्जाम में आंसर लिखोगे, that answer would consist of all these things. You will have to write about employment. You have to write about first components of growth. Growth comes from increase in employment and increase in productivity. Second, you will have to write down about employment elasticity. Write down that India's employment elasticity is decreasing. That is why most of the growth attributable to increase in productivity and not to employment. Third, write down about various sectors, unki kya productivity hai. Write down that in case of India, in our case, we see that we have moved from agriculture to services, where per person's output is almost 9 times. Services is productivity intensive and not employment intensive, whereas industry is increase in productivity but also increase in employment. Therefore, desirable is that we focus on development of industrial base along with those सब सेक्टर्स ऑफ द सर्विसेज सेक्टर विच आर ऑल्सो एम्प्लॉयमेंट इंटेंसिव. हमको उनके ऊपर फोकस करना है. ये हमारा आंसर होगा. कैसे करना है वो आप लिख सकते हो. हाउ टू प्रोमोट इंडस्ट्री, गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री, फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री, सर्विसेज सेक्टर के अंदर गिव एग्जांपल ऑफ टूरिज्म, ऑल दीज थिंग्स, राइट अबाउट दीज थिंग्स. ठीक है, चलो नेक्स्ट सवाल पे आते हैं. डू यू थिंक इंडिया विल मीट 50% ऑफ इट्स एनर्जी नीड्स फ्रॉम रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी बाय 2030? Justify your answer. How will the shift of subsidies from fossil fuel to renewables help in achieving the above objective? Explain. Do you think India will meet 50% of its energy needs from renewable energy by 2030? Do you think? जब ये सवाल पूछा गया, do you think, तो how do you write your answer? Do you think that this is possible? For this, you have to lay down that what is the current state? One. Second, what is the objectives? What is the objective? Third, requirement to achieve objective. And fourth, whether current versus requirement is favorable or not. Question is, do you think that this is possible? So when you have to write, do you think that is possible, break down your answer into these parts. What is the objective that we want? What is the current state? What is the current state with respect to certain thing? कहां हम पहुंचना चाहते हैं? यहां पहुंचने के लिए क्या क्या चीज रिक्वायर्ड है? What is it that we require to achieve this objective? And then, is this requirement and whatever current state is, are these comparable? Is it favorable or not? Is there a scope that we'll be able to achieve what is required in a reasonable amount of time or not? This is how you write. ये आपके आंसर का स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए. क्लियर है? Now let's see renewables का केस है. Do you think that India will be able to meet 50% of its energy requirements from renewables by 2030? तो ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है? That 50% of our energy should come from renewables by 2030. ऑब्जेक्टिव में हम लिखेंगे that India, our incomes are increasing, our industrial base is increasing, therefore energy requirement per person are going to increase. If you know some facts here, it would be right to add some facts here. यहाँ पे आप लिख सकते हो. For example, नीति आयोग's energy policy projected that our energy requirement by 2030 would be around 3 times of our current energy requirement. आप लिखना चाहो तो लिख सकते हो अगर आपको मालूम है तो. ऑब्जेक्टिव में क्या है कि हमारी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट कितनी होने वाली है. What would be our energy requirement by 2030? प्रेजेंट इफ इट इज x, यू एक्सपेक्ट दैट इट विल बी 3x इन 2030, लगभग 3 गुना हमारी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट बढ़ेगी. वाई? बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीजिंग incomes of the country, increasing industrial base, and hence energy requirement is going to rise up. How do you expect to meet this gap? One would be development of new capacity, and second would be improvement of efficiency of your electrical appliances. X हमारी अभी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट है, 3x हमारी 2030 में एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट है. कैसे हम इसको मीट करेंगे? One is that there is some planned capacity addition. अभी हमारी कैपेसिटी मान लो x रिक्वायरमेंट है और x ही हमारी अभी कैपेसिटी है. Planned expansion से let's say we are able to get to 2x by 2030. That means 2030 में फिर भी there would be a shortfall of x units. How do you plan to meet this shortfall? ये shortfall हम meet करेंगे अपनी ये वाली रिक्वायरमेंट कम करके. Our requirement would be 3x in 2030. You reduce it by making yourself more energy efficient. Energy efficiency. ये बात सबको समझ में आई है? X हमारी अभी एनर्जी रिक्वायरमेंट है और सेम अगर हम पेस पे चलते रहे, our energy requirement after 10 years would be around 3x. How do you plan to achieve this? One is you plan to improve your capacity, expand your capacity. Second is अगर आप अपनी capacity expansion करते भी हो तब भी आपकी capacity expansion उतनी sufficient नहीं होगी to meet your requirement, to meet your demands here. Therefore what you do, you try to reduce this expected demand. कैसे reduce करोगे expected demand को? अगर आप energy efficient हो जाते हो तो energy efficient हो गए तो therefore you will be able to reduce this. So therefore to meet our objectives, what we need is one, expansion of capacity, and second, improvement of energy efficiency. ये दो चीजें हमको लिखनी है आंसर में. Where are we right now with respect to renewables today? Current state क्या है? Current state is that most of our energy comes from fossil fuel based sources, around 70% comes from fossil fuels, that is primarily coal and oil and gas. Second, when we look at our planned expansion लिखा ना हमने यहाँ पे, when we look at our planned expansion, most of our planned expansion is also in these fossil fuel based energy sources. सबको समझ आ रही है बात? फर्स्ट हमने ऑब्जेक्टिव लिखा, ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या हुआ कि कहां पे हमको पहुंचना है. सेकेंड हमने लिखा करंट स्टेट क्या है. करंट स्टेट ये है कि 70% एनर्जी हमारी फॉसिल फ्यूल से आ रही है. सेकेंड, मोस्ट ऑफ द प्लान्ड एक्सपेंशन इज ऑल्सो इन फॉसिल फ्यूल्स. Therefore, it seems that it might not be possible to achieve these targets of renewables. However, given certain recent developments, it looks like that we may achieve this thing. वो recent developments क्या होंगी हमको लिखना पड़ेगा. The cost of renewables has come up, and at the same time, increased planned investments in renewables give a hope that we might be able to increase the share of renewables in the recent future, in the coming future. Cost of renewables is coming down. Increased investments in renewables. Give examples of solar energy ki cost has come down drastically. It was around 16 rupees per unit in 2010. It is around 2.5 rupees per unit today. Since cost of energy from renewables has drastically come down, therefore there are increasingly more investments in renewables as well. Why are there investments? Because energy intensive industries can now utilize renewable energy. आंसर में लिखो पहले planned expansion of fossil fuel. Second, लिखो falling costs of renewable energy sources. Third, increased investments in RE. Why increase investments? Because falling cost, point number 2, in falling cost leads to more demand of renewable energy by energy intensive industries. अब ठीक है, अब क्लियर है. अब क्लियर हुआ है? Of course. Planned expansion, falling cost, increased investments due to rise in demand from energy intensive industry. Still, even because of falling cost, even because of increased investment, it seems highly unlikely that 50% of our requirement would be met from renewables. If we include nuclear, even then we expect that our total energy requirement from nuclear as well as renewable sources would be around 30 to 35% by 2030. However, it seems that we can expand quickly once a big base has been built. Once the base is big, once there is an increased investment in renewables, once there is an increased demand of renewables, this leads to more demand of renewable and hence more investment of renewable. This is more investment in renewable. This is kind of a positive feedback loop. एक बार अगर एक threshold से ज़्यादा investment हो जाता है, उसके बाद the pace of increase of investments and demand increases drastically. So therefore, probably we will not be able to meet 50% requirement. However, chances are that once we are able to achieve that threshold of around 30-35% by 2030, after that our acceleration would be quite fast. ठीक है? Okay. Next, question number 13. What are the main bottlenecks in upstream and downstream process of marketing agriculture products in India? ये part हमने we had discussed some part of this in our discussion on PDS system, but फिर भी यहाँ पे discuss कर लेते हैं अलग से. हाँ जी. बिल्कुल लिखो यार, वो तो हाँ, इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस लिखो, कोलैबोरेशन लिखो, फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री के जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनर्जी एंड मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ रिन्यूएबल्स के जो इनिशिएटिव है उनके बारे में लिखो. तो 100% वो मैंने स्किप कर दिया है बिकॉज ऑफ पॉजिटिव ऑफ टाइम एंड अजम्पशन दैट यू विल बी एबल टू राइट दोस थिंग्स. ठीक है. मेन बॉटलनेक्स इन अपस्ट्रीम एंड डाउनस्ट्रीम प्रोसेस ऑफ मार्केटिंग ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्ट्स इन इंडिया. दिस वी डिस्कस्ड इन अवर प्रोक्योरमेंट वाला सवाल प्लस फूड प्रोसेसिंग वाला पार्ट. So I don't think so there is a need to elaborately discuss this question again, but just for formality sake, agriculture marketing, agri marketing किसको बोलते हैं? Agri marketing is process through which agriculture produce comes to the agriculture market and finally to the consumer. So we have got farmer, we have got agriculture market and we have got consumer, final consumer. ये वाला जो portion है इसको हम बोलते हैं upstream, इसको हम बोलते हैं downstream. Main bottlenecks in upstream and downstream process of marketing of agriculture products in India. Main bottlenecks here, that is from farmer to the market and downstream from market to the consumer. यहाँ पे bottlenecks क्या है हमको ये लिखने हैं. ठीक है. फार्मर के पास bottlenecks क्या है? फार्मर के bottlenecks हैं basically that farmer is required to sell produce under the APMC law only in the designated mandi. Farmer can sell produce only in a designated manner and at a designated place. Farmer is beholden to the power of trader. Farmers are many, traders are less. Therefore, farmer has less negotiating power. Whatever price the trader offers, farmer has to accept that price. तो ये हमारा challenge हो गया in the upstream sector. Downstream sector में क्या challenge है? Downstream sector में challenge है कि यहाँ पे storage facility नहीं है. There is lack of storage. Plus, there are number of middlemen. Lack of storage leads to loss of lot of things that have been procured. Hence, supply for consumer reduces. Second, number of middlemen. Because of number of middlemen, the cost of procurement increases. Therefore, again, the price for consumer increases. So, downstream challenge क्या है? Downstream challenge is price for the consumer. The price that the farmer gets versus the price that the consumer pays. An efficient marketing system would have a system in which जो seller है उसको fair price मिले और जो buyer है उसको ज्यादा price ना हो. Whereas present system में क्या है? Seller gets a less price and consumer pays a high price. तो ये हमारा main bottleneck आ जा रहा है marketing system, agri marketing के अंदर. ठीक है? APMC के restrictions लिखेंगे अपने आंसर के अंदर. Lack of storage लिखेंगे, number of middlemen लिखेंगे and therefore increase price for the consumer लिखेंगे. क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न के बारे में भी लिख सकते हो दैट ओनली फ्यू क्रॉप्स आर प्रोड्यूस जिनके अंदर एमएसपी है, सब लोग अगर वही प्रोड्यूस करते हैं तो उन गुड्स की सप्लाई बहुत बढ़ जाती है. देयरफॉर अगेन लार्ज नंबर ऑफ फार्मर्स, लेस नंबर ऑफ ट्रेडर्स, हेंस फार्मर गेट्स लेसर प्राइस. सेकंड, ऑफ प्रोडक्ट्स दैट आर नॉट अंडर एमएसपी और दैट आर नॉट प्रोक्योर्ड एट एमएसपी, इन दोस प्रोडक्ट कंज्यूमर पेज इवन अ हायर प्राइस. जिनमें एमएसपी है उनमें तो ज्यादा पे कर ही रहा है कंज्यूमर बिकॉज ऑफ स्टोरेज एंड मिडलमैन, बट जिनमें एमएसपी नहीं है उनके अंदर कंज्यूमर ज्यादा प्राइस इसीलिए पे कर रहा है क्योंकि उनका प्रोडक्शन ही नहीं हुआ है, हेंस उनकी सप्लाई ही बहुत कम है, हेंस कंज्यूमर पेज हाई प्राइस फॉर दोज गुड्स. ठीक है, बॉटलनेक्स इन अपस्ट्रीम एंड डाउनस्ट्रीम सेक्टर. ऑलराइट, लास्ट सवाल करते हैं. व्हाट इज इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम, हाउ इज इट हेल्पफुल टू स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर्स इन इंडिया? इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम. अब ये देखो यार, ये 15 नंबर का सवाल कैसे है ये मुझे नहीं पता है. ये सवाल होना चाहिए था 10 नंबर का सवाल, और वो जो सवाल जिसमें हमने आधा घंटा लगाया है मार्केट इकोनॉमी वाला वो होना चाहिए था 15 नंबर का सवाल. अब इसमें 15 नंबर में मेरे को तो नहीं पता कि मैं कैसे लिखता हूं इसका आंसर, कैसे लिख पाता. इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम क्या होता है? इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम, इट इज ऑन वन फार्म यू हैव गॉट various entities and these form as let's say input of, there is output of this, इसका कुछ आउटपुट है, इसका कुछ आउटपुट है, इसका कुछ आउटपुट है. इस आउटपुट में प्रोड्यूस करने के बाद कुछ वेस्ट प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, दिस वेस्ट गोज एन इनपुट टू दिस. ये कुछ आउटपुट है, इस आउटपुट को प्रोड्यूस करने में कुछ वेस्ट जनरेट हो रहा है, दैट गोज एज इनपुट टू दिस. And this again produces some output. So output is from different activities and waste products or byproducts of one activity form as inputs to another activity. This is integrated farming system. Example के साथ एग्जाम में समझा देना क्या है. Example इसका एक ये है, fish and pig farming together. Pig farming output is let's say pork. Pig excreta you use as input in the lake. On this excreta phytoplanktons will grow and hence fish population will increase. Fish population increases, therefore more output of fish. अब fish के लिए आपको अलग से दाना पानी नहीं खरीदना पड़ेगा, आपके फार्म पे जो आउटपुट है, यहां फार्म पे जो वेस्ट है यहां से आप फिश को खाना प्रोवाइड कर रहे हो. Phytoplankton increases, fish population grows, therefore you are able to sell more fish. Phytoplankton dies, this biomass gets accumulated in the bottom level of the lake. This is biomass which is rich in various nutrients, most importantly nitrogen. You use this as fertilizer for your main crop. Your main crop gets fertilizer here, your land get replenished here, hence you can sell this particular crop in the market. ये है integrated farming system. समझ में आ गया क्या है IFS? I don't know how to write 15 mark answer to this question. You can elaborate it with an example. वहां पे आप 15 नंबर कर सकते हो. You can elaborate it with the help of diagram. For example, write pig, fish, and let's say your cereal crop or millets crop or let's say pulses crop. Whatever crop you write. So you write these things: output, waste, input, output, waste, input. This is what integrated farming system is. How is it helpful for small and marginal farmers? For small and marginal farmers, number one, it reduces the dependency on inputs. Input cost उनकी कम हो जाती है. More importantly, आप यहाँ पे लिखोगे, देखो input cost, write down about input cost, dependency reduces, and second, more importantly, you write down about stability of income. Stability of income. There are multiple sources of income, not just one source. Hence, even if one source fails, market for one fails or is not so conducive, there are other outputs also for which you can use the wastage or byproducts of the first of any other product of any other activity in your farm. Even if pigs demands reduces, you can still sell fish, you can still sell your product. Therefore there is stability in your income, lack of volatility of your income. तो इस तरीके से स्मॉल एंड मार्जिनल फार्मर को ये हेल्प करती है. ठीक है, दिस इज व्हाट वी राइट इन द आंसर. क्लियर टू ऑल? ऑलराइट, चलो विद दिस my portion of discussion ends. Any question anybody has? Abhishek is waiting for, Abhishek sir is waiting since long. He's outside. He's waiting since long to take his portion. हाँ बोलो फटाफट. What extra do you need to do? देखो, एक्स्ट्रा की जगह आप बात करते हो तो एक्स्ट्रा में आप चाह रहे हो कि कहीं से आपको स्टैटिस्टिक्स वगैरह मिल जाए या फिर कोई रेलेवेंट पोर्शन एग्जांपल्स मिल जाए आपको आंसर लिखने के लिए. दीज आर ऑल देयर इन न्यूज. फॉर एग्जांपल, इफ यू हैव बीन रीडिंग न्यूज़पेपर्स, यू शैल बी एबल टू राइट ऑल द एग्जांपल्स दैट आर, जैसे एम्प्लॉयमेंट इलास्टिसिटी वाली चीज हमने डिस्कस करी, यू शैल बी एबल टू राइट दैट पार्ट, क्योंकि वो एम्प्लॉयमेंट न्यूज़पेपर के अंदर काफी फ्रीक्वेंटली वो चीज आती है. ठीक है, अगर आप अखबार पढ़ रहे हो तो जैसे इंटीग्रेटेड फार्मिंग सिस्टम है, ये भी लास्ट ईयर न्यूज में आया था, न्यूज में था काफी टाइम तक. एक्सप्लेन्ड सेक्शन जो होता है इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का, उसके अंदर यू फाइंड दीज थिंग्स, तो वो आप वहां से इस चीज को ऐड ऑन कर सकते हो. इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ मार्केट इकोनॉमी, those aspects have been there recently because of decisions of Federal Reserve and RBI regarding monetary policy. तो market economy काफी न्यूज में आ रही है इस चीज की वजह से कि inclusive growth है नहीं है, somebody is going to suffer because of. तो again these portions, these things are covered in news item. You don't need to refer to any other, कोई सोर्स नहीं है, कोई किताब नहीं है. प्लीज कोई किताब जाके सीख मत करना मार्केट के अंदर कि इस किताब से आपके आंसर हो जाएंगे. आंसर आपके सारे के सारे अखबार से हो जाएंगे. ठीक है, चलो, टेक केयर एवरीबॉडी, ऑल द बेस्ट. लेट्स क्विकली begin with Abhishek's session. All right. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening everyone. So already I think it's been 4 hours. I will try to wrap up this discussion in not more than 1.5 hours. I have 7 questions. I'm going to take the questions of science and technology, environment and disaster management. I always have felt, and even this year also, that almost about 40% of the questions will be from these 3 sections combined. The number of individual questions will vary. So in general, you can expect 3 questions from science tech, 3 questions from environment, and 2 questions from disaster management. That is generally what UPSC follows. This year, for example, you get 4 questions of environment, 2 of 10 marks and 2 of 15 marks. And then you have 2 questions of science and technology, both of 15 marks. And 2 questions, although they can be categorized as disaster management, but frankly speaking, they're not questions of disaster management. They're questions of either environmental geography or geography itself. And it will be very clear once we see these questions. So again, environment का जो weightage है वो ज़्यादा है, and the reason is very simple, because if you look at the paper one में कहीं पे भी environment as such syllabus में mention नहीं है. Like nowhere it is mentioned that environmental geography will be asked. But if you go and see the past trend and questions of last 5 years, you'll realize that at least 2, 3 or even 4 questions geography के 40% आते हैं ना, out of 250 100 marks geography से आता है paper 1 में. Out of those 100 marks, you'll find that every year 30 to 40 marks is coming from environmental geography. This year there was only 1 question from environment in paper 1. So I felt that because of this, they increased the weightage in paper 3. So paper 3 generally 2 question or 3 question, but now this year there are 4 questions from environment. Science and tech, 2 questions, but both of 15 marks. Both of these topics are very dynamic in nature. Dynamic in the sense that they are completely dependent upon current affairs. There is a very less chance that question will be some static question. Even if you, let's say for example, find a question which may seem like a static question, but I'm very sure that there is definitely somewhere there is a current affairs connection. So both of these topics, science and technology and environment, they both are very dynamic in nature, and questions are often inspired from current affairs. In disaster management, you have some well-defined disasters as per National Disaster Management Act or National Disaster Management Plan, but UPSC interprets the syllabus quite liberally. Just there is a question on coastal erosion. Now, coastal erosion is not a notified disaster as per National Disaster Management Act, but still it is a hazard. So disaster management as a word has been interpreted liberally by UPSC in past also and this year also. Similarly, there is a question on cloudburst. What causes cloudburst? Now that is a question of geography, frankly speaking. It is not a question of disaster management, but because cloudburst often leads to flash floods, which is a disaster, and we have dedicated guidelines, this connection UPSC is using and asking question from cloudburst. Maybe they wanted to ask this question in paper 1, but already पूछ लिया सारे question. So they accommodated this question here in paper 3. So often you will find trend like this. So let's start with the very first question. Rather than dividing them separately, I'm going in order. So the very first question of environment was of environment, which I have to take. That is question number 6 of the paper. Now this is a very interesting question and frankly an unusual question. But still it is an easier question. If you read the question prima facie, it may seem like a difficult question, but actually it is not. Each year a large amount of plant material, cellulose, is deposited on the surface of planet Earth. What are the natural processes this cellulose undergoes before yielding carbon dioxide, water and other end products? It seems like that this is a very technical question. The question is asking about cellulose. So just one technical information which you needed perhaps is what exactly is cellulose. If you know that, apart from that, there is no technicality. This is a question about carbon cycle. Carbon cycle is one of the first topics which you study in environment. The environment आप पढ़ते हो, nutrient cycling पढ़ते हो, the very first topic you are going to study is carbon cycle, where you study that how in the presence of sunlight, green plants can fix carbon, where CO2 as an inorganic compound is fixed and converted into carbohydrate, right? ये सबने पढ़ा होगा बचपन में. All of you must have studied this even as a child, the process of photosynthesis. So photosynthesis जो हमने बचपन में पढ़ा, that is a very simple mechanism. In reality, what you find that rather than one carbohydrate molecule, which is called a monosaccharide. Mono means one, saccharide, it is a biomolecule. So rather than monosaccharide, what you get is a polysaccharide. Many carbohydrate molecules are interlinked together. So remember the formula you studied, C6H12O6. This was the formula, that CO2 plus H2O that led to carbohydrate, C6H12O6. ये formula सबको याद होगा. But cellulose is nothing but C6H10O5 and many of these molecules together. So rather than what, this is the actual product you get. Rather than a monosaccharide, जो actually में जो carbohydrate, जो glucose है, that actually में जो आपका biomolecule है, that exists in the form of cellulose, where there are many glucose molecules, there are many carbohydrate molecules which are interlinked together. Hence the term N here. So, for example, look at this wood. This wood is fundamentally made of cellulose. Cellulose is one of the most deposited material on the planet. All of wood, all of the grass, all of the plant straw, whatever biomass generation occurs by plants, most of that biomass is actually cellulose. The percentage will differ. For example, a cotton plant has 90% of cellulose. In general, a normal plant, I'm talking about the dry mass. I am removing H2O part. ये हमेशा clear होना चाहिए. That I'm talking about dry biomass weight. मैं H2O को जैसे for example in our body we have 70% of water. In trees also you have 60% of water. So I am removing the water part. And whatever is left, that part, in cotton 90% it is cellulose. In other type of plants it is again 70-80%. So cellulose is one of the most ubiquitous biomolecule which is found on the planet. Across all plants, all shrubs, even small grasses, all of them fundamentally make cellulose. And this is, cellulose leads to what we call primary production in an ecosystem, that no species can make their own food. Plants can, through the process of photosynthesis. Lot of energy that will be lost also, but the energy which is stored, that energy is now passed on from one trophic level, from one food chain to other levels of food chain. So plant will be eaten by herbivores, herbivores will be eaten by carnivores, and that is how energy passes through the entire food chain. So the primary energy that is stored by plants in the form of cellulose, right? Now how that energy is released. So this question is about both of these things, that how the energy storage occurs in the form of cellulose and how that energy is released once plant dies, or in general once organic material dies. The answer is very simple. It will be done by bacteria and fungi. So the question was very simple. The only thing perhaps which you needed to know is this formula. You needed to know what cellulose is. You needed to know its significance. Again, just in perhaps few words, you have to define what cellulose is. You have to define its significance in ecosystems. You have to talk about that most of the plants which we see, most of the plants which we use in furniture or all of that, that is actually majority of that is cellulose. So one of the most ubiquitous polysaccharide molecule, that is cellulose on the planet. Estimatedly, about 10 to the power 12 ton of cellulose is manufactured by plants on this planet every year. Right? So if you know this fact, you can always use this fact. Even if you do not know, that is totally fine. Once you know this, if you know this part, rest of the part is very easy. Rest of the part is nothing but carbon cycle. कि carbon जो है inorganic form में, carbon dioxide के form में है, and now you have stored that into organic form in the form of cellulose. So cellulose is one of the most ubiquitous organic molecule on the planet. ये चीज आपको लिख के आना है. Then you have to write about the main, that, but however that is not the main question. You only have to use that first paragraph, introductory paragraph, where you are writing about what is cellulose and its significance. But the main question is, what are the natural processes this cellulose undergoes before yielding CO2, water and other end products. So the first natural process is photosynthesis itself, that from photosynthesis CO2 will be converted into this link of carbohydrate molecules, which is cellulose, and the next process will be that when plant dies, or in general whenever an organic material dies, so that will lead to biodecomposition. Who will do this biodecomposition? Small organisms, microbial organisms, bacteria, fungi. A simple leaf, when it falls, if you go 2 days later you will find that this leaf is drying up. 5 दिन बाद जाओगे, leaf has completely dried up. What has happened? It has been decomposed by small organisms. And that will again, all the energy which is released, which is stored there, will be released back into atmosphere. So this cycle will go on. ये जो पूरा cycle है, this cycle is part of nutrient cycling. That energy, sunlight, energy from sunlight stored by green plants, that energy is going to pass on through the food chain, from green plants to herbivores, from herbivores to carnivores, to top carnivores, and finally when any of these organisms, when they die, they will be decomposed, and that decomposition will lead to again release of energy back to the atmosphere. So this is now an integral part of carbon cycle. So why I consider this question to be easy? Because fundamentally it was a question about carbon cycle, which is one of the first topic which you study when you study environment. So carbon cycle का जो एक जो major component है, that is cellulose. So the reaction is very simple. आपने जो reaction बचपन में पढ़ा है, 6CO2 plus 6H2O, that leads to C6H12O6 plus O2. Now I am just adding, rather than 6, I am adding N. N can be any integer, 1, 2, 3, whatever. 6N plus 5NH2O plus some calories. That is the photosynthetic process which leads to formation of cellulose, and the opposite process, when this cellulose will be decomposed by bacteria or fungi or any type of other organism, that is the opposite process where again carbon dioxide and water will be released. यही UPSC ने क्वेश्चन पूछा था. तो आपको बस एक्सप्लेन करना है बहुत ही सिंपल सा पार्ट की फोटोसिंथेसिस से सेलुलोज बनता है, and when plants die, that occurs because of saprophyte organisms which are called detritus feeders. There are technical words. ये सारे technical word आपको लिखना पड़ेगा. ये saprophytes जो saprophyte organism है, you have to mention that. You have to mention that जो detritus feeders हैं, they will release back this energy, and in the process CO2 and H2O will be released, right? So ये तो चलो फिर भी in the presence of oxygen होगा, जो reverse process है. This has occurred in the presence of oxygen. I'm talking about this reaction. This reaction goes both ways. So I'm talking about this reaction. In the presence of oxygen, it has been decomposed. But even without oxygen, it can be decomposed. But in that case, rather than CO2, methane will be released, which is called anaerobic decomposition. So decomposition can occur aerobic, that is in the presence of O2, and anaerobic, that is absence of O2. So in that case, methane will be one of the released materials, and that is why this question is carbon dioxide, water and other end products. अब other end product में एक जो बढ़िया example हो गया वो methane हो गया. That if this decomposition is happening without oxygen, then methane will also be released. बस इतना लिख के आना था. So I will whatever I have discussed, let me summarize. Start with defining cellulose, its significance. If you have some data regarding cellulose, use that, right? You talk about the fact that all of the furniture and the plants which we see, majority of that is actually cellulose. One of the most important constituent of biomass is cellulose on the planet. Then you talk about the process of its formation, which is nothing but photosynthesis. That sunlight is being captured by green plants, and that sunlight converts inorganic compound, which is CO2, in the presence of water, in cellulose. And cellulose is nothing, again I will repeat, it is nothing but chain of carbohydrate molecules. Once these green plants die or they are decomposed, they will, जो CO2, H2 है, that will be released back into atmosphere. If this decomposition occurs in the presence of O2, then CO2 plus H2O. If it occurs without O2, which is anaerobic decomposition, then even methane will be released. This is what you have to write. And finally, how do you conclude? Always try to, in conclusion, for example, a very good conclusion here will be that why this question has been asked. ऐसे random नहीं है कि random technical कुछ UPSC ने उठा के पूछ लिया. Carbon cycle का जो understanding है वो बहुत important है to understand global warming. How we are contributing extra carbon to atmosphere, that is actually causing global warming and climate change. And one of the major part of carbon cycle is cellulose, how cellulose is made and decomposed. So you have to link this with carbon cycle and contemporary global problems. You can conclude by saying that ये जो cellulose का जो formation and decomposition है, that has a direct impact, direct bearing on carbon cycle, and which has a direct bearing on many environmental issues such as global warming and climate change. तो यहाँ पे आप ये conclude भी कर सकते हो इस तरीके से. So always try to have some sort of if you can explain the significance of that question. तो आप एक concluding remark में not again you do not have to go into explain into detail, but simple concluding remark में आप इस question को खत्म भी कर सकते हो. After all, it is just a 150 word question. So this will be my entire structure. This is the structure I'm going to adopt. Okay, question number 7. Pollution is again a very important topic. This is an evergreen topic. Pollution का कोई भी अगर topic होगा, वो हमेशा ही news में रहेगा. Pollution हमेशा news में cover होता है. There are many type of pollutants, right? Often we read about particulate matters. We are very serious about particulate matters, PM 2.5, 10. We are very serious about sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides. This question is about photochemical smog, by the way, which is also one of the major contributor to air pollution. So the question is very simple. Discuss in detail the photochemical smog, emphasizing its formation, effects and mitigation. Mitigation means how do we reduce the impact. And third, second part of the question is explain the 1999 Gothenburg Protocol. तो यही जो mitigation का जो part है, इसी से आप link कर दोगे Gothenburg Protocol को. So in general, first we'll talk about mitigation, and then you are going to write about Gothenburg Protocol. I have found this trend for last few years now, that Gothenburg Protocol generally students study for prelims examination. कि prelims में UPSC ने पूछ लिया. But since 2017 I have found questions that whatever you study for prelims, it is also relevant for mains examination. जैसे UPSC ने 2017 में question पूछा था, wise use of wetlands. Generally we study wise use of wetlands for prelims. They asked 2 examples of wetlands. Again, you remember names for prelims, but UPSC ने ऐसे factual information mains में भी पूछ लिया. So what you study for prelims examination in environment section, it has relevance even for mains examination. A protocol, and I will repeat, a protocol which students generally do not remember after prelims, but this UPSC ने question पूछ लिया. So again, the question is very simple. Photochemical smog. Now smog can be of 2 types. One is called classical smog and another is called photochemical smog. This question is not about classical smog. So if you are writing, first problem what students will do, smog word dekha, they started writing about winter season, fog plus smoke and creating smog. This question is not about that. That occurs in winter season. That occurs during morning. आपने देखा होगा दिल्ली में अभी आने वाला आएगा ही अभी 2 महीने में. That you have this smoke and you have then fog, and this leads to smog. This is called classical smog. This question is not about classical smog. This question is about photochemical smog, which is different from classical smog. In photochemical smog, what happens is that you have many type of pollutants, such as you have nitrogen dioxide. सबसे important जो pollutant यहाँ पे है, that is nitrogen dioxide, NO2. What happens is that NO2 in the presence of sunlight, so first thing, it will occur in summer season, not in winter season. It will occur in summer season on sunny days. That is the fundamental difference between classical smog and photochemical smog. So in the presence of sunlight, NO2 जो है, that will lead to NO plus O as a free radical. Now this O can react with O2 and form ozone. So NO2 is your primary pollutant. जो नाइट्रोजन के ऑक्साइड्स हैं, प्राइमरी पॉल्यूटेंट इन द सेंस दैट दे आर डायरेक्टली रिलीज्ड बाय सम प्रोसेस, एंड ओजोन इज अ सेकेंडरी पॉल्यूटेंट इन द सेंस दैट ओजोन इज नॉट डायरेक्टली रिलीज्ड, बट बिकॉज ऑफ सम अदर मॉलिक्यूल्स इवन it can react, some reaction can occur that will lead to formation of ozone. So ozone is what we call secondary pollutant. किसी प्रोसेस से ओजोन डायरेक्टली नहीं निकलेगा, बट जो प्रोसेस के कारण जो चीजें बन रही हैं. सो फॉर एग्जांपल NO2, why NO2 will occur? Normal combustion of vehicles. जब when petrol gets burned, now petrol does not have nitrogen per se, but this combustion occurs in the presence of atmosphere, in the presence of air. Air has 78% of nitrogen. So that combustion is also going to burn nitrogen. That will lead to emission of nitrogen dioxide or nitrogen nitrous oxide. अब ये जो NO2 है, in the presence of sunlight, this is very important, in the presence of sunlight, This can be divided into NO plus O, and this O can react with oxygen and it can lead to formation of ozone. Ozone in stratosphere, it is good for us, but in troposphere, जो ground level ozone हम बोलते हैं, it is bad for us. So this ozone is called bad ozone. Good ozone is ozone in stratosphere, which filters out harmful ultraviolet light coming from sun. But this ozone is dangerous. This ozone can cause breathing problem. तो एक तो ये component हो गया, NO2 हो गया, O3 हो गया. The third component of photochemical smog is volatile organic compounds. VOC, इसको हम shortcut में बोलते हैं. The reason they are called volatile organic compounds because they are very unstable and they are very reactive. So volatile organic compounds, they are released from lot of activities. Lot of times, for example, अगर आप sprayer use करते हो, deodorant use करते हो आप, बहुत बार fumigator हम use करते हैं. That releases VOC, but the most important contribution is again by combustion of fossil fuel such as petrol and diesel. Incomplete combustion of petrol and diesel that leads to volatile organic compounds. And again, very similar to ozone, which is a pollutant, another type of pollutant which occurs, which is called peroxyl nitrate, right? So the exact reaction will be, so peroxyacetyl nitrate जो है, peroxyacetyl nitrate, again this is also not released directly. This is also a secondary pollutant. So I have now two primary pollutants and two secondary pollutants. Primary pollutants कौन से? NO2, right? So we have NO2, and then you have volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and two secondary pollutants which are ozone, first formation of ozone, and then formation of peroxyacetyl nitrate. These four are major constituents of photochemical smog. Why they are called photochemical smog? Because often they lift up in the atmosphere and they create a brown haze-like condition in the upper layer of atmosphere. Not exactly upper का मतलब stratosphere नहीं है, but in the upper part of troposphere. So a haze-like conditions occurs in summer season, and hence the word smog is there. So, and however, why it is again called photochemical? Because it is induced by, all these reactions are induced by sunlight. So they will occur in sunny days. That is the first part of your question. Question is, discuss in detail the photochemical smog, emphasizing its formation. You will first define photochemical smog. What are they? You are going to talk about its formation that occurs because of nitrogen dioxide, volatile organic compounds, which are primary pollutants, and in the presence of VOC and NO2 and sunlight, you have formation of ozone and peroxyacetyl nitrate, which are secondary pollutants. All of them put together are known as photochemical smog. So first part आपने solve कर लिया, that is formation. Now come to the second part, effects. Effects are very simple. All of these pollutants cause breathing problems. Some of these pollutants are carcinogen, they can cause cancer. Ozone can adversely affect photosynthesis, right? Many of these pollutants, they are dangerous for your internal organs. Nitrogen dioxide can reduce your immunity system. आपके immune system को compromise कर सकता है. So your nitrogen dioxide से तो problem है ही है, but apart from that, it can also lead to other problems, other diseases. NO2 in itself is quite dangerous because it leads to acid rain. All of these are effects of photochemical smog. So ये जो है again simply 10 mark का question है. You do not have to go into explaining the detail. दो 3 लाइन लिख रहे हो. Simple words में एक लाइन में आपको explain करना है. Breathing problems, heart related problems, immune system, compromising your immune system, the problem of acidification. All of these are issues associated with photochemical smog. Reducing photosynthesis. And its mitigation. So mitigation is also very simple. We know the sources. Main sources are automobile exhaust, right? Main sources are thermal power plants. Thermal power plants में भी जब combustion होगा, that releases lot of nitrogen dioxide. So आपको secondary pollutant का तो आपको कुछ करना भी नहीं है, because the reason they are called secondary pollutants, that they are not being released directly. So if you can reduce primary pollutants, secondary pollutants will automatically reduce. So what are your primary pollutants? NO2 and VOC. So NO2 को आप कैसे reduce करोगे? There is a very famous technology called catalytic reduction. And catalytic reduction was in news a lot last year when government announced that from BS4 we are directly shifting to BS6. अब जो vehicles हैं वो BS6 vehicles हैं. अब ये जो BS भारत State 6 norms हैं, वहाँ पे सारे vehicles को, all of these vehicles, their engines need to have a technology. That technology is called selective catalytic reduction. The goal of this technology is that it is going to change the form of NO2 into some other form where it is not harmful, such as ammonia. Even though ammonia can be some harmful, but definitely less harmful than NO2. So the goal here is that NO2 का जो form है, we are going to change this form into some other form, perhaps free nitrogen or ammonia, where it does not pose much danger, where it is no longer a pollutant. Even though ammonia is a pollutant, I will repeat, ammonia is a pollutant, but in this case the impact will be less severe compared to NO2. So first, this is the first solution, selective catalytic reduction. Another solution of course can be shifting to, let's say, electric vehicles. Rather than using petrol diesel engines, you use electric vehicles. That is always a very good solution. Regarding volatile organic compounds, what can you do? So volatile organic compounds के case में what you can do is that rather than using petrol diesel, you can use CNG, you can use LPG. जो compressed natural gases हैं, they have been proven to be emit very less VOC compared to petrol or diesel based cars or petrol or diesel based automobiles. So यहाँ पे करना आसान है, but in many cases VOC को आप control नहीं कर सकते, especially जो fumigation industry है, जो compressants होते हैं, यहाँ पे आप ज़्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते. But in automobile exhaust, yes, you can shift to CNG buses. जैसे in Delhi, in fact, we have done it. In many part of the country, we have done it. And always again, you can shift to electric vehicles. So automobile exhaust in general is a very major cause of these primary pollutants. Same is also true for thermal power plants. Right now, government has a proper guideline that all thermal power plants, they have to invest into selective catalytic reduction technology. They have to invest into reducing their pollution level. तो ये सारी चीजें आप लिखोगे mitigation में, which is third part. Again, 10 marks question, 4 चीजें पूछ रखी हैं. You have to allocate your words very wisely. Nobody is asking you to explain them into very detail. Just simply write to reduce NO2, selective catalytic reduction technology. To reduce VOC, shifting towards CNG buses or CNG based cars, shifting towards electric vehicles. Do not go and try to explain that how it will lead, because आपके पास टाइम ही नहीं है, इतना यूपीएससी ने आपको स्कोप ही नहीं दिया है. बिकॉज अगेन एक पार्ट अभी भी रहता है, विच इज गुथेनबर्ग प्रोटोकॉल. सो गुथेनबर्ग प्रोटोकॉल इज अ प्रोटोकॉल फ्रॉम 1999. द गोल हियर वाज टू कॉम्बैट 3 थिंग्स. फर्स्ट इज एसिडिफिकेशन, सेकेंड इज यूट्रोफिकेशन, एंड थर्ड इज ग्राउंड लेवल ओजोन. अब एसिडिफिकेशन क्यों होता है? एसिडिफिकेशन अकर्स बिकॉज ऑफ NO2 एंड SO2. यही 2 मेन कॉज है ना. एंड NO2 ऑल्सो लीड्स टू फोटोकेमिकल स्मॉग. तो एक तो ये सॉल्यूशन हो गया. सेकेंड इज यूट्रोफिकेशन. अगेन यूट्रोफिकेशन अकर्स बिकॉज ऑफ नाइट्रोजन एंड फॉस्फोरस बेस्ड फर्टिलाइजर्स. अगेन द गोल इज टू रिड्यूस नाइट्रोजन पॉल्यूशन. एंड थर्ड गोल इज ऑफ कोर्स टू रिड्यूस ग्राउंड लेवल ओजोन. सो जो गुथेनबर्ग प्रोटोकॉल का जो गोल है, दैट ग्रेजुअली वी हैव टू ensure, we have to invest into those technologies which reduces acidification, which reduces eutrophication, and which reduces ground level ozone. ये बस आपको लिख के आ जाना है. If you can write that, further you can also write that in fact it is one of the 8 protocols under Convention on Long Range Transboundary Air Pollution. There are 8 conventions collectively known as Conventions on Long Range Transboundary Air Pollution. Gutenberg Protocol उसमें से एक है. If you know this keyword, you can always write it. If you do not know, even that is fine. Just writing that the purpose of Gutenberg Protocol is to combat the problem of acidification, eutrophication, and ground level ozone. And because we are talking about acidification and eutrophication, we automatically have to reduce NO2. And NO2 was a very major cause of photochemical smog. And also we have to reduce ground level ozone. तो ये बस आपको लिख के आ जाना है. So again, this is one of the expected questions because every year photochemical smog जो है न्यूज़ में रहता ही रहता है. आप जाके simply search कर लेना photochemical smog news from last 1 year. At least you will find 20 or 30 instances जहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं ये covered है हिंदू और इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में दोनों मिला के. So this is a topic जो again current affairs में रहना है and question will be probable every year. अभी इस साल आ गया तो 2-3 साल अब नहीं आएगा, but उसके बाद फिर से important हो जाएगा. So these are those topics which are going to remain in news every year. Okay. The next question is frankly a question of geography rather than a question of disaster management, but because it causes disasters, UPSC has connected the dots and they have asked this. It can be considered as a question of disaster management because geography paper 3 में कहीं लिखा हुआ नहीं है. So the question is explain the mechanism of occurrence of cloudburst in the context of Indian subcontinent. Discuss 2 recent examples. Here also you have to talk about current affairs. Current affairs में जो पढ़ा होगा cloudburst आपने, आपको 2 example थोड़ा उससे जो tragedy हुआ हो लिखना पड़ेगा आपको. So the question is very simple. Cloudburst exactly what it is. Mechanism and occurrence in the context of Indian subcontinent. So cloudburst, first of all, how do we define? There is a proper definition of cloudburst. That definition is given by Indian Meteorological Department. So the definition is very simple, that if in an area of 20 to 30 square kilometer, within 1 hour, if you have a rainfall of 100 millimeter or above, it is considered cloudburst. So the definition part is very simple, that in a small area of let's say 20 to 30 square kilometer, if the amount of rainfall exceeds 100 millimeter just in 1 hour, this phenomena is called cloudburst, literally bursting of cloud. Generally it happens in mountainous regions. Again, the word I am using generally, not exclusively, but generally it occurs in mountain regions. Mechanism is very simple, that in mountain region you already have some rain bearing wind, it has some moisture, but this moisture is uplifted because of some hot air current. There is some hot air current which does not allow this rain bearing wind to release its moisture. What will happen? It is going to lift up. As it is going to lift up, it is going to accumulate more and more moisture from the atmosphere, more and more water vapor, more and more water droplets which are available in the atmosphere. Because of hot air current, again, not able to release this water unless it reaches to the top, and suddenly it has now, not exactly top, even just before top. So now it has enough moisture that this hot air current, either it is absent now or it is not enough to ensure that जो ये cloud है, this cloud does not release its water. So once you have enough accumulation of water and ये जो hot air current है, that has weakened, nothing is stopping for rainfall to occur, and all this moisture which this rain bearing wind accumulated, that will lead to rainfall. So it is an example of orographic rainfall. That wind is uplifted because of one side of the slope of mountain. That wind already had moisture, but rainfall did not occur. Why did it not occur? Because there is already some hot air current present in the vicinity, which lifted up this rain bearing wind. But as this rain bearing wind lifted up, it started gathering, accumulating more and more moisture, and after a point of time, now it has enough moisture, enough water content that rainfall is going to occur, and when this rainfall occurs, it will be in tremendous huge amount, and in a very short span of time you have all this parameter which we just talked about. So it is often a localized phenomena. ये बहुत clear होना चाहिए that it will not occur on some regional scale, that entire state is suffering from cloudburst. That will not occur. It will often be a localized phenomena. One mountain range or few mountain ranges यहाँ पे होगा. It can also occur in plain areas, by the way, but the probability of cloudburst happening in mountain region is much more. Out of 100 cloudbursts, 90-95 will occur in mountain regions, 4-5 will occur in plain areas. So India में we have many mountain regions, जो पूरा Himalayan range है, that is vulnerable to cloudburst. So this is what you have to explain with figure. Figure बनाना यहाँ पे जरूरी है. Fundamentally, this is a question of geography. You have to explain the entire mechanism step by step. You have to talk about the geography of Indian subcontinent, the fact that we have entire Himalayan range, we also have Western Ghat, there. So Western Ghat Himalaya map बना के दिखा दो, वो भी कर सकते हो. And you show that all of these regions are vulnerable to cloudburst. And then last part of the question is give 2 recent examples. You have many examples. At least there are 4 or 5 examples in last 3-4 years. You can talk about cloudburst which occurred in Uttarakhand, which led to death of at least 20-25 people. Recently, cloudburst has occurred in Kullu, in Himachal Pradesh. Cloudburst has occurred in Amarnath, जो पूरा अमरनाथ travelers जितने सारे जो यात्री थे वो फंस गए थे. All of these are recent examples of cloudburst. So explain this, just do not write it. Also write that part of Himalaya, it led to some sort of disaster. So cloudburst will often lead to flash flood. जो low lying areas हैं, those low lying areas are suddenly, you do not have like enough time for rescue also. That is why it is such a risky thing. That generally मान लो बहुत time से rainfall अगर हो रहा है, so you still have some mechanism, you have early warning systems, you have mechanisms in place so that we can rescue people. But cloudburst occur, which is a localized phenomena, and in a very short span of time enough rainfall occurs that it will lead to landslide, it will lead to flooding, and often it is very difficult to rescue people in time. So ये सारी चीजें जो आपको लिखना पड़े, you will have to write it down, and you can connect this with the 2 examples you are going to write. That think about Uttarakhand when the flash flood occurs because of cloudburst, how difficult it was to so many tourists died and so many tourists got stuck in this flash flood. Similarly, जो कुल्लू में जो अभी recently हुआ था और अमरनाथ में जो हुआ था, for few days people are going to stuck, many people are going to die also. So this is how you are going to connect the first part with the second part. Okay. So simple question, frankly, and an expected question for last 2-3 years now. Every year you are going to find some instance of cloudburst in Himalayan regions. This is one of those questions that in each and every batch I told my students that please go and read about it. I hope that they followed my advice. If I had to guess one question, it is often very difficult to guess question because इतनी सारी चीजें science and tech में सब कुछ होते जा रहा है. But if I had to guess one topic, this was one of them. I told you that for me, the 2 most probable topics will be nuclear fusion and Webb telescope. Webb telescope at the top. Fusion पे question नहीं आया है, तो इसका मतलब यही अगले साल के लिए और important है. Because fusion, nuclear fusion is going to be in news. It will continuously remain in news next year also. So this year they asked this question about on James Webb Space Telescope. And question जो तरीके से जो expectation था exactly आया भी वैसे ही है. Launched on 25th December 2021, Webb telescope has been much in news since then. What are its unique features which make it superior to predecessor space telescopes? What are the key goals of this mission? What potential benefits does it hold for the human race? 3 parts of the question. The most important part is first itself. Second part, what you can expect. Third part is where you have to be creative. इसका कोई as such fixed answer नहीं है. The third part है that how it is going to benefit humanity or human race per se. There is no fixed answer here. This allows you to be creative, that you can write some logical points that how Webb telescope benefit human race. So let's discuss all that one by one. I think in the introduction itself you can talk about the science and engineering marvel. This telescope is a $10 billion project, not $10 billion project which was the work started as early as 2000. It was supposed to be launched in 2005. There has been a delay of 17 years on the launch of Webb telescope, but those 17 years have been proven to be very useful because many upgradations have occurred on Webb telescope, many changes were introduced, and now finally in 2021 we were able to launch this telescope in collaboration of, this is collaboration between 3 agencies. NASA of course is the major contributor, European Space Agency and Canadian Space Agency. तो ये आपको लिखना पड़ेगा. In the introduction itself, try to contextualize about the telescope. If you know the cost, $10 billion cost, plan of over more than 20 years, and a collaboration of 3 space agencies, and finally you have this telescope in the orbit. Now come to the first part, and first part is the most important part, that how is it different from its predecessor telescope. Mainly you have to write 4 points. These 4 points are more than enough that how it is different from predecessor telescope. Now predecessor के name भी पता होने चाहिए, तो सबसे पहला नाम जो है हबल का है. You have Hubble telescope. There are other telescopes also. For example, you have Spitzer telescope, or you have, let's say, Chandra X-ray. You do not have to have comparison between all of them. With Hubble is enough. Just write, if you can write down few of these names, 2 of these names, that is more than enough. If you can just write Hubble and Spitzer, I think that is enough. Then try to compare them. Now I think there are mainly 4 parameters on which this can be compared with. The most successful telescope before Webb telescope is of course Hubble. So Hubble se comparison jo hai, it makes sense. So the first comparison, the first point which you have to write is that while Hubble was looking the night sky in ultraviolet and visible light, Hubble was looking at the night sky in ultraviolet and visible light. Jo Webb telescope hai, that is looking the night sky in infrared. Now infrared photography of course has much more benefit than visible light or ultraviolet light photography. Infrared light can provide you much better picture of the night sky compared to visible light. Universe speaks to us in all bands of light, not just visible light. Our human eyes are bound by visible light. We can only see the 7 colors of light which we have read since our childhood, this 7 colors of rainbow. But the 7 colors of rainbow is a very small band of light out of a huge band which exists there. Gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet, then visible, then infrared, then microwave, radio wave. So I can observe universe in all bands of light, and observing in infrared is the best. Infrared can make lot of things visible which will not be visible with visible light in fact also. And that is, by the way, bada interesting se aise sun ke lag raha hai that things are more visible in infrared light than visible light itself, but that is actually the reality. Visible light, for example, if there is lot of dust, and there is lot of dust in the intergalactic medium, visible light photography will often not be able to filter out that dust, but infrared can. I have, let's say for example, a black polythene around my hand. If you take a picture, you will not find my hand. You are only going to see this black polythene. Take an infrared camera, take the picture, my hand will be clearly visible to you. So infrared light filters out lot of unnecessary things and actually will show you the sources of light such as distant stars and galaxies compared to visible light. That is the first point you are going to write. The second point you are going to write is the orbit, that where exactly it is located. Hubble is located about 500 km. Hubble is located in low Earth orbit about, मुझे exact orbit याद नहीं है, but it will be about 500 km. Low Earth orbit, it is revolving around Earth. Webb telescope is 1.5 million km away from Earth, at a point called L2 point and at an orbit called halo orbit. अब ये जो point है खुद में इतना amazing है. Generally when you look at an orbit, you only have an orbit because of one object. जैसे if there is a substance in low Earth orbit around Earth, then it is able to maintain its orbit only because of Earth's gravitational forces, right? But ये जो telescope है, Webb telescope, that is able to maintain its orbit not just because of Earth, but also because of Sun's gravitational force. So the combined effect of Sun gravitation and Earth gravitation is providing this telescope enough force so that it can maintain an orbit. And now this orbit is not around Earth, it is actually around Sun. Around this point called Lagrange point 2, and you have these 5 Lagrange points. They say if this is Sun, this is Earth. You have to make this diagram in the exam, by the way. I do think that making this diagram will help you fetching extra marks. Then L2 point is somewhere here, 1.5 million km away from Earth. L1 point is here, Lagrange point 1 is here. You have L3 point behind Sun, L4 and L5. These 5 are called Lagrange points. So telescope hai, this telescope is placed 1.5 million km away from Earth. It is orbiting around L2 point. There is nothing at the center, but still it is orbiting around L2 point. And as Earth revolves around Sun, this L2 point in itself is changing. So actual जो orbit है वो बड़ा complicated सा orbit है. That this telescope is orbiting around L2, and L2 in itself is orbiting. So actual orbit I cannot draw that because it will be a 3-dimensional orbit. I cannot draw that on board. But this orbit, ये जो L2 around के orbit है, this orbit is called halo orbit. Now why we have done it? ये भी explain करना, 15 number का question है, remember. Why we have taken up so much challenge and placed this orbit at L2 point? The reason is very simple. Hubble cannot make observation every time. Let's say for example, Hubble is making an observation of the night sky, but because it is revolving around Earth and Moon is also somewhere nearby, the movement of Earth as well as Moon can cause shadow. Moon will obstruct the point of view of Hubble. Earth, for example, this telescope, if it is observing night sky here, it cannot observe once it is very far away from this point. Again, it has to wait to go back at the particular point. So it cannot monitor night sky continuously. It can come in the shadow of Earth or Moon, right? But iska benefit kya hai? It is 1.5 million kilometer away from Earth. Moon is about 0.34 million kilometer away from Earth. So Webb telescope is 5 times more distant than Moon. It is never going to come in the shadow of Earth or Moon. It can continuously view the night sky without any type of impact of Earth or Moon whatsoever. And at the same time, because it is locked in Earth-Sun system, as Earth revolves around Sun, this telescope is also revolving around Sun. So I can always have a communication channel between the telescope and Earth. अब कोई चीज मान लो Earth से अगर दूर हो, Earth यहाँ पे पहुंच गया, ये telescope सिर्फ यहीं पे रह गया. तो फिर यहाँ ये जो communication channel establish करना है बड़ा मुश्किल है. You cannot have very good communication channel. So the benefit of L2 point is that as Earth is revolving around Sun, L2 point is also revolving around Sun. So your telescope is always in the vision. It always in the line of sight on Earth. So if there are ground station on Earth, they can always receive data from this telescope. So that is the second point. That how it is different? Because it is kept 1.5 million kilometer away from Earth at a point called L2 or Lagrange point 2, where the combined effect of Sun and Earth provide the necessary force for this telescope to complete its orbit. This orbit is a very complicated orbit called halo orbit. Why are we doing that? Because now my telescope can observe night sky without any type of occultation, any type of eclipse from either Earth or Moon. That is the second point. The third point which you are going to write is its sunshade. अब ये भी एक बड़ा unique point है. If you have ever seen the picture of Hubble Webb telescope, in fact, let me show you. This is the picture of Webb telescope. So look at the primary mirrors. These are 18 primary mirrors. अभी last point मैं बताऊंगा, which is size. That is again a very important distinguishing factor. But even before that, look at this part. I actually want to talk about this part. This part is called sunshade of this telescope. This is as large as a tennis field, so almost twice this room. ये जो part है, the room we are right now taking this class, twice the size of this room, as large as tennis field, इसका पूरा area है. This is a sunshade. अब sunshade जो है, जैसे हम use करते हैं sunscreen lotion अपने skin पे, SPF 50 मान लो आप use करते हो, sun protection factor of 50, so that your skin is protected from harmful sun rays. This has a SPF of about 1 million. Now why we are doing it? Because देखो एक problem जो telescope का सबसे बड़ा क्या होता है? That every object in this universe is radiating energy. This mouse is radiating energy. That energy is in the form of infrared light, so it is not visible to me, but this radiation is there. Every object in the universe radiates its energy. That is true for telescope also. Telescope has its own heat energy. It radiates that energy. It is getting heat from sun and it will radiate its own energy. Now what will happen? That because of its own radiation, the data it is collecting, that data will be compromised. आपका जो whatever light which is coming from distant sources, distant galaxies, now you have your own radiation, your own infrared radiation that is going to obstruct your point of view, and the data now is compromised. So what is being done here is that ये जो sunshade है, this sunshade is going to block this mirror part. It has 6 layers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 layers. These 5 layers are so intense that the temperature at the front of this layer which is going to face the sunlight, मान लो ये part जो है sunshade है, primary mirror is here, sun is behind this. So primary mirror is protected from sun. Now the light coming from sun, it will be filtered out by these 5 layers. In a way, that temperature of this layer will be about 90-100 degree centigrade, जहाँ पे पानी boil हो जाएगा. And temperature of the 5th layer, once you cross the 5th layer, will be about minus 150-160 degree centigrade, even less than that, जहाँ पे बहुत सारे gases जो atmosphere में है वो liquid हो जाएंगे. Gases like nitrogen, oxygen, even though they occur at minus 190, but you get the idea that this is the temperature difference. Why are we doing that? Because we do not want that any type of obstruction occurs from the data this Webb telescope is collecting. We do not want that telescope का जो खुद का radiation है वो किसी भी तरीके से data को obstruct करे. That is a marvelous engineering challenge. And the last is the size of mirror itself. So size of this sunshade and size of this mirror, while Hubble का जो size है, that was about 2.5 meter जो diameter है, here the diameter is about 6.5. तो in terms of area आप देख सकते हो करीब करीब 5-6 times area है. So compared to Hubble telescope, the amount of light it can collect is almost 5-6 times. The larger the telescope, the better it is going to be. It's as simple as that. There is a direct relationship. So the size is so huge that this entire telescope was first folded and then it was unfurled into space. ये जो telescope जो आप picture देख रहे हो, this was not launched like this. All of this was folded first. All these mirrors were folded first. And once the rocket released this mirror outside atmosphere, the unfurling of all these mirrors occurred. So unfurling of this sunshade and these mirrors occurred actually in the space. Before that, it was folded properly. Such was the size. No rocket was large enough to have this entire telescope in its unfolded position. ये आप last point लिखोगे. That the size of this telescope is also outstanding. So 4 points. The fact that it is taking observation in infrared light, the fact that it is located 1.5 million kilometers away from Earth in an orbit called halo orbit at a point called Lagrangian point 2. Third, sunshade and SPA factor of 1 million, which protects, which basically ensures that the telescope, whatever data it is collecting, that data is not compromised by light coming from sun, from earth, from moon, or the light of the radiation of telescope itself. And finally, last but not the least, the size of telescope is more than 2 times, and in terms of area about 5-6 times. So much more light it can take, and it can look at the night sky much better than any of the previous telescope. And you can talk about some of the recent examples like the picture of Jupiter or the picture of Neptune जो अभी recently release हुआ था, or the picture of Carina Nebula light years away, or the picture of an exoplanet, or the fact that in this exoplanet there is water available there. All of that has been done by Webb telescope. So this was the major part of the question. Now let's come to the second part of the question. Second part of the question is, what are the key goals of this mission? So key goals, ये जो पूरा arrangement है, what are we trying to do? So the reason is very simple. We are trying to actually look at universe first in a much better resolution, much better pictures. We have many theories about astronomy. We are trying to confirm those theories. But ये तो चलो third part में भी हम लिख सकते हैं. जो main हमारा goal है, that universe is 13.7 billion years old, right? Big Bang, जो estimate है हमारा, Big Bang occurred 13.7 billion years ago. The Hubble telescope could see universe as early as about 12.5 billion years ago. Webb telescope can see the universe as early as 13.2 or even 13.4 billion years ago. So just after few million years, when the first star was formed, when the first galaxies were formed, Hubble telescope can look at the night sky and observe the formation of first stars or first galaxies, something which occurred 13.3 billion years ago. But that light is still there. So that is the potential of Webb telescope. Apart from that, of course, we want to know about ये जो third part है, what are the key goals of this, what potential benefits does it hold for the human race. अब यहाँ पे creative होने का option है. पहला तो potential benefit यही है कि हमारे बहुत सारे theories हैं astronomy को लेके, how universe works. We have theories such as Big Bang, the fact that universe is expanding. Are those theories actually accurate? As a humanity, we think that we have some understanding. Lot of understanding, of course, is not there, but we have some understanding that how stars or galaxies or things, how do they move, is our understanding correct? Webb telescope can answer that question. Another benefit can be that Webb telescope can find exoplanets where maybe life is possible. Or Webb telescope can find information about planets of other planets of our own solar system, that if life is possible there or not. Are there ingredients of life available there? It can do that, right? So it can find a lot of mysteries about the universe, such as, let's say, dark matter. We do not know what dark matter is. We want to understand about this thing called dark matter. Maybe the data collected by Webb telescope will shed some light on this mysterious thing called dark matter, or dark energy for that matter. So ये सारी जो चीजें हैं, ये third जो question है, third part जो है, this allows you to be creative. We want to see the earliest phase of first light coming of the universe. When universe was dark and when first light came of the universe, we want to observe that light, right? So it allows you to imagine that we can understand about cosmos, even though our own place in cosmos is very insignificant, but we can understand about the cosmos. That is the potential of Webb telescope for human race. तो again last point जो है, जितना आप creative हो सकते हो आप लिखो, इसका कोई fix answer नहीं है. First और second fix answer है. There are some parameters on which telescopes, early telescopes and Webb can be compared, and key goals जो हैं वो भी बहुत fix हैं. But जो last part है, be as creative as you can. So again a very expected question and a very good question also. Next question, देखो, this question I was expecting last year, but COVID-19, believe me, COVID-19 जो है आने वाले 3-4 साल के लिए current affairs है. Simple सी चीज है. Anything associated with COVID-19 which you think that should have been asked in 2021 or 2022 till 2025, I think question जो है COVID-19 से related कुछ ना कुछ आते रहेगा. So this question is, what is the basic principle behind vaccine development? How do vaccines work? What approaches were adopted by Indian vaccine manufacturers to produce COVID-19 vaccines? 3 parts of the question, 15 marks, all parts are equally important. First is very simple. What is the basic principle? Basic principle is very simple, that your immune system, the goal of vaccine is to train your immune system, that if we can generate a similar immune response, which by the way body will remember, so that once you get actually infected by the same pathogen, the body has this memory, body has this already this mechanism to produce same type of antibodies and to fight off this infection. So the basic principle is very simple, that your immune system can be trained. Your immune system can be trained when it has to fight an actual pathogen. Now how we are going to train that? That is what vaccines do. So it is based on a very simple premise that जो हमारा body जब immune system जो हमारा है, when it fights off an infection, when it fights off a pathogen, it remembers the structure of that pathogen, it remembers what type of antibodies are required to fight off this infection, to kill this pathogen, and when you are actually infected, then it is going to release those antibodies and those pathogens will be neutralized. That is the basic principle of working of vaccine. The second part है that how do vaccines work? So basically in a way they are asking about types of vaccines, that there are how many mechanisms are there that we can elicit, we can generate an immune response inside our body. तो जितने भी mechanisms हैं उन सबको हम mainly 3 part में बांट सकते हैं, and I will give you special examples of all these 3 parts. So the first part is all of this can be divided into three parts. The first part is whole virus or whole bacterium. Second part is genetic material, but isko मैं third रहने देता हूँ. Second part is parts that trigger immune system. This is called subunit approach. So either whole antigen or a unit of antigen or the genetic material of antigen. So jitne bhi type of vaccines hain, they can mainly be divided into three parts. So let's first talk about the first part, that where you use the whole virus or whole bacteria. So what it means is that you take either, ab iske bhi dekho bahut sare do main parts hain. First is called live attenuated vaccine and second is called inactivated vaccine. You have to write that down. So the first mechanism hai, that is live attenuated vaccine. As the name suggests that यहाँ पे जो आप pathogen use कर रहे हो, चाहे वो virus है चाहे bacteria है, you are not killing it, you are weakening it. Attenuation means weakening it. So it is still alive, but we have weakened it, and now you are going to use the whole virus or whole bacteria in the form of a vaccine so that your body can understand the structure of this pathogen, will elicit an immune response, will develop an antibody, and when actual pathogen attacks, body remembers it. So it is going to generate, it is going to elicit a very strong immune response system. There are many examples: measles, rubella, polio, some drops of polio. All of these are examples of live attenuated vaccine. So if you have some examples, write it that also. ये भी जरूरी है. तो examples अगर आपके पास हैं सबके, try to write it down. If you do not have, it's fine, because question is not expecting you to write examples. But अगर आप लिखोगे तो I'm very sure that 0.5 or 1 marks extra आपको पक्के से मिलेंगे. So within the whole pathogen approach, there are two types. First is live attenuated vaccine and second is inactivated vaccine, right? So in inactivated vaccine, you use the dead version of pathogen. You do not use the alive version, but dead version of pathogen. Even if it is dead, body can still elicit an immune response system, even though that immune system will not be as powerful as in case of, let's say, live attenuated vaccine, but body can generate an immune response system and it will remember the structure of pathogen. तो बहुत बार हम inactivated vaccines भी use कर सकते हैं. जैसे if I'm not mistaken, I think for hepatitis A we use inactivated vaccine, और co-vaccine जो था, that was an example of inactivated vaccine. But I will not use that example because वो हमको लिखना है third part में. ये भी लिखना है ना कि what were the approaches adopted by Indian vaccine manufacturers. तो ये पहला part हो गया, that use the whole viral or whole bacterium part. The second approach is subunit approach. So in subunit approach, how does this work? Rather than using the entire virus or entire bacteria or entire pathogen, you use a part of it, the part which body will recognize as an antigen, and if there is an antigen, body is going to produce antibodies. Antigen, antibody, jo hame saath mein, it will always go hand in hand. So rather than using the entire virus or entire bacteria, or for that matter any other pathogen, you use a subunit part of it. You use a small part of that part which can be considered the antigen part. Body is going to recognize this antigen and can produce an antibody and neutralize it. So there, even within subunit approach, there are many types of vaccines. For example, there is a vaccine called recombinant vaccine. In recombinant vaccine, आप क्या करते हो? You take an antigen part, you can make some genetic modifications, and then you use this antigen part as vaccine. Or there can be a conjugate vaccine. In conjugate vaccine, what you do, that बहुत सारे जो बैक्टीरिया ऐसे होंगे कि बैक्टीरियाज का अपना प्रोटीन होगा, बट उनका एक लेयर ऑफ लिपिड होगा, एंड होगा या लेयर ऑफ सैकराइड होगा, कार्बोहाइड्रेट, लेयर ऑफ पॉलीसैकराइड होगा. बहुत बार जो यंग चिल्ड्रन है, यंग चिल्ड्रन को जब ये इन्फेक्ट करेंगे ऐसे बैक्टीरियाज, देन यंग चिल्ड्रन, देयर इम्यून सिस्टम विल नॉट बी एबल टू डिस्टिंग्विश दैट जो प्रोटीन है, दिस प्रोटीन विच इज डेंजरस बाय द वे, जो वायरल प्रोटीन या बैक्टीरियल प्रोटीन है विच इज डेंजरस, but now it is trying to outwit the immune response system because of the layer of polysaccharide. So we have to train body that even if there is a layer of polysaccharide, जो fundamental जो pathogen है, that is made of a protein, and that protein is dangerous. So when you use parts of bacteria or parts of viruses, especially for some bacterial infections it is used, जैसे pneumococcal diseases जो हैं, जो pneumococcal conjugate vaccine हम use करते हैं, that you basically use parts of bacteria, even with layer of polysaccharide, body can be trained and body can elicit an immune response system. Another type is, if you remember it, you can write it, it is called toxoid vaccine. तो टॉक्सॉइड वैक्सीन में जो आपका वायरस या बैक्टीरिया है या जो भी पैथोजन है आप उसको यूज नहीं करते. When they enter our body, they produce some type of toxins. Those toxins are dangerous. So you develop a vaccine against those toxins. So once these toxins are neutralized, these viruses already हमारे शरीर में millions of bacteria viruses हैं, फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. So if you can develop a vaccine against those toxins, then also your body has immune response system. And third approach is genetic material approach, that using either RNA or DNA vaccine. अब यहाँ पे आप क्या करोगे? That you will use the genetic material. पहले तो आप क्या करोगे? जैसे for example coronavirus, try to make this diagram of coronavirus. Coronavirus is known for its spiked protein, right? अब ये जो protein है, can we produce this protein inside body using an RNA molecule? After all, that is the job of RNA. RNA का काम क्या है? Protein synthesis करना, right? So do we have an RNA molecule which can produce this spiked protein of coronavirus inside our body? So if we have, then we are going to use this RNA vaccine, which is called mRNA vaccine. This mRNA vaccine will be used as a genetic material. Now your body can elicit, body will produce this spiked protein. The moment it does, body will also recognize this as an antigen, will produce an antibody and will neutralize it. Once you are actually infected, body remembers the structure of this spiked protein. It remembers what type of antibody is required. Do that, you have your RNA vaccine. That was the vaccine of Pfizer, first vaccine which was approved in USA, or vaccine of Moderna. DNA vaccine में बस एक extra step होगा. DNA first will produce RNA, and RNA will then produce this protein. So DNA vaccine will first produce an RNA molecule inside our body. That RNA will help in protein synthesis. That protein is the antigen part, and body can again develop an antibody against it. तो ये आपका second part है. That how vaccines work. You can talk about that there are mainly three approaches. First is using the entire pathogen. That can be, example can be live attenuated and inactivated vaccine. Second approach is subunit approach. Example can be recombinant, conjugate, toxoid, all these vaccines. Third is genetic material approach using RNA or DNA. And the last part of the question is that what approaches were adopted by the Indian vaccine manufacturers to produce COVID-19 vaccine. अब यहाँ पे आप तीन एग्जाम्पल ले सकते हो. The first is example of Covaxin, second is example of Covishield, and third is example of Zycovd. That was the third vaccine, Indian vaccine, which was approved, which was manufactured in India. Zycovd, right? All three of them adopted different approach. So जो Covishield है, the most popular vaccine. Covishield frankly is not an Indian vaccine. Covishield का जो patent है, that patent belongs to a company called AstraZeneca. They developed this vaccine in collaboration with Oxford. So Oxford and AstraZeneca developed this vaccine and they entered into a licensing agreement with India. तो एक लाइन जो आप हमेशा लिखोगे यहाँ पे, जो पक्के से लिख के आना चाहिए, that any type of epidemic or pandemic, it cannot be resolved without Indian cooperation because of our capability to produce vaccine at very low price. जो fundamental जो हम इंडिया का contribution क्या है, that even if somebody has patent, they will not have production capacity. तो production capacity के लिए इंडिया का use होना ही होना है. So in any case, it was going to happen. So when AstraZeneca and Oxford developed, by the way, they developed live attenuated vaccine, not using coronavirus. ये भी interesting है, you should ideally write it down. They used another type of virus which is called adenovirus. Adenovirus also has spiked protein, but that spiked protein was further genetically modified in lab. Adenovirus was genetically modified to give it structure like coronavirus. Then it was used as a live attenuated vaccine, and one of the first vaccines, which is Covishield, that was produced. Now AstraZeneca entered into a licensing agreement with Serum Institute of India that based on some sort of profit sharing arrangement, हम allow कर रहे हैं, we are sharing our patent with you, you can manufacture this vaccine, right? तो ये आप पहला लिखोगे कि what was the strategy in case of Covishield. Covishield के केस में जो strategy था वो था licensing agreement and the fact that India has capability to produce enough vaccines, not for just its own people but also for the rest of the world. ये आप पहला part लिखोगे. So Covishield, a live attenuated vaccine using adenovirus, not coronavirus, but using adenovirus. Covaxin is an indigenous vaccine. Covaxin was developed by Bharat Biotech in collaboration with National Institute of Virology as well as Indian Council of Medical Research. This is an example of inactivated vaccine, right? This was also approved as an emergency measure. Later we found out that it is as much effective as Covishield itself, even more effective in some cases. So second vaccine, proper Indian vaccine, and now we adopted inactivated vaccine approach, right? Bharat Biotech, which was manufactured by Bharat Biotech. And third, ZyCoV-D, this is the first DNA vaccine of the world, not of India. First RNA vaccine is Pfizer, Moderna, but the first DNA vaccine of the world, and not just for COVID-19, for any diseases. For not a single disease, DNA vaccine was developed before that. So ZyCoV-D became the first DNA vaccine of the world, which was produced by Cadila. Cadila again is another pharma company. And this was also approved by Government of India as 3 doses. Covaxin and Covishield had 2 doses. ZyCoV-D initially had 3 doses. So this was the third vaccine which was approved. जो Sputnik 5 है, I will not use that as an example because Sputnik 5 was not manufactured in India, we directly imported it from Russia. तो वो example यहाँ पे valid example नहीं होगा. Question clearly है कि Indian manufacturers का approach क्या था. So Covishield, licensing agreement, Covaxin, inactivated vaccine, ZyCoV-D, first DNA vaccine of the world. That is how you are going to approach this question. Finally, आप conclude कर सकते हो the role of India not just in India but as supplier of vaccine across the world. I think that will be a very good conclusion, that you can mention that जो especially developing nations of South America हैं और जो Africa हैं और जो Asia हैं, they very much relied upon vaccine supply from India even when we still were suffering from second wave of pandemic. तो ये आप इससे आप conclude कर सकते हो. Question number 17 is a very basic question of environment. 15 number का question है environment का. Discuss global warming and mention its effects on the global climate. Explain the control measures to bring down the levels of greenhouse gases which cause global warming in the light of Kyoto Protocol 1997. अब देखो question, people expect a question on Paris Agreement. आ गया Kyoto Protocol पे. Kyoto Protocol ended in 2020. But फिर भी UPSC ने क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया है. तो because it is a very important protocol, even though it ended in 2020, nonetheless it is a very very important protocol. And still जो parties of Kyoto Protocol हैं, they were exactly translated to Paris Agreement. So anyways, first part first. अब ये क्वेश्चन ऐसा है कि जो सब लोगों को आता है. Everybody knows this question. Everybody has things to write answer here. तो आपको extra marks कैसे मिलेंगे इस क्वेश्चन में? तो उसका बहुत सिंपल है कि you have to as much information you can provide in terms of data, as much authentic reports you can quote, as much authentic data you can write, you are going to get good marks. It's as simple as that. So it is not just about, जैसे for example, first part इसमें कुछ आप अलग कर नहीं सकते except perhaps drawing diagrams. Ideally you should draw a diagram, you should explain the greenhouse effect, you should explain that how sunlight coming from sun, that or major part, about 30% is first reflected from the atmosphere itself. That does not contribute to anything. About 70% enters to Earth. some of that will be absorbed by different surfaces of the earth, right? A part of that will be reflected. That reflected light, especially जो infrared part है, that is trapped by greenhouse gases and they radiate this gas back to earth. So that is the entire greenhouse effect. अब यहाँ पे दो चीजें हैं जो global warming में contribute करती हैं. जो पहला चीज है वो है increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases. As you have more and more greenhouse gases, more and more infrared light is trapped within the atmosphere, and that is how your atmosphere and overall earth is going to warm up. That is the first mechanism. So ये तो सब लोग लिख के आएंगे, but जो second mechanism है वो कम लोग लिख के आएंगे. That is the concept of radiative forcing. अब देखो रेडिएटिव फोर्सिंग क्या होता है. रेडिएटिव फोर्सिंग इज वेरी सिंपल. एवरी ऑब्जेक्ट एब्जॉर्ब्स एज वेल एज रेडिएट लाइट. एवरी, ये सबने पढ़ा है ना, रेडिएशन ऑफ हीट सबने पढ़ा होगा. हीट ट्रांसफर अकर्स वाया रेडिएशन. सो एवरी ऑब्जेक्ट एब्जॉर्ब्स एज वेल एज रेडिएट लाइट. इफ I keep this thing for some time in this room, then how much it is going to absorb and how much it is going to radiate, that is balanced, and its temperature is not going to increase. But let's say, for example, I have a small burner near this bottle. The amount it is going to receive now versus the amount it is going to radiate, there is clearly a mismatch. The heat it is receiving is much more than the heat it is radiating. तो क्या होगा? Gradually इसका temperature increase होगा. So if I have a heat source and if you are absorbing more heat, then overall your temperature is going to increase. Now how do you absorb more heat? From sunlight. I'm talking about light coming from sun. So that depends upon what type of surface I'm talking about. जैसे मान लो जो snow है, बर्फ जहां पे होगा, that reflects 95% of sunlight. जो grasslands हैं, they will reflect about 60-70% of the sunlight. जहां पे भी green plants हैं, they will reflect lot of sunlight. But the moment you clear the grasslands, the moment snow is melting, becoming water, then now you are absorbing more heat. So this is the second mechanism. Both of them are interrelated. Remember this. Because greenhouse gas is increasing, temperature is increasing. Because of that increase of temperature, you have melting snow. Melting snow का क्या consequence क्या है? Reduced albedo. By the way, this is called albedo. That how much sunlight you reflect, this is called albedo. Albedo of snow is highest, 90-95%. Albedo of water will depend upon quality of water. बहुत ही fresh water का albedo हो सकता है 70% हो, but जो गंदा पानी हो उसका albedo हो सकता है 30% हो, 20% हो. So first mechanism is increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases. सब लोग ये diagram बना के आएंगे. Everybody will write about it. But you should also write about radiative forcing and its contribution. That how you are changing land. आप जितना ज़्यादा grassland clear करोगे, जितना ज़्यादा forest clear करोगे, जितना ज़्यादा ice melt होगा, all of that is going to decrease the albedo. It is going to allow more and more trapping of heat within Earth's surface itself. That also contributes to global warming. तो ये दोनों चीजें लिख के आनी है पहले पार्ट में. Now let's come to the second part. Second part, everybody is going to write all sort of information. How you are distinguished from other candidates. For that you have to use data. Be more specific. Let's say, for example, I'm saying that average temperature compared to pre-industrial level, let's say 1850. हम एक base year ले लेते हैं 1850. कि 1850 के comparison में जो average temperature है, that has increased. If you only write that has increased, you are not going to get very good marks. If you write that it has already increased by about, let's say, 1 degree centigrade or more than 1 degree centigrade, about 1.04 already has occurred, you are going to get good marks. So be more specific. That ये जो second part है, that its effects on the global climate. So you are going to write about that. कि ये जो effect of global climate क्या है? You are going to write about all of these things. That how much average temperature has increased. If you say, let's say, for example, sea level rise has occurred. Water is expanding, right? Sea level rise has occurred. So that sea level rise it varies from about 1 millimeter to even 7-8 millimeter into certain oceans. Just say in Indian Ocean, every year, the sea level rise is by 3 to 4 millimeter every year on an average. Be more specific. So the more you say, let's say for example that ocean acidification is occurring, ocean का जो pH value है वो decrease हो रहा है. Be more specific that it was about 8.2, now it is about 7.9, write it. So the more specific your values are, if you can pinpoint it, if you can, and by the way, always try to now use some authentic literature. अब सबसे authentic यहाँ पे क्या होगा? सबसे authentic होगा IPCC के assessment reports. You have Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. It releases assessment reports regarding impact of climate change. Recently it released 6th assessment report. So quote this report, write in your answer that as per 6th assessment report of IPCC, the expected temperature increase by the end of century, if we do not reduce our greenhouse gas emission, is about 2.5 degrees centigrade. If all of the countries become carbon neutral by 2050, the increase will be 1.6 degrees centigrade. If it is by 2070, it will be 2 degrees centigrade. If we do not do that, then the increase can be from 3 to 3.5, even 4 degrees centigrade, which is disastrous for the climate. ये आप लिख के आओगे. So try to quote IPCC report here. Talk about overall climatic factors. Talk about glacial retreat. Talk about the fact that Arctic already has melted about by 10 to 20%. जहाँ पे ice था permanently, वहाँ पे अब water है. Arctic का जो average temperature है, that has increased by more than 4 degrees centigrade. Overall average temperature is 1 degree. Arctic alone has the temperature increase of 4 degrees centigrade. Write about that. So the more specific you are, and Arctic or Antarctic में जो change होगा, by the way, remember these are polar areas. Change in polar areas is going to impact the entire climate of the globe. Ocean currents will be affected. जो cold और ocean currents है, they are going to be affected. जो ocean circulation है, especially जो जिसको हम thermohaline circulation बोलते हैं, जो ocean water in depth, how it moves across the planet and how it carries heat from equatorial region to polar regions, and how it carries cold water from polar to equatorial regions. In the transfer of it, that is being affected. That effect has a disastrous, if let's say for example, if that weakens, it has an effect overall disastrous for earth climate. It is going to change the wind pattern, ocean currents pattern, it is going to destroy the local economies. ये सारी चीजें आप लिख के आओगे. You are going to talk about increasing forest fire. जो boreal forests हैं, they are burning. Amazon rainforest is burning because of Australian bushfire. आप example आप ये दोगे आप. So these are the examples you have. The more specific examples, the more data and authentic data, which is backed by some authentic report, let's say IPCC assessment report or UNEP report or any type of other reports, or for example, let's say a report by Ministry of Environment Climate Change of India, the more such report you quote with data, you are going to get good marks. Because believe me, this is one of those questions जहाँ पे सब लोग कुछ ना कुछ लिख के आएंगे. सबने पढ़ रखा है environment में, climate change क्या होता है, global warming क्या होता है, global warming का क्या impact है. तो सब लोग कुछ ना कुछ लिख के आएंगे. You have to be just more specific, you have to be more data specific, and you have to quote authentic reports here. The second part of the question is, third part in fact, if दो part था, discuss global warming and mention its effects on global climate. Now third part is, explain the control measures to bring down the level of greenhouse gases which cause global warming in the light of Kyoto Protocol 1997. तो आप थोड़ा सा आपको background देना पड़ेगा that in 1992 Rio Summit occurred, right? Earth Summit हम जिसको बोलते हैं. So 1992 of Rio Summit led to UNFCCC, United Nations Framework to Combat Climate Change. Finally in 1997 Kyoto was agreed upon, but it was only implemented in 2005. ये भी पता होना चाहिए. Kyoto जो negotiation है 1997 में in principle countries agreed that जो developed countries हैं they have to reduce greenhouse gases, but it only came in force in 2005. So the agreement was initially on list of gases which are carbon dioxide, methane, nitrogen dioxide. ये तीन सबको पता होंगे, but the rest three if you can write, which if I am not mistaken will be PFC, HFC, hydrofluorocarbon, PFC, tetrafluorocarbon, and third is sulfur hexafluoride. If you can write that, you are going to get extra marks. तो ये जो 3 गैस है वो सब लिख के आएंगे. अगर आपने ये लिख दिया कि it was for both developing and developed nation, तो आपका मार्क्स कट जाएगा. Kyoto Protocol was a mechanism initially only for developed countries. All countries were divided into annexures, annex, non-annex countries. It was only for Annex A and Annex B countries. जो developed countries थे और जो economies in transition थे. Economies in transition कौन थे? जो USSR जब disintegrate हुआ था and many new countries emerged out of USSR. Eastern European countries जो हैं, they were called economies in transition. US, Japan, Western European countries, they were developed countries. So it was applicable to them. Okay? It was applicable initially for 6 gases. If you mention that, you are going to get good marks. तो जितना ज़्यादा आप specific होगे, उतना better आपको marks मिलेगा. Then 3 mechanisms were implemented that you can reduce greenhouse gases via these 3 mechanisms. The first is clean developmental mechanism. The second is joint implementation. The third is emission trading system. ये आप mention करके आओगे. Again, सब लोग अगर हवा में लिख के आ रहे हो, बस ऊपर ऊपर से बातें लिख के आ रहे हो, you're not going to get good marks. So you have to mention these 3 things. Clean developmental mechanism क्या है? That it allows you that if you want to reduce greenhouse gases, you can reduce that even in developing nations. सबका target है, all developed countries have the target that this much CO2, this much N2O, this much CH4 you have to reduce. To do that, you can implement a project even in developing nations. You do not have to do that in your own boundary. You can do that even in other countries. For that, you are going to get a certificate, Certified Emission Reduction, CER. That was the first. Second is joint implementation. Now the goal of joint implementation was that countries, ये जो annex countries हैं, they can collaborate together and they can invest together into emission reduction, hence the name joint implementation. And third is emission trading system. Now this is again a very, very important system because that created a carbon market. That ये जो clean developmental mechanism के अंदर जो भी आपको certificate मिलेगा. Now every country is going to get some certificates. Some of them are going to achieve their target. Some of them will not be able to achieve this target. Maybe countries which overachieve their target. That let's say they have to reduce 100 ton of CO2, but they reduced 120. Another country only reduced 80. So this country has extra 20, this country is 20 ton deficit. So a carbon market mechanism where this certificate is tradable now. That is emission trading system. So the carbon market was established by Kyoto Protocol. It did not work properly, but वो question उसके बारे में है नहीं, तो हमको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं हो. So these were the 3 mechanisms. 1997 implemented in 2005. 6 greenhouse gases initially for developed nations and economies in transition, right? Later in 2012, a Doha amendment occurred. It was extended up to 2020, and at the same time, negotiations started on the next phase of climate change agreement, which is Paris Agreement. तो ये आप इससे conclude करोगे. तो ये सारी चीजें पहले आप लिखोगे. गोल क्या था, किसके लिए applicable था, ये 3 mechanisms थे. And finally, you are going to conclude that ये जो Kyoto Protocol है, that became the basis of a separate agreement. By the way, Paris Agreement is not part of Kyoto Protocol. Doha Amendment जो हुआ था 2012 में, that is part of Kyoto Protocol. Doha Amendment further expanded the scope, the countries, the targets, all of them were revised. And at the same time, it laid the foundation of Paris Agreement, which by the way, is a separate agreement, and now it is in force. This is how you are going to conclude your answer. इतना ही scope है. Paris Agreement आपसे, nobody is asking you to explain Paris Agreement here. Nobody is asking you to write that why carbon market did not succeed. ये सारा scope के बाहर है. So whatever is being asked, limit your question to only those things. And last question, which can be considered as a question of disaster management, that is coastal erosion. Explain the causes and effects of coastal erosion in India. What are the available coastal management techniques for combating the hazard? देखो हमेशा एक ना विजुअल मेमोरी होना चाहिए जहां पे भी आप विजुअलाइज कर सकते हो चीजों को. द रीजन आई हैव used these two pictures just to give you a visualization of both erosion as well as a mechanism that how you can protect coastal erosion. So coastal erosion is very simple, that जो coastal land, coastal rock, gravels जो भी हैं, because of wave action or tidal action, they are often taken up by water, and this land, this coastal land is now devoid of a significant amount of sand or significant amount of gravel and all that. That leads to coastal erosion. So definition part is very simple. What is coastal erosion? So coastal erosion का जो definition है वो बहुत simple है. But that is not the main question. The main question is causes and effects. तो पहला आप क्या करोगे, एक लाइन में आप define करोगे. Causes क्या है coastal erosion के? So there are some natural causes, but there are anthropogenic causes. What are the natural causes? Wave action. Wave action leads to coastal erosion. Wave action क्यों होता है? More wind. More wind velocity, more wave action, more coastal erosion. Third natural cause, tidal action. Especially जो high tide जब भी होगा, high tide will lead to more coastal erosion. So there can be natural causes, जो बहुत clear होना चाहिए कि natural causes के कारण coastal erosion होगा. But there can also be anthropogenic causes. अब anthropogenic causes क्या है? जो coastal area में हम infra develop आप करते हो, जो भी natural जो water का रिसीड होने का जो भी पॉइंट होगा, डेवलपिंग इंफ्रा देयर, डेवलपिंग पोर्ट्स विदाउट थिंकिंग अबाउट सस्टेनेबिलिटी, डेवलपिंग टूरिज्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विदाउट थिंकिंग अबाउट सस्टेनेबिलिटी, clearing down whatever vegetation is there in coastal area, such as let's say mangrove forest, or encroaching upon wetlands, all of that further contributes to coastal erosion. Lot of sand mining occurs from coastal area. Remove that sand artificially for construction activities, that further increases coastal erosion. So, जो causes है, you are going to write both natural causes as well as anthropogenic causes. Natural causes का देखो benefit क्या होता है? If there were only natural causes, then natural processes often have a rebalancing mechanism. That let's say if erosion is occurring, then deposition will also occur. If coastal sand is being eroded, then it will be deposited also. Both of them will go hand in hand. But the moment you have this human intervention, anthropogenic intervention, more erosion, less deposition. What is the end result? Gradual erosion. Gradually, जो coastal areas हैं, they will be kept eroding. ये आप लिखोगे, and then you are going to write that its adverse impacts. What are the adverse impacts? I can divide the adverse impacts also into 3 parts. First adverse impact is environmental impact. Think about the entire coastal ecosystem, how that will be affected. You have more salt water intrusion into mainland. You have lot of biodiversity in coastal areas exist in the continental shelf region itself. Coral reefs will be destroyed. Wetlands are already being encroached upon. Their character is going to change. Wetlands play a very important role in a lot of things, in mitigating flood, in water cycle. All of that will be adversely affected. So you now have a cascade of effect. Ecosystems, जब हम environment पढ़ते हैं, environment हम क्यों पढ़ते हैं? Because all ecosystems are connected with each other. One impact here, it will have a spillover effect on so many things. You have coastal erosion that leads to wetland destruction, and that wetland destruction will lead to pura water cycle will be affected. That will lead to water pollution. That will destroy biodiversity. That will reduce the nutrient cycling, which is very important function of ecosystems. तो ये सारी चीजें आप लिखोगे. So these are some of the natural impacts. It will lead to destruction of coral reefs. ये सारी and coral reefs पे बहुत सारे biodiversity जो उस पे dependent है. So you can mention that. Then you can also have economic impacts, by the way. Coastal erosion के कारण क्या होगा? First, aquaculture will be affected. जो fishing activity है, that will be hugely impacted. So जो coastal communities का जो एक major source of revenue है, that will be affected. Another impact, economic impact will be that, especially where coastal erosion is very high, gradually tourism is also going to reduce, which is again often a very important economic activity in certain coastal areas. That is also an impact, you have to write it down. Another impact will be that जो coastal erosion, now you do not have a natural protector, which was the sand. It is not there. So there will be more intrusion of salt water into mainland. That is not only going to destroy a lot of your infrastructure, but it will also lead to सॉल्ट वाटर इंट्रूजन इन ग्राउंड वाटर, आपका जो ड्रिंकेबल वाटर है, फ्रेश वाटर अवेलेबिलिटी जो ऑलरेडी बहुत कम है, वो आपका और डिप्लीट होगा. तो ऑल ऑफ दिस पॉइंट्स यू हैव टू मेंशन. देयर कैन बी सोशियो कल्चरल इंपैक्ट्स ऑल्सो. लॉट ऑफ कोस्टल एरियाज जो हैं दे हैव लॉट ऑफ सिग्निफिकेंस इन आवर कल्चर. जैसे तमिलनाडु में बहुत सारे टेम्पल्स हैं, दे आर नियर कोस्टल एरियाज. जो द्वारका है पूरा गुजरात में, दैट इज कंसिडर्ड एज अ पिलग्रिमेज. So all of these places will be adversely affected because of coastal erosion. So cultural decline bhi hai, that can also be pinpointed here. So all of these points you can mention the impact of coastal erosion. And finally the last part of the question is that what are the available coastal management techniques for combating the hazard. Ab jitne bhi techniques hai, they can mainly be divided into two parts. The first part is hard structure and the second part is soft erosion control. So hard erosion control simply will mean that you literally erect infrastructure so that coastal erosion does not occur. More and more erosion does not occur. So there are various types of structures which can be constructed. There are various types of structures. For example, you can have a sea wall, you can have revetments, you can have embankments. So all of these are mechanisms. The goal of these mechanisms here is to erect infrastructure so that coastal erosion is minimized. These mechanisms are called hard erosion control methods, right? Jaise the previous picture which I showed you, this is an example of hard erosion control method. And in India, by the way, many regions, especially eastern coast पे बहुत सारे जो regions हैं, these are very vulnerable to coastal erosion. ठीक है? Overall, about 60-65% of coastal area. We have a coastal land of almost, if I'm not mistaken, 6,900 के आसपास किलोमीटर्स के आसपास हमारा पूरा coastal area है. Out of that, 60% of our coastal land is vulnerable to different type of coastal erosion. इसमें especially जो करीब 1/4 land है, that is very vulnerable, and about 1/3 of land is vulnerable. About only 40% of the land out of 100 unit, only 40% of the land जो है वो protected है from coastal erosion. If you know this fact, you should definitely write it down. But if you do not know, that is totally fine. So, but अगर इस टाइप का अगर fact आपको पता है तो you should definitely write it down. तो एक तो ये mechanism हो गया hard structure, and the other mechanism is soft erosion control. अब soft erosion control क्या होगा? Two things will be there. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप आर्टिफिशियली रिप्लेनिश करो, आर्टिफिशियली सैंड लेके आओ, कोस्टल एरियाज में आप रखो आप, तो एक ये तरीका हो गया, दैट सस्टेनेबल तरीके से कोस्टल, बिकॉज हार्ड मेथड्स जो हैं, all of these structures, coastal action is so powerful, wave action is so powerful that all of these structures are going to be degraded after a point of time. You have to keep investing into them. This is a very costly method. So solution can be soft erosion control methods, where you replenish your beaches by sand from different locations, or you invest into all the ecosystems which have been degraded, such as wetlands, such as plant more trees. आप mangrove लगाओ, आप forest लगाओ, आप tree लगाओ, उससे क्या होगा कि जो soil holding capacity है, that is going to increase. There will be less erosion. So these are called soft erosion control. But fundamentally, आपका जो anthropogenic activity है उसको कम करना पड़ेगा. If you do not do that, then in longer run none of these methods will be very beneficial. So जितने भी coastal erosion control methods हैं, they can be divided into two parts: hard structures or hard control methods and soft erosion control methods. In hard control methods, you develop infrastructure. In soft control methods, you can adopt things like replenishing beaches or having more and more trees. So this was the question of disaster management. I think बाकी के जो questions हैं वो सारे हो ही रखे हैं. So I will repeat science and tech, environment, disaster management का तो चलो फिर भी बहुत सारा source है, static sources हैं. You have ARC report. You can refer to the ARC report of disaster management. You should definitely and go and read National Disaster Management Plan and some outstanding features of National Disaster Management Act. ये चीज़ तो पक्के से करना चाहिए आपको. जो इन्वायरमेंट और साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी है बहुत डायनेमिक है, साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी तो बहुत ही डायनेमिक है. मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस, 95% ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस विल बी फ्रॉम करंट अफेयर्स, एंड इवन इन इन्वायरमेंट questions will be inspired from current affairs, even if they cannot be called exactly current affairs, but they will definitely be inspired from current affairs. So newspapers जो हैं, they are the most important source for you for both environment and science and technology. You can refer to the Hindu, but I have found out that in last 2 years, जो Indian Express का coverage है, it has become really, really good. So Hindu का coverage पहले भी अच्छा था, अभी भी अच्छा है by the way. So Hindu तो पढ़ो ही पढ़ो, but if you can also study Indian Express, especially for science and technology, I think that will be very, very useful, right? So on that note, all the best to all of you for your examinations in future.